So hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to. So we are back with a brand new movie on Imagine if Naruto had super wet harem with Anko, but before we start, be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video. Now let's begin the story. The memories of the past churned inside the young man's head. The blonde looked at his katana with deep, sad eyes, remembering those who he killed in service to the Hokage. The scabbard of the katana lay next to him on his right. Into those thoughts, images of his past also came. One particular memory came to the forefront of his mind. Flashback: a man with silver hair, a mask and his forehead protector covering his left eye sat on the railing. His eyes examined the three potential genin with a lazy expression. The blonde kid, Naruto Uzumaki, fidgeted in his seat. To his right, Sakura, the beautiful cherry blossom of the hidden leaf, looked nervously at the darker-haired Uchiha. Her eyes drifted from Sasuke to her sensei. Furthest from Naruto, Sasuke Uchiha rested his elbows on his knees, his mind filled with dark thoughts. Kakashi spoke up, trying to break the ice. "All right everyone, why don't you introduce yourselves?" Sakura spoke up next. "Introduce ourselves? What should we say? What you like, hate, your dreams, hobbies?" Sakura was the first to speak up. "All right. Why don't you introduce yourself to us first?" I'm Kakashi Hitaki. I have no intention of telling you my likes or dislikes." Everyone perked up in surprise. "As for my dream, I have few hobbies." Sakura turned to Naruto and said, "So all we found out was his name. All right, now it's your turn. Let's start with you." Sakura turned back and said, "I'm Sakura Haruno. The person I like is." Her head constantly turned to Sasuke. She then continued, "And my hobby is, my dream is." "And, what do you hate?" Naruto. Naruto felt like a million-pound weight had crushed him. Kakashi sighed and said, "All right, next, Mr. Silent." Sasuke's eyes narrowed at the reference. "My name, Sasuke Uchiha. I hate a lot of things and I don't particularly like anything. Using the word dream for what I desire is too weak a word. I have an ambition, and that is to find and kill the one who murdered my clan." Naruto looked nervously at Sasuke. Kakashi looked sadly at Sasuke, then looked at Naruto. "All right. Lastly, the one in orange." "All right. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I like cup ramen, but I really like the ramen served at Ichiraku's that Iruka-sensei treats me to from time to time. The thing I don't like is, the 3 minutes it takes to cook the cup ramen. My hobby is to eat and compare different cups of ramen. My dream." Naruto thought for a second. His usual happy-go-lucky smile drooped into a frown. "My dream is to become a Hokage people can respect. Unlike a certain white-skinned Teme we have now." End flashback: for many years, he craved the position of Hokage and fought endlessly to secure the position through valor and honor. However, the Hokage was an undying creature, formed from countless sacrifices. Already, two had suffered fates worse than death to suit the madman's whims. But to understand, one must examine the history of Konohagakure. To start out with, it was time for Sarutobi, the third Hokage, to choose a successor. There were two choices, Minato Namikaze and Orochimaru. Both were fantastic choices for the position of Hokage. Minato was fantastic leader and was undoubtedly the best person for the position of Hokage. However, Orochimaru was also an admirable choice for the position. He was one of the three Sannin, and a genius of the highest caliber. The Hokage had made his decision for the position of successor and would announce it shortly. However, a mission turned up at the last moment. Kusahina, Minato's wife, urged Minato to reject the mission, but he couldn't. She was already 5 months pregnant with Naruto at this time. Both Orochimaru and Minato were sent on the mission. However, only Orochimaru returned alive. Minato was slain in battle by an unknown ninja. So, Orochimaru became Hokage. 4 months later, the Sandaime died, sealing the Kyuubi no Kitsune into Naruto. Kusahina died in the Kyuubi's rampage. Thus, dark times settled over Konoha. Naruto suffered terribly at the hands of the villagers, but found comfort in his few friends he made, namely Iruka and his Anbu protectors. Naruto watched as the villagers were suffering under the leadership of Orochimaru. So, he decided to gain the position of Hokage. He would change things, make things better for them. His mind was so simple at the time. He would become a ninja to be proud of and become Orochimaru's successor. This was not meant to be, as Orochimaru was immortal. Naruto didn't know it. No one knew it. Citizens disappeared throughout the years. People suspected, but no proof could be brought against Orochimaru. Others started turning up dead. Naruto advanced through the ranks until he became an Anbu captain. Sasuke never did catch the one who killed his clan. Sakura died on a mission with Kakashi about 1 year ago when the two of them were ambushed by Suna ninja, specifically the Kazekage's children, Gaara, Temari and Kankuro. Kakashi didn't recover completely since then. However, the thing that sent Naruto over the edge was the fact that Sasuke disappeared, like so many of the other citizens. Naruto nearly tore Konoha apart trying to figure out where Sasuke went. A warrant was put out for Naruto's arrest, because in the process he had assaulted several ninja trying to get the information. Naruto was located just outside Konoha in the Toad Mountain Inn. Kakashi Hatake had brought him there for some training as a genin. Thus, we come to the present. Inside the cabin, his Anbu equipment was scattered all over the place. Before him, there were several written reports in Orochimaru's handwriting, describing the immortality ritual. Orochimaru was the one who killed the Uchiha clan. Other documents that he had read but not taken with him from the lab was checking up on the status of Itachi's body after Orochimaru had taken it over. Orochimaru had killed Shisui to keep his cover when he was Itachi, because he had come too close to the truth. The rest of the clan was planning a coup to overthrow the snake, but Itachi killed the clan and took the fall for it. Naruto kicked the pile of papers over, causing them to scatter. He picked up the various parts of his body armor and began preparing for his final mission. No doubt Orochimaru would find and kill Naruto when he discovered the files he had were missing. Besides, Naruto no longer cared. He would try to kill Orochimaru for the crimes he committed against the Leaf Village first. As he strapped his right gauntlet on, he considered Kakashi's words, "Those who break the rules are called scum. But, those who don't take care of their friends are worse than scum." Naruto tightened his left gauntlet and began thinking of Haku, the boy who fought against him in Wave. He thought on his words, "A person is able to become strong when they wish to protect someone they cherish. You will become strong." Naruto thought, "It's my turn to protect something I love, my village. This village has seen its last day under Orochimaru's tyranny." Lastly, he strapped on his gray body armor and mask. He pulled over an orange trench coat and pulled on the hood. The orange-clad ninja walked through the door and turned to face the direction of the Leaf Village. Then, Naruto was gone. Kakashi looked at the monument and sighed. The black monument was there for those ninja who were killed in action. Quite a few names stood out on that monument. Sakura Haruno, Obito Uchiha, Minato Namikaze, Rin and Sarutobi. He sighed and said, "Geez, Sakura, I returned from my courier mission to Kumo, and Naruto has gone missing nin. After you left, Naruto and Sasuke just weren't the same." Sasuke closed up completely. Naruto's eyes became haunted and sorrowful. "I kept telling him it wasn't their fault. No, it was mine. Had I been 1 second faster, I could have stopped that ninja from piercing your heart with his katana. I was always late." Guy and Rock Lee appeared behind Kakashi. It was the anniversary of Sakura's death. In a cosmic irony, Sakura ended up married to Lee after he changed some of his habits, namely his hair and habit of wearing the green latex workout suit. Guy put his hand on the silver-haired ninja and said, "Kakashi, it has been a year since Sakura died. You need to come out of it. It is unyouthful, but I imagine you don't really want to hear that. Then come back because Sakura wouldn't want you to beat yourself up over this. Please, come out of retirement." Kakashi said disheartedly, "No Guy. It is my fault. I could have done more, but I didn't. I should have sensed a trap. I should have, but I didn't. I have no business leading other ninja into battle. It's about time for my retirement." Kakashi sighed. Suddenly, 2 Anbu appeared in front of the 3 Junin. The apparent leader said, "Sirs, I have orders from the Hokage. Uzumaki Taiko has been detected on the northern wall. Several ninja are already moving to intercept him. We suspect he's aiming for the Hokage." Kakashi's eyes widened, then narrowed. Guy nodded and they all moved from the spot, except Kakashi. He looked over his shoulder at the monument and said, "Sakura, please forgive me for what I may have to do." He disappeared after that short statement. Whatever his errant student did, he would probably have to stop it. An orange blur shot through the forest areas. Naruto was on the move and heading in the direction of the Hokage's tower at breakneck speed. He felt his sword to make sure it was in position, because he would probably need it any second. Sure enough, 2 fellow Anbu and a Chunin landed in his path. Naruto sped by them as if they were nothing. All 3 fell to the ground, victim to a blunt sword impact. He formed the familiar cross-fingered hand sign and whispered, "Kage Bunshin no Jutsu." 4 Narutos separated from the original and moved in various directions. The clones were there as distraction for any Junin who happened in his path. They would come to lead various portions of Konoha's ninja force on wild goose chases. One, however, was there for a special mission, to erase Orochimaru's face from the Hokage mountain. That one in particular would whip up the population into frenzy, especially those who remembered his pranking days. The real Naruto moved quietly, slowly and surely towards the Hokage's tower. His mission would be the most important of all. It took about 2 hours to make his way through the city and avoid the Hyuga's dangerous Byakugan. He somehow succeeded. Most of his clones were still leading the ninjas through the entire city. A couple were engaging in some serious combat with a few special Junin, namely Genma Shiranui, Aoba Yamashiro and Rado Namiyashi. The real Naruto, however, was unlucky to run into the taijutsu masters Rock Lee and Might Guy. Lee spoke up first, saying, "Naruto-kun, please turn yourself in. I'd rather not have to kill you, my friend. Your fires of youth burned so brightly at one time." Naruto cocked his head behind his fox mask. "Lee, you were, and still are one of my best friends. Please, step aside. I must kill that damned snake who resides in the Hokage's tower." "What has happened to you, my once youthful friend?" Lee looked downtrodden as he said this, almost wishing that things had stayed the way they used to be. "What if I told you that the Hokage had been lying to you? What if he was the one behind all the disappearances that have been plaguing the village for so many years?" Lee looked confused and looked to Guy. Naruto took that moment to act, trying to take Lee out of the fight before Naruto had to remove Lee by force. In the flash of a moment, however, Guy blocked Naruto's blunted edge attack. "Lee, don't let down your guard. He was a friend once, a youthful student of Kakashi's, but now he's turned rogue, and we must bring him down." Lee, surprised from the attack, jumped backwards. He looked to the ground and said, "I understand, Guy-sensei." His face came up with a determined look on his face. "Naruto-kun, I hope you can forgive me one day. Come." Lee's explosive speed made it appear that he teleported behind Naruto in the blink of an eye. Naruto brought his sword around, deflecting a double kick aimed at the upper part of his body. Guy joined in the onslaught. Naruto parried back and forth, deflecting blow after blow. Suddenly, Naruto felt a strong impact to his hip. He exploded into smoke, revealing a Kawarimi. In his mind, he realized, these two, if I keep fighting this way, they will overwhelm me in about 5 minutes. I have to stop this combined attack fast. The barrage became more dangerous, as Guy began opening gates. The intense chakra pressure built up fast. However, Lee paused for a fraction of a second to watch Guy. Naruto took the chance, and slammed the blunt side of the blade into Lee's neck, striking the pressure point perfectly. Lee dropped like a sack of potatoes. Guy redoubled the attack, using the incredible speed afforded by activating 6 celestial gates to batter Naruto into a corner. The attacks were missing, somehow, but Naruto couldn't handle the onslaught, not without hurting Guy at least. It was about the moment that Guy moved to perform the Morning Peacock special attack that Naruto thought, "Enough of this. Forgive me, Guy-senpai." Naruto drew on his massive chakra well. He channeled his wind chakra into his newest attack. Naruto used a quick instant movement technique he developed after watching Guy's training session. He turned after landing right behind Guy, slashing the tendons in the older ninja's arms and legs. Guy yelled in pain and fell to the ground. Guy said, "That move, what was it?" Naruto put his blade on his shoulder and said, "Futen, Kei's Shunpo. Guy-senpai, I was honored to be tutored by you for as short a time as I was. I developed that move in honor of your amazing speed. However, it does tend to wear on my muscles a bit, as I don't have the muscle strength both you and your student have there. Orochimaru may end up killing me in the end, but I'll do what I have to do for the sake of our village." Suddenly, there was the sound of birds chirping in the distance. Naruto could only assume that it was Kakashi. His midsection suddenly exploded, as his sensei's hand tore through Naruto's chest. Naruto coughed blood up and said, "Kakashi, you." Kakashi looked at his student with sad eyes. Suddenly, Naruto exploded into smoke, revealing a replaced wooden stump in Naruto's place. Kakashi sighed and said, "Wind flash step indeed. Ever since you asked me to not hold back in training, you've used that move to escape time and again. If it is combined with the replacement jutsu, properly used, it can move a target much further than a regular replacement. Using your wind chakra, you create a small region in space that has nothing in it, no air, no atoms, nothing. Then, using the speed honed by Guy, you seemingly disappear and reappear behind the opponent in the flash of a second. But you already knew this, Naruto." Naruto dropped from a nearby scaffold. Kakashi could almost sense the smile on Naruto's face. "That's right, sensei. Kind of dangerous to use Chidori so early in the fight, almost unfair." Kakashi's eyes expressed some happiness. "That's right. Now what is my errant student doing out here in the middle of Konoha? especially after he was marked as a missing ninja. Kakashi-sensei, I once had the goal to become the Hokage. Oh, does that mean your wishes have changed? Not at all, but the man currently in power has misused the position of Hokage. I've seen his lab, the reports he's written with his own hands, the experiments on the citizens of Konoha, everything. He's created a jutsu which gives him immortality at the cost of a single human life. His soul overtakes his target and becomes one with him or her. It happened with Itachi, and I suspect a similar fate overcame Sasuke. Kakashi looked at Naruto oddly. Naruto, I'm sorry, but I have to take you in. Sakura's death has apparently weighed on your soul far worse than it has on mine. Perhaps you can be rehabilitated and can rejoin as a ninja after a couple years. Naruto's eyes turned vicious. Kakashi-sensei, there can be no words now. All I see before me is a beaten old man who used to be the finest ninja in the world. I'd rather not have to do this, but I must for the sake of Konoha. Defend yourself. An hour later, Orochimaru looked out over the village. With Naruto-kun gone, this village will no longer challenge me, he said. Must you really come from the shadows, Kabuto? Ah, forgive me, Orochimaru-sama. I was finishing some research on the Nara. I figured it would be fitting if I came in such a manner. Kabuto's hand was on a rolled-up section of papers. Orochimaru chuckled. Look at it, Kabuto. The village fools will no longer have any reason to stand in my way after Naruto's eliminated. They are all such fools, don't you think? Kabuto chuckled and slowly approached Orochimaru. It would certainly seem that way. Orochimaru continued on his rant. Well, since that younger Uchiha brat was taken over, things have been progressing so nicely. Kabuto's hand accidentally twitched, crushing the papers under his fingers. Orochimaru turned and launched a hidden snake hand from his wrist at Kabuto. Kabuto ducked, pulled a sword out of nowhere and cut off the snake's head as it approached. Orochimaru chuckled. It's a pity you had to turn traitor on your Hokage, Kabuto, or should I say, Naruto-kun. The henge exploded into smoke, revealing an orange-cloaked Anbu with a fox mask. Orochimaru looked over the railing and said, if you're not fighting there, then who is that down there with Kakashi? It's a clone, you know, my speciality, you damn snake. Naruto wasted no time as he moved swiftly towards the Hokage. In his left hand, a wind blade formed. Orochimaru was shocked at the speed and failed to move out of the way. The attack enveloped the snake Sannin, and slammed him into the railing. As the damage cleared, the only thing remaining was some mud, which meant, Naruto thought, oh, crap. Shuriken peppered the rooftop. Naruto turned to where the assault came from and deflected away all the kunai with his blade in his right hand. Suddenly, the roof floor turned to quicksand as Orochimaru shouted out, Doden, Sabor Wana no Jutsu, Sand Trap Jutsu. As soon as Naruto was trapped up to his waist, Orochimaru returned the floor to a solid stone by releasing the jutsu and Naruto couldn't move his legs. Naruto fought to escape from the technique, but could not move. The snake suddenly rose from the floor, chuckling, Ku. Naruto, you honestly think you could defeat me? Even if you were an Anbu captain, not even Itachi, an Uchiha genius, could kill me. Orochimaru moved in close to gloat. However, as soon as he was within range, Naruto formed a ram seal with his hands. He shouted, Suiden, Bunshin Daibakuha. The clone detonated into water, spraying it in all directions. Orochimaru was covered in the watery substance. He tried to move, but discovered he couldn't. What is this? Naruto suddenly appeared in front of Orochimaru with his black Anbu sword extended. So much chakra was channeled into the blade that it became visible. Sharp wind chakra circled the blade, turning the black blade a bright light blue color. Naruto said, Mizuame Nabara Bunshin, syrup capture clone, extremely useful in the right situation. Now Orochimaru, you are caught in my trap. You will pay for killing Itachi, Sasuke, the Uchiha clan, and countless ninja in your pursuit of immortality. Orochimaru smirked and reached for his face. He pulled off his Orochimaru face, revealing Sasuke with his Sharingan activated, then kill me, but if you do, Sasuke dies as well. To Naruto, this was the worst thing Orochimaru could have done. Bright red chakra began circling Naruto and his blade. The two chakras on the blade merged, creating a deep purple color. Naruto's pupils became slanted and he said, Sasuke is already dead. I've read your research, and there is no hope of bringing back those souls you've overtaken. Enough words. Die Orochimaru. Naruto sprung at Orochimaru. Orochimaru's eyes shifted to a triple-bladed shuriken. At the same time, Naruto was stopped in his tracks by being attached to a tree. He looked behind him and realized immediately it was Genjutsu. He attempted to get free, but it was already too late. Orochimaru's dojutsu was sucking him into a miniature black hole that could not be seen. Naruto bit his lip in a last-ditch effort to escape the genjutsu and flee. The genjutsu faded, but Naruto sensed by the time his body could move, it would be too late. The nine-tailed chakra was absorbed fastest into the swirling black hole of chakra. Suddenly, a voice appeared that sent chills up his spine. Naruto. It was Kakashi, and there was the sound of 1,000 birds chirping. However, that was the last thing he heard before the world went black. Kakashi sprung at Orochimaru. He knew the whole time he was fighting a clone of Naruto. He gave Naruto his chance to kill Orochimaru, but then he failed. Kakashi fled from the fight with the clone to where Naruto really was the moment he sensed his Mangekyo Sharingan's technique. Kakashi saw Naruto just moments before he was sucked into the dojutsu technique. And Kakashi didn't even think about it. He slammed his lightning blade technique into Orochimaru's chest. Finally, to make sure Orochimaru stayed dead, he unleashed his newest assassination technique, Raiden, Hekiriki Bakuha no Jutsu, Thunder Explosion Technique. Lightning coursed through Orochimaru, boiling every cell in his body. In an instant, Orochimaru exploded with the sound of thunder ringing in the ears of everyone within a couple miles. He turned to where Naruto was just a second ago. However, all that remained was a small crater with trace amounts of the nine-tailed chakra. Kakashi fell to his knees and said quietly, "No, not again. Naruto, I failed you, just like I failed everyone else." Over the next couple of weeks, Kakashi watched as the mood in the village, though dark because one of their finest died protecting the village, grew lighter as the disappearances stopped. Apparently, Orochimaru really was behind the whole thing. However, the casualties due to the snake's crimes were tremendous. The other two Sannin were among those killed by Orochimaru. It also came to light that Minato Namikaze was murdered by the foe Hokage during their mission. So, the next one to take the mantle of Hokage was Kakashi Hitaki, who ruled Konoha with kindness and mercy for many years. The older ninja decided to finally come out of retirement in a form of repentance by completing Naruto's dream. However, he still visited the monument to the fallen heroes every day. 3 more names were added to the stone. Itachi Uchiha Sasuke Uchiha Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Thus, they were all heroes of Konoha for standing against one of the greatest threats to the peace. Orochimaru's face was also removed from the mountainside. Kakashi said, "If only I had been a second faster, Naruto." Darkness surrounded the young man who was laying in an opening in a large forest. It was not clear if he was even alive at this time. One gutsy vulture landed nearby and began pecking at the human carcass. Suddenly, there was a flash of light reflecting off a black blade as the bird was beheaded rather gruesomely. The young man's head shot up as he looked around. He reached up and touched his face, or at least he would have if the mask in its place didn't prevent him from doing so. The young man rose to his feet and pulled off the fox mask. Naruto Uzumaki looked around, confused as to where he was. What the heck? Wasn't I just, headache, wasn't I just fighting the snake Teme a few minutes ago? If so, then why am I in this forest? Wait, why does this forest look so familiar? Suddenly, he sensed the smell of blood a couple hundred meters away. He was still unsure as to what was going on, but he would still follow his ninja way to the end, and that meant helping whoever that was out there. He moved to where he could sense the blood. After traveling several meters into the forest, Naruto landed near a clearing where he saw a familiar ninja stand up, pull out a shuriken, and throw it at another familiar ninja. The second ninja, a silver-haired man, looked fully similar to Mizuki, a ninja teacher who broke the law and told Naruto about being Jinchuriki to the Kyuubi no Kitsune. The first looked like Iruka, another sensei of his who had died in one of Orochimaru's twisted experiments shortly after the graduation exam. Naruto watched as the Mizuki look-alike disappeared into the forest. Iruka look-alike also disappeared shortly afterwards. Naruto moved into the clearing and examined the blood left behind. Naruto's eyes widened. No way, it smells exactly like Iruka's blood. Over the years, Naruto's sense of smell had become more adept, and now he could even identify people by their smells. Naruto began thinking for a second, this is even weirder than before. Iruka's sensei disappeared shortly after the finals in the Chunin exam. His body turned up later outside the Forest of Death. I cried several times that week in mourning of my close friend. He tried to piece together what he was seeing and smelling, but came up with nothing. He suddenly felt like he was being watched and threw a kunai in the direction he sensed. The kunai flew through the clump of trees, but nothing came out. Naruto shrugged and then vanished from the spot, intent on capturing the lookalikes and finding out what was going on. In the Hokage Tower, the Sandaime Hokage was watching with interest at the presence of a new ninja he had never seen before. It appeared that the ninja wore a leaf headband and had blonde hair. However, he had not gotten a good look at his face. The image quickly shifted towards Iruka and Mizuki, who were discussing Naruto after Iruka caught up to Mizuki. Mizuki looked at Iruka with disgust. Naruto is just like me. Iruka looked confused and said, just like you? Anything is possible with that scroll. There's no way that Naruto, that monster fox, won't use its powers. Yeah, you're right. The younger Naruto dropped head in anger, so it's true. Iruka-sensei doesn't recognize me as me. If he was a monster fox. But Naruto is different. He's an excellent student that I recognize. He's hardworking, earnest, clumsy, and no one recognizes him. He knows the pain of others. He's not a monster fox. He's Naruto Uzumaki of the Hidden Leaf Village. Mizuki scoffed at Iruka, but Naruto just cried. I'm going to start calling the Anbu Naruto, Namikaze Naruto, to make things easier to understand. Suddenly, Namikaze appeared just a couple feet away in a clump of bushes. He was prepared to make a move at any moment. Iruka, I said I would kill you later, but I take that back. He unstrapped the shuriken and began spinning it with his fingers. Die. Namikaze stepped forward towards the edge of the brush, preparing to stop the attack. But the sight of what happened next stopped the Anbu in his steps. Naruto leapt out from where he was hiding and slammed his knee into Mizuki's face. Iruka looked surprised. Naruto. Mizuki slid on the dirt-filled ground several feet away. The shuriken flew out of hand and cut through the trees. The older ninja pulled himself up slowly and looked at the orange-wearing student. Damn you. Don't lay a finger on Iruka-sensei. I'll kill you if you do. Namikaze watched, himself. It was unbelievable. He thought, this must be Genjutsu. Kai. He attempted to dispel whatever Genjutsu he had to be caught in. Then, he bit his lip harder than when he faced Orochimaru. Blood streamed down his mouth into his lap. But it didn't make any difference. The scene remained before him. Mizuki shouted, talk while you can, brat. I'll beat a kid like you in a flash. Try, jerk. I'll do 1,000 times more damage back to you. Why don't you try it if you can, monster fox? Naruto formed a familiar cross-hand sign and said, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Smoke filled the entire forest. Suddenly, Namikaze had an idea. He hanged quickly and joined the Narutos. Narutos all over shouted that Mizuki should come at them. Namikaze joined in and said, yeah, come on Mizuki Teme, come get me, idiot. They all rushed him en masse. After a few minutes, it was all over. Mizuki was totally and completely unconscious. Naruto dispelled all the clones and Namikaze had vanished into a brush nearby Mizuki. In a second, he would grab the traitor and make a break for it. He had plans for Mizuki. Sandaime watched for a few minutes longer before reporting that Naruto and Iruka would be returning soon to Konoha. However, his mind was troubled. He would have to order some Anbu to begin looking for this unidentified ninja who helped Naruto and Iruka. Elsewhere, Namikaze had subtly switched out Mizuki for a shadow clone of his. The man dragged the traitor to a nearby clearing away from Iruka and Naruto. Meanwhile, 4 other clones had set up in a square formation. The moment Namikaze entered the clearing, all 4 activated the Sound Force jutsu Orochimaru had taught him personally. Even though he hated Orochimaru, the man was a genius in creating techniques. Namikaze dropped the traitorous Chunin and sat down. It was about an hour later that the traitor awoke in shock. He looked around, noting the 4 shadow clones and the 5th, who was probably the original. The man dressed in an orange cloak and fox mask was sharpening a kunai absent-mindedly. Mizuki turned to run when Namikaze suddenly spoke up, don't even think about it. If you touch that barrier, you will catch fire and burn to ashes in less than a second. Mizuki stopped and turned around. He was apparently too frightened of what might happen next. Namikaze suddenly stopped sharpening the kunai. He slowly put it in his pocket and turned his head to the Chunin traitor. Mizuki blinked. In the time he blinked, Namikaze was suddenly right next to him, slamming Mizuki's face first into the ground. He ground Mizuki's face into the dirt for 10 seconds and then threw him to the center of the barrier head first. A second later, the Anbu was right next to him again and he looked furious. Namikaze said, okay, who the hell are you? What the hell is going on? Mizuki backed away from Namikaze in fear and said, what are you talking about? Are you insane? I'm Mizuki, from the village Konoha. He was cut off from there with a punch from the side, sending him once again towards the barrier. He stopped several feet short. Namikaze continued, don't play dumb with me. I know exactly who you claim to be. You are Mizuki, a former teacher of Konohagakure until you attempted to betray and leave the village. You spent a year in prison, after which you escaped and attempted to flee Konoha again. I should know, because I killed you on that day. You are nothing but an imposter. Now, I will ask you again. Who the hell are you? Mizuki's body begged him to flee. Whoever this Anbu was, he was insane, and Mizuki would rather take his chances with Konoha's justice system over dying by this maniac's hand. Apparently, he forgot whatever session he might have to handle with Ibiki. Namikaze must have sensed Mizuki's thoughts of fleeing, because he moved swiftly, grabbed the traitor by the throat and picked him up. He slowly felt the life drain away as his left hand slowly but surely suffocated him to the point of near death. However, it was at that moment that several Konoha Anbu moved into the clearing, attempting to get through the barrier and capture him. The barrier fell rapidly to prevent any further casualties on the part of Konoha. Namikaze himself fled into the forest while being chased by several Anbu. The young Anbu looked ahead and smirked. He blew through a narrow clearing where about 5 clones were hidden. After he was past, all 5 exploded, releasing an extremely sticky water substance into the air. The water clung to all the Anbu and trapped them when they landed. Namikaze knew that it would take over an hour for them to escape, and by then he would be long gone. 10 minutes later, he had vanished into the mass of Konoha's populace. 1 hour ago, Torture and Interrogation HQ, Konoha Namikaze's clone appeared to awake in an interrogation chamber. In front of him, there stood a man in a black trench coat. Namikaze sighed as he remembered his old friend, Ibiki Morino. Ibiki smirked at the sight of who he would be interrogating, Mizuki, who had turned traitor on Konoha. He would earn his paycheck tonight. Ibiki began subtly, "Let us begin." As soon as he said that, a powerful light illuminated the face of Mizuki. Namikaze didn't even blink. His smirk rose as he observed the interrogation room. The single light in front of him prevented him from seeing who was actually in the room. Ibiki moved inside and outside the light, appearing and disappearing like a phantom out of children's nightmares. He swore there was the sound of metal being sharpened outside, which was slightly disconcerting. There was even the sound of a sharp protrusion device he knew very well from his stint in the torture and interrogation department. Ibiki was good, and Namikaze knew it. However, the ninja that rested in chains was merely a shadow clone. Ibiki continued, "You will be charged with assault of a fellow ninja of Konoha, attempted murder of said ninja, and breaking an S-class law. Such a punishment is punishable with death, but if you work with us, we will shorten that sentence to 20 years hard labor." Namikaze relaxed and said, Ibiki, I'm disappointed in you. You haven't figured it out yet." Ibiki narrowed his eyes at the younger man. Then, his eyes went wide. Namikaze's smirk became a grin. "Now you're getting it. You can see through the disguise." Mizuki exploded into smoke, revealing an orange-clad Anbu ninja with a fox mask. The Anbu yawned and said, "Your skills are getting lax, Ibiki." The torture and interrogations head smirked. "So, instead of Mizuki, we have an Anbu-class unknown ninja in the company of some of the finest interrogators in the world. Care to explain why you've gotten so careless, ninja?" Namikaze said, "I'm disappointed again, Ibiki. Don't know when you're talking to a shadow clone." Ibiki jumped backwards, expecting a Bunshin Debakuha, clone detonation. Nothing happened. The clone said, "If I wanted you dead, I would have killed you upon my arrival, Ibiki. Now, I have a question for you, senpai. Don't you recognize me?" Ibiki looked the ninja over from head to foot. While he did that, he also pondered, "I'm starting to lose control of the situation. Better to take back control before I lose it completely." Ibiki smirked and said, "I don't need to know you. I'm sure our Anbu are on the original's trail right now. There will be no more questions from you, as I'm the ones asking the questions. We'll find out just who you are in time. For now, what have you done with Mizuki, punk?" Ibiki slammed his palms on the table to impose some psychological stress in the target. "I can't say Ibiki, as he is not in my possession at the moment. I'm sure my counterpart is dealing with him right now as we speak. I'd imagine the real me is interrogating him right now, trying to discover what's going on. But let's cut to the truth, he's not the real Mizuki." Ibiki was taken aback at this statement. "What do you mean?" Namikaze smirked again. "I should know if he was the real Mizuki or not. He's been dead for over 10 years. Ibiki began masking his emotions. "Mizuki died. When and how, and why would you know if he was or wasn't the real Mizuki?" "Mizuki died when he attempted to flee from prison about 10 years ago. I should know because I killed him that day." Ibiki was unsure how to take this man. Clearly he is delusional. "How about I dispel you and you can bring in Mizuki? I'm sure there will be mercy for your actions, and the actions of impersonating an Anbu captain." Namikaze's eyes went wide in fury. "What the hell are you talking about? I am an Anbu captain. I even worked under you for a time at the torture and interrogations building. This building, you idiot." The Anbu pulled off his mask, revealing what appeared to be the face of Minato Namikaze. Ibiki gasped and said, It can't be. Yondaime-sama. Naruto Namikaze looked confused at the man. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, you idiot. I'm not, and have never been the Hokage. Let alone that bastard snake. I'll kill him and free Konoha from his reign of terror. You better believe me. He dropped his head in shame at this sad fact. Ibiki was, well, he didn't know what to make of this. Naruto was sitting in his office, swearing to kill the Yondaime Hokage. It had to be a prank. Ibiki snapped his fingers. 2 Anbu appeared at his feet and said, Bring me Naruto Uzumaki. The 2 ninja disappeared. Namikaze sighed in frustration and said, Look, you idiot of a commander. I am Naruto Uzumaki, Anbu captain and right-hand man of the Yondaime Hokage. Believe me, that position is not one to be proud of. Next time I see that traitorous Hokage, I'll kill him. Ibiki's left eye twitched in irritation. He had never interrogated a more annoying brat. The confusion was starting to get to him, so he decided to correct, Naruto, you realize that the Yondaime is dead? Namikaze perked up at this. Are you serious? He almost looked happy or excited. Ibiki closed his eyes and sighed. Yondaime-sama died killing the Kyuubi. Namikaze reached for his stomach region. He said, That isn't true and you know it, Ibiki. The Sandame died sealing the Kyuubi into me, unfortunately. Suddenly, an old, wise voice broke through the dark. Oh? Is that so? Then, I must be a ghost. Namikaze turned to where the shadows were deepest. The man slowly crept out from the shadows. The Anbu captain tensed as he recognized the Hokage robes. However, the face and skin color was that of an old man with white hair. He chuckled slightly to himself and put a brown pipe in his mouth. Namikaze's eyes went wide. There's no way on earth. Oh, of course. You're just a henge. Wait, no, there's no way that's true either. Ibiki would never stand for it. But how can this be? He attempted to pull himself out of the chair and kneel before one of the legendary Hokages of old but realized quickly that he was still tied up. He said, Very well, Ibiki. I'll answer whatever questions I can, but I may know only what you know right now. Namikaze knew Ibiki was Ibiki, because he was a close friend in Namikaze's Konoha. Also, Genjutsu was ruled out, because one could not use Genjutsu on a shadow clone. Ibiki's shoulders dropped a bit, showing his relief that he could begin at last. State your name, age and village affiliation. Naruto Uzumaki, age 21. I am an Anbu captain of Konohagakure. Ibiki frowned but said, Very well. For how long have you been an Anbu captain? Namikaze thought about it for a second, then said, 5 years, until warrants for my arrest were issued by the living Yondaime. Ibiki suddenly had an idea. All right. Who is the Yondaime Hokage according to you? The Yondaime Hokage is Orochimaru Teme. Ibiki paled at this declaration and the Sandame's eyes went wide. Suddenly, the 2 Anbu reappeared in the interrogation room flanking the young Naruto Uzumaki. Namikaze blinked at the appearance of Naruto and said, Are you, me? Naruto looked at the Anbu captain and said, Who is this stupid-looking guy? Namikaze's speculating eyes turned to outright glares. You brat. When they untie me, I'll show you stupid-looking. I bet you haven't even created a simple bunshin yet. Naruto returned the glare. Just because I haven't created the simple bunshin doesn't mean I haven't created a bunshin yet. I just finished learning the shadow clone jutsu and using it on Mizuki. One day, I'll become Hokage and make you look up to me, you bastard. You, become Hokage? Oh, ho ho ho, don't make me laugh, brat. If the Hokage wasn't here, I'd knock you out in a second. You'd have to be able to beat me before you can become Hokage. Naruto formed a familiar hand sign. The Hokage recognized it and said, Naruto, don't do, it never made it out in time. Okiri no Jutsu, sexy jutsu. 2 perverted screams escaped the soundproof walls of the torture and interrogation building. Ibiki looked at the Hokage as he lay on his back, twitching nose bleeding. He sighed then looked to Namikaze. However, Namikaze wasn't there. There was some smoke that lingered from the accidental dispel when Namikaze's nose bled. Anko Mitarashi, special Junin of Konohagakure and assistant of Ibiki Morino, was mad. No, scratch that, the woman was downright furious. She had been under assignment by the Hokage to bring in the strange Anbu who had infiltrated the village from who knows where. She'd been searching for days now. The problem wasn't that she couldn't find the bastard. No, that was the easy part. She found him every day, because one of his damn clones shadowed her at all times. Now, she was throwing several kunai at a target dummy to let off some steam as there was no real point capturing a clone. A condescending voice came from an overhead tree. Anko-san, I'm disappointed. Your kunai was off by 3 centimeters. If you miss in the slightest, your target may get another chance to return the favor. The hair on the back of her neck rose. Now, he was mocking her throwing technique. The Namikaze clone snickered at his old partner's fury. The original Namikaze was out gathering information on his current predicament, and he thought Anko might be a fantastic source to get some information out of. So, he sent the first clone to find her. However, the clone was dispelled within seconds of finding its target. So, he sent another one which she did not dispel so readily. They verbally dueled it out. Flashback. Anko licked her kunai and said, "I look forward to having a taste of your blood when we meet face to face." Namikaze sighed and put his hands behind his head. "You know, there are better ways of asking for a date. Maybe we can get some sake together. I know a good bar in town." "Sorry brat, but I'm not that interested in sharing a drink with someone I may have to kill. Policy and all." "Does your policy include wearing such a skimpy outfit? You have absolutely no dignity, snake woman." "Bah, you are just stunned by the sight of my awesome figure. Most men would beg for me to spend even one night with them." "Yes, and most of these men probably have a death wish." She hesitated with a reply and Namikaze smirked. Her smile turned feral as she slashed the clone with her kunai. After the smoke cleared, she screamed in fury, loud enough to be heard several hundred meters away in a dark alley. A cat perked up and jumped out of the can. It exploded into smoke, and there stood the real Namikaze. He thought, "As fun as always Anko, I'll be seeing you around." End flashback. Anko took aim at the clone. The clone sighed and said, "Look, this is starting to get tiresome. No matter how many of me you kill, I'll always send another. Besides, it's too much fun to stop doing this." Namikaze looked up towards the village. Anko sighed and said, "You know, brat, you should really turn yourself into the Hokage. You haven't made a violent move towards me or any other Konoha shinobi. If you ask for asylum, you'll probably get it." Namikaze replied, "When I'm good and ready, I'll ask for that asylum, but for now I need answers to certain questions. Are you finally ready to answer them? Or do you want to throw more kunai in my general direction?" Anko sighed and said, "Fine, but under two conditions. First, I'll only answer questions that will not compromise the security of the village. Second, I need answers before you ask." Namikaze nodded and Anko began, "Who are you really?" "Gah, you've got to be kidding me. I've already answered that. I'm Naruto Uzumaki woman." "Fine, Naruto, tell me why there are two Narutos in the village." Namikaze looked speculative. "Well, I'm not sure. It seems that I might have come from an alternate universe, world, or something like that. In mine, the main difference occurred when Orochimaru became the fourth Hokage." The lights in the Namikaze suddenly went on. "Wait, if Orochimaru isn't Hokage, then where is he now?" "I'm not sure I believe that," Anko replied. Namikaze didn't see it, but her eyes narrowed just a bit. She turned on the spot and threw 3 shuriken at extremely high velocities. The 3 drilled through the neck region of the target, cutting the dummy's head off. "Believe what you want. Ooh, much better, Klutz. Looks like you're finally figuring out how to really throw those babies." Anko growled, "Don't test me, next time it will be your head." "Do you have any more questions, or can I ask mine?" Anko said, "If you are from another Konoha, then what am I like there?" "I'd have to say, exactly the same as you, except loyal to the snake bastard. Hey, hey." Anko jumped into the tree and tried to shove him out, hoping for him to crush his skull in an accidental death. However, Namikaze was slightly faster. He leapt backwards towards another tree. His feet were ready with focused chakra as he attached himself to the trunk. "Are you out of your mind? Geez, you're not like her, and besides, you are still completely loyal to Konoha. Think about it, would you have hated Orochimaru if he didn't leave the village?" Anko jerked her head to the side. "Shay, he betrayed the village and me. I'm going to kill him one day." Namikaze said, "Sure. Would you like help?" She was quiet for a second, and then said, "I don't need help from ninja I hardly even know. Get lost brat." "No, I don't think so." Namikaze leapt forward from the trunk and landed on the tree. Anko had already jumped to ground and started collecting her kunai and shuriken. Namikaze crouched on the branch and said, "Well, I think it's my turn to ask questions." He was cut off as a kunai slammed into the back of his head. The last thing the clone thought as it dispelled was, "She's more skilled than my Anko." Elsewhere, a child and his mother were walking along together when suddenly they both stopped. They looked into each other's eye with a wary look and then continued on. As soon as they came across an empty alleyway, the two walked into it and burst into smoke. Suddenly, only one stood wearing an orange shirt, a red coat and a Konoha forehead protector that he bought in the village. On his back, his black short sword rested, attached to his coat. He said, "Damn that Anko. I need those answers." His hands went into the familiar cross-shaped hand sign when his danger senses went ballistic. He jumped forward, attaching his feet to the wall and running like the wind up to the top. He sprung over it and continued running. There was no change in air currents, no out-of-place smells or sounds, and no massive changes in chakra in the nearby vicinity, but he could still sense his life was in supreme danger if he didn't move and move fast. He flipped backwards over a mid-sized building, right into a larger building. He climbed to the top of the roof and backflipped, hoping to throw off whoever or whatever he was running from. Suddenly, his danger senses screamed. A kunai slid out of his sleeve. He threw it at a building 20 feet into the distance. It slammed into it 1 second later. Namikaze's body suddenly stopped responding. He thought, "I know this jutsu." His eyes turned to his backside, which confirmed his theory. Suddenly, a wire attached to a wrist guard on one end and tied to the kunai on the other, reeled him rapidly towards the building. He broke free from the jutsu and dove into another alleyway. He landed softly and said, "All right, come out. I know you can hear me, Shikaku Nara." Nothing seemed to happen. Then a dark-haired man sporting several serious-looking gash scars on his face grew out of the shadows. "Huh, looks like it's a troublesome opponent. My shadow can only extend so far, so you broke the connection by pulling yourself to a faraway building. Not bad, brat. But I'm still much more skilled than you are." Namikaze frowned. Shikaku Nara, at least in his own world, was an S-class ninja. He was known for his signature move, which apparently still applied in this universe. As long as one of his opponents were in the shadows, and he was within the same shadow, he could teleport anywhere within the shadow region. He used it during the Sunakusa Konoha War to wipe out several of the enemies, very similar to Konoha's yellow flash technique, but much slower. It was one of the most well-kept Nara secrets. To show it to Namikaze only meant one thing: Shikaku was seeking his death. Shikaku began things off. The Nara's shadow extended towards the Anbu captain at a remarkable pace. Namikaze, however, was faster. He leapt backwards several times, first to the back of the alleyway, then up the wall. However, the air pressure changed, pressing downwards. It signified that something really big was above him. Naruto jumped to the wall of the alleyway and began running on its side. A massive crash could be heard where he was just a few milliseconds ago. Suddenly, another shadow tendril extended from the original shadow. Namikaze thought, Shikaku Nara, S-class ninja indeed. His specialty: maneuver his opponents right into a place where he can be killed. The only way to defeat him is, do something he wouldn't expect me to do. The tendril shot along the wall, poised to capture the blonde-haired son of the Yondaime Hokage. Namikaze formed a quick cross-shaped hand sign and 2 shadow clones formed in front of and to his side. The tendrils attached to the clones' shadows and Namikaze sped by them. Nara growled a bit. The troublesome Anbu had escaped his first trap. However, there were still other traps along the way. He thought, hey, so he knew I was maneuvering him to the top of the building, right in line of sight of Inoichi. This brat is good. He formed a different hand sign than the one he used for Kagemain no Jutsu, Shadow Imitation Jutsu. From the orange Anbu's own shadow, a black shadow spike skewered both shadow clones. They burst into smoke. Shuza Akamichi emerged from the deep crater that formed in the alley. His meat tank had missed, but Shikaku knew that would probably happen. The Nara clan leader disappeared in pursuit of the blonde-haired shinobi. Elsewhere, Namikaze was sprinting in the twilight morning hours, seeking to get away. He fled alongside the walls of the houses, carefully avoiding all windows and the rooftops. Anbu constantly patrolled them, so he had to stick to the shadows. The thing is, Shikaku is in virtually every shadow during the morning hours. If Namikaze could last for a couple hours or make it to an open field, he might have a chance. Behind Namikaze, there was a tendril of black shadows chasing him. Suddenly, it sprang forward and pierced the ninja. Namikaze transformed into a log, revealing a Kawarimi replacement. The blonde-haired shinobi landed on the roof. He said, "Screw it, I'm going to have to take a chance." The black tendril followed Namikaze. He smirked and activated a Taju Cage Bunshin. About 10 Namikazes fled in all directions. 2 threw wire-attached kunai, hoping to flee to another building. However, Shikaku activated another special jutsu of his. The tendril of black rose from the ground like a tree, and then it spiked in 10 directions. All the clones exploded into smoke immediately upon being pierced, except one. Shikaku grew out of the shadow tendril and said, "Ah, you could have just turned yourself into the Hokage. Why did you have to be so troublesome about it?" Namikaze coughed and said, "Because I have to find some answers before I can go back. However, I'll clue you into something." Shikaku said, "No need. I already know you're not really Naruto." The final clone exploded into smoke, and the chase continued. He sped after another Namikaze who ran down the streets. However, several meters in the distance, a kunai still attached to the side of the building exploded, revealing the real Namikaze. He sighed and said, "That was difficult. I thought my goose was cooked." He dropped from the building side and landed silently in the middle of a busy street. In less than a second, he was disguised as just another passing merchant who entered and exited the village every day. Minutes later, the city became crowded. He walked to the nearest hotel and ordered a room for the night. It was dusk when Shikaku Nara gave up chasing down Namikaze. He grunted as he sat down at the bar. A Namikaze clone sat down next to him. It shouted in a cheery voice, "Hey old man, get a bottle of your finest sake for me and my friend here." Namikaze slammed his hand on the older ninja's shoulder. Shikaku said, "Troublesome. I hope you wouldn't mind me holding the sake, as I don't want you getting any ideas while I drink." The young Anbu shrugged and Nara grabbed the bottle and poured a couple small bowl cups of sake. He gulped down the first two and then set down the bottle. A bit of color appeared on Shikaku's cheeks. He said, "Damn, that's good stuff. Tell me kid, do you play shugi?" Namikaze poured himself a smaller cup of the alcoholic beverage. He wanted to save as much sake as possible. "Yeah," he said, "I played with Shikamaru back home." Truly, he was one of the most skilled opponents in the village. He took a sip of the alcohol. It burned as it slid its way down his throat. "On occasion, I even played you. The you from the other world was several times better than Shikamaru. It was scary." Shikaku's mouth twitched into a faint smile. "Hey, did Shikamaru become a great ninja in your world?" Namikaze gave the big teethy grin that Shikaku had only seen on the younger Naruto. For a second, Shikaku could almost believe that this was Naruto from another world. Namikaze said, "Shikamaru turned into an amazing ninja. He and Asuma were." He stopped when Asuma's name came to mind for a second. The younger ninja's smile dropped a bit and turned into a sad sort of grin. He poured a larger bowl of sake and gulped it all down. He remembered Asuma, who was killed by Hidan, when protecting Shikamaru and the rest of his team. The clone said, "Those two were known as the dual twin blades of Konoha. Shikamaru captured his opponents using unbreakable strategy and his shadow jutsus. Asuma was the follow-up, usually killing the target or holding off the enemy's companions. They both owned trench knives. Shikamaru's were a gift from Asuma who had another set made." He poured another bowl and gulped it down again. However, an S-class ninja by the name of Hidan murdered Asuma. Namikaze's vision started blurring as the sake began taking effect. But Shikamaru obliterated Hidan, the next time they met. Shikaku took another long sip of sake. Namikaze followed suit and said, "Then, Binjo books changed. Shika was Rina renamed, the twin blade of Konoha, until he vanished due to your sensei." He paused for a long time as he pointed at a surprised Anko. Her hand was at his throat with a kunai faster than the eye could blink. It wasn't held tight against his throat, mainly because she suspected it was another clone of Namikaze and wanted to say something to him. "Listen here you blonde-haired bastard, I reject everything my sensei ever did. If I see him again, I will kill him. On another note, give yourself up. The Hokage here is pretty lenient." Namikaze seemed to sober up with a knife at his throat. He said, "Hopefully, he's more merciful than you. You'd kill first and ask questions as they bleed dry." Anko smirked and rose to the bait. "Yes. I hope to get to do that when we meet firsthand. It might satisfy some of my deeper longings in life." Namikaze raised his eyebrow. "And that would be your desire to get a date?" Anko's head snapped back towards the vocal brat. She saturated the bar with a suffocating amount of killer intent. "No. My desire to rid the world of obnoxious brats, even those of Anbu class." The clone shrugged and said, "Well, at least you know I both outrank and outclass you, my dear drunken snake. You should talk about being drunk, brat. That's some of the strongest sake I've ever smelled. I'd even bet you couldn't stand right now." "Of course I can stand." Anko picked up the clone off the stool and set him on his feet. The moment she let go, he crumbled like a house of cards and slammed into the ground. Shikaku chuckled and took another drink. Anko smirked at the crumpled mess of a man in front of her. Namikaze twisted his head to face Anko and muttered, "Shut up Teme." She bent over into his face and said, "You want me to introduce you to a couple friends of mine? I'd gladly do it, after all the grief you've given me over the last few days." Two snakes slithered out of her trenchcoat sleeves towards the slightly younger ninja. They hissed and encircled the Namikaze. He smirked and said, "You forget two very important things, my dear Anko. First, I am merely a clone, and killing me would be pointless. I would just send another, like I have been all week. Anko's smile turned cute. Namikaze shivered visibly, because when she looked sweet, cute or innocent, it would only cause him or someone nearby serious pain. Anko replied, "Ah, but the shadow clone sends back all of the memories of what just happened. If I caused you excruciating pain, the real you would remember the pain. I would think that's enough, don't you? Anyway, what's the second detail?" She was cut off as Namikaze's hand, now holding a wet senbon needle, pierced her leg. She reached down to pull out the senbon, but her hand suddenly stopped and started twitching uncontrollably. Namikaze smirked and said, "Second, I am a former Anbu captain of Konoha. That senbon was saturated in a special concoction of a close friend of mine." The image of an older Ino Yamanaka passed in front of his eyes. He continued, "First, your mind stops sending signals to your hands or feet within 2 seconds of administration. For your hand to twitch at all is nothing short of impressive." The two snakes encircling and hissing at Namikaze exploded into smoke. He said, "Second, all active chakra usage is cut off. Finally, your body shuts down and you go to sleep for, 8 hours or so." As he said this, Anko fell over, landing on top of Namikaze. Shikaku grunted and muttered something that sounded an awful lot like, "troublesome." Namikaze smirked, then realized several people had gathered and were watching the whole spectacle. The bartender was smirking while pouring some whiskey for another ninja. He started blushing because Anko had landed in a rather awkward position on top. He shouted, "Would someone please get this psycho off me?" Elsewhere, the real Namikaze was slowly gathering information around town. He figured out that, at least in this world, there were several major differences. Chief among them being Orochimaru was an S-class missing ninja. This exact date coincided with the night before the team's placements. He sighed as he remembered his teammates. There was Sakura Haruno, his childhood crush. Perhaps things would be different this time around, and Sakura would fall for the younger him. There was also Sasuke, who was seeking his family's killer, Orochimaru. Of course, Sasuke didn't know Itachi had become Orochimaru's new body. He would seek out Sasuke to train at a later time. For now, while he was still fleeing Konoha Shinobi, it wouldn't be possible. Next, he would need to deal with the Suna and Kusa invasions of Konoha during his first Chunin exam. There were other major village battles, but this was the first and most devastating. They had lost several Konoha ninja to repel the attacks of 2 Kages and their trump, Gaara. Taking out Kusa would be easy. All he had to do was eliminate the infiltration Kusa team, that creepy female Junin who was the advanced scout. In his original timeline, she took Namikaze's scroll and left Team 7 all to die. If it wasn't for Kabuto. He shivered at Orochimaru's right-hand man. The 3 of them might have died. Sasuke fought and killed her in the finals before taking on Gaara. Finally, he needed to out Akatsuki before things got way out of hand. He remembered Hidan and Kakuzo's assassination of Asuma and Ino. Asuma died due to Hidan's Jashin technique, and Ino had her heart ripped out by Kakuzo. It was a horrible day for Shikamaru. He lost one of his best friends and his mentor, brother figure. Pain came close to wiping out Konoha. If it hadn't been for Naruto's arrival due to the messenger frog arriving when it did, Pain would have utterly destroyed the city in one attack. It would take planning, but he had plenty of time and nowhere to go. He could not go back to his Konoha. They'd kill him upon his arrival. He suddenly stopped in the middle of the street. He went down into a dark alley where no one would see him, and started crying, the first time in years. He cried for his home, which he would never see again. Namikaze leapt over the rooftops, disguised as Azumo Kamizuki, a close Chunin friend of his. He wanted to watch the Genin teams being formed. Mainly, it was nostalgic, and it only happens once in a person's life. He would be lucky to see himself a second time. He landed right at the entrance to the academy doors. There was a lot of noise coming from the inside. A couple instructors were coming and going, talking amongst themselves and enjoying their lives. Namikaze gave a sad smile at the halcyon days of his life, when there was no Akatsuki, or Orochimaru for that matter, to spoil your day with the threat of impending destruction, from the outside or in. A couple Chunin waved at Namikaze, and he waved back. He slowly walked through the doorway, and made his way to the old classroom. Sure enough, the classroom of his past was still there. However, there was no one inside. Namikaze thought, "Am I early?" No, it was roughly this time that I met with my team. Besides, Team 7 would still be present. Kakashi was always late, always. Wait, let's try a different room. He checked every classroom until he came to the right one. He walked inside, where he saw some very familiar faces. First among them was Iruka Amino. He walked to the front of the classroom and said, "Yo, Iruka, mind if I sit in on this class?" Iruka shook his head and said, "No, not at all." Namikaze pulled up a chair and sat just behind Iruka. There, he scanned the faces of his former classmates. Some, he recognized. Others he didn't. Iruka began, starting with the Team 1. He only paid attention to those whose name he recognized and the leaders of each group. Team 1 Leader. Inoichi Yamanaka. Team 2 Leader. Genma Shiranumi. Team 3 Leader. Rado Namiyashi. Team 4 Leader. Sume Inuzuka. Namikaze flinched at her name in particular. She scared him worse than Anko did. Team 5 Leader. Aoba Yamashiro. Team 6 Leader. Shoza Akamichi. None of the names up to this point, besides the team leaders, stood out, though he did hear a Sarutobi mentioned and maybe an Amino, probably related to Iruka somehow. Team 7. Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura Haruno, Sasuke Uchiha. Team 7 Leader. Kakashi Hitaki. Namikaze watched in amusement at his younger self's antics going from ecstatic to depressed in a matter of seconds. Team 8. Hinata Hyuga, Shino Aburame, Kiba Inuzuka. Team 8 Leader. Kurenai Yuhi. Namikaze noted the presence of an Inuzuka. Kiba was his name, right? Then where is Rin Inuzuka? In his world, there was no Kiba, but there was a Rin Inuzuka. They were good friends for a while. Then, they grew apart after Hinata and Namikaze started dating. There was already a Team 9, and they had yet to make Chunin, so Iruka jumped right to Team 10. Team 10. Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, Chogi Akamichi. Team 10 Leader. Asuma Sarutobi. Namikaze took special interest in Asuma's team. Ino looked like she was about to break down after being assigned the same team as Shikamaru and Chogi. He chuckled at that. Perhaps he could help things out a bit in her team as well. After all, Ino did introduce him to the world of poisoned weapons in his world. Perhaps he could return the favor in this one. Suddenly, the 11-year-old Naruto lost control of his mouth. Iruka-sensei. Why is a top-notch ninja like me in a group with this bastard? Sakura turned his head to glare at the loudmouth ninja. She didn't want anyone ruining her chances to being on Sasuke's team. Namikaze's sweat dropped and thought, well, there goes his chances of marrying Sakura. Iruka just looked slightly annoyed and said patiently, Sasuke graduated with the highest scores. And you, Naruto, had the lowest scores. As Iruka ended his brief lecture, a kunai flew out from the corner of the room. It grazed the side of Naruto's cheek and slammed into the desk behind him. Naruto flinched and grabbed at the now bloody cheek. The girl behind Naruto had already used a kawarimi to replace herself with a wooden post. Everyone now turned to face Izumi, Namikaze. He chuckled and said, please forgive me. My hand slipped. Naruto raised his fist at the older ninja and shouted, what are you talking about? That was no slip, Teme. Let's go, right now. Namikaze's voice suddenly appeared in Naruto's ear. The loudmouth ninjas are usually the first to die on the field of battle. They draw the most attention, and that can your life. Ninjas are to be stealthy. Remember that, brat. Naruto stood absolutely still. Namikaze was releasing a decent amount of killer intent. Naruto nodded, with a bead of sweat rolling down his forehead. Namikaze hesitated for a second and then whispered, teamwork is the key. Naruto's eyes widened at the odd, random statement. Namikaze stopped projecting killer intent and said in a speaking tone, think about what I said. Once again, Naruto nodded, but slowly this time. Iruka said, Izumi, stop trying to scare Naruto. Honestly, have you been spending too much time around Anko lately? Namikaze gave a rueful grin as he walked back to his position. He said, yeah, I probably have. Should stop that, hazardous to my health and all. Iruka coughed into his hand and said, anyway, your Junin senseis will be here after lunch to meet you. Good luck, all of you. Meanwhile in the Hokage's chamber, all the Junin were muttering amongst themselves. Sarutobi said, what is Izumi doing there? Wasn't he supposed to be on a mission to Kumo, escorting a daimyo with Katetsu? Kakashi said with disinterest, then who's that in the room? Sarutobi gave the signal, sending all ninja in the tower after the intruder. Namikaze shivered uncontrollably. Iruka looked across the table at the hanged ninja. The teacher swallowed some curry he was eating and said, hey, you alright? Namikaze looked around, then relaxed, yeah, I just got a really nasty feeling right now, like someone was coming to kill me. He shrugged and thought, probably Anko. After all, I shivered just before she's about to kill my clones, so why not now? Maybe she just woke up. Suddenly, Ebisu appeared out of nowhere. He was wearing a black outfit he remembered from the time Namikaze, Naruto knocked him out using his harem no jutsu. He had run into the ninja, literally, shortly before the team placements. Ebisu had insulted him and claimed he would be nothing more than a delinquent. Then, Namikaze tricked Ebisu with his harem no jutsu. In his musings, Namikaze had the memory of the Chunin exams emerge. To this day, he never had a chance to apologize to him for his attitude that day. Ebisu did train him well in the basics, and even began his element training by showing him the leaf-cutting exercise. Using that, he managed to cut through Neji's ultimate defense technique, Kaden. Unfortunately, Ebisu was killed in the Sunakusa Konoha War. 1. Suddenly, Namikaze realized he was spacing out. He gave a simple wave at the teacher, to which Ebisu nodded back but didn't say anything. Ebisu almost seemed in shock. Namikaze said, "Ebisu, what's wrong? You're quieter than your usual self." Ebisu sat down at the table, adjusted his shades and said, "Nothing, I just had a run-in with the Uzumaki brat a couple days ago." Namikaze saw confusion in the man's eyes. He smirked and said, "He's an odd one, that's for sure. Wonder what would happen if he passed whatever Junin's test he got." Iruka joined the conversation. "Say, don't you have the Hokage's grandson as your apprentice, Konohamaru, right?" At this, Namikaze felt surprise. He never heard about Konohamaru, at least in his world. 2. Ebisu replied, "The honorable grandson is doing well. I think he finally understands what it means to be a ninja." Namikaze suddenly felt several high-level chakra signatures approaching. The ninja figured it might be a good idea to split right now. It might have been the Junins coming to get their students, or it might be an Anbu team after his hanged hide. However, a new chakra signature confirmed they were after him. Kakashi Hitaki was on his way. No matter what universe, Kakashi Hitaki was always late. Namikaze smiled pleasantly and said, "Well guys, I've got to go and meet with the Hokage about something. See ya." They waved as he exited in a rapid manner. The Anbu captain, however, immediately began making plans. Kakashi was coming from the north, and he was probably the worst ninja to run into. So, he made his way to the south exit of the academy. He slid open that door, and his right eye started twitching immediately. Shikaku Narua, Asuma Sarutobi, Kurenai Yuhi, and Inoichi Yamanaka were all standing in wait for Namikaze. Asuma already had his trench knives out. Namikaze had to get away before Kakashi arrived, that was a given. However, he did not want to seriously hurt any Konoha ninja, especially today of all days. So, he made his move using a single hand sign, Fuden, Kei's Shunpo no Jutsu. Asuma and the rest blinked. In that instant, Azumo was replaced with a wooden post as he escaped the confinement of the elite ninjas. Asuma and Kurenai were quickest to respond. They both used Shunshin no Jutsu to keep pace with Namikaze. Inoichi made to follow, but Shikaku stopped him. He wanted them to check and make sure that all the students were okay, and so were the teachers. Meanwhile, Namikaze followed up his Kei's Shunpo with another one, right out of the city area into a forest region. He hoped it would lose the two ninjas on his trail, but to no avail. Asuma and Kurenai were always fast on the uptake. They kept on following him, never getting too far away to make an escape. Suddenly, his worst fears became realized. Kakashi was extremely close, and there would probably be no shaking him. Several kunai hurled themselves at Namikaze. He landed on a branch, and formed a new set of hand signs, Fuden, Gufu Garando no Jutsu, Wind Art, Typhoon Void Technique. He released chakra from every pore on his body, creating a protective void around him. The kunais stopped in the middle of the air, then dropped like weights without something holding them up. Kakashi landed on a branch in front of him. Kurenai to the left behind and Asuma to the right. All three pulled out bladed weapons, Kakashi and Kurenai holding kunai and Asuma with his trench knives already out. Namikaze's henge finally dispelled. The Gufu Garando technique vanished as well. Namikaze ground his teeth together, sighed and said, "Looks like something troublesome has come my way," to quote Shikaku Nara. Asuma swung his blade at Namikaze. The Anbu captain swiftly drew his short sword and swung in a vertical arc. Nothing seemed to happen for a couple seconds, then two explosions could be heard in the distance as the severed wind technique cut deep gashes into separate trees. Namikaze said, "Hey, I never knew you could send wind sides at me with those trench knives of yours. Furthermore, you did it without even causing a single visible vibration in the air. Ah, it brings back memories of times long gone, Asuma-senpai." Asuma said, "How were you able to deflect that wind scythe?" Namikaze held his sword to his face and channeled enough chakra to it. The black blade suddenly glowed blue. Asuma smirked and said, "I see. That blade is made out of the same material these blades are. This could be a problem, at least if the rest of you guys weren't here." Kurenai nodded and began forming several hand signs. Meanwhile Kakashi leapt at Namikaze. Namikaze's blade struck Kakashi's kunai and severed it in two. Kakashi jumped backwards to avoid the attack and landed on another nearby branch. Namikaze landed, only to see multiple tree branches seemingly grow out of the trunks of the trees. They impaled Namikaze in the arms and legs, and quickly wrapped around him. Asuma sighed and thought, about time, Kurenai. Namikaze watched in surprise as more tree branches began growing out of the branch and encircling the Anbu captain. Namikaze remembered the technique from when he had to face Kurenai in a practice match for Anbu. The technique was called Magen. Bunka Akumu no Jutsu. Demonic Illusion. Branch Nightmare Jutsu. He smirked and began speaking, this jutsu, it has been a while since I faced it. First, branches grow out of the nearest surface, impaling the victim's arms and legs, causing unimaginable pain to the target. Thus, it renders the target immovable. Then, it surrounds the victim in an illusion of tree branches and crushing them all together, suffocating the target until he's unconscious. Furthermore, it is nearly impossible to break free from, as the target suffers unimaginable pain and can't form hand signs to channel chakra. However, Kakashi's and Asuma's eyes went wide and dove at Namikaze, planning on ending whatever threat there was to Konoha in the form of this Anbu. However, Namikaze swung the hand which held the blade, deflecting Asuma's attack and kicked Kakashi backwards. He continued, one can defeat this jutsu by inflicting equivalent pain to your own body. His left hand hung limply at his side and his lip was bleeding. Kakashi said, so, you bit your lip to allow your body a second to move. You used that second to break your own left hand with some wind chakra. However, now you are down to one hand. Namikaze just smirked at Kakashi, not quite. Visible red chakra swirled around the hand and absorbed into it. Namikaze snapped his wrist back into place, and allowed Kyuubi's chakra to heal his hand rapidly. He closed his eyes. Suddenly, Namikaze found himself inside the dark sewer that was his mind. There was no water, as his body was not in danger. Before him, there stood a massive gate. He said, I'm going to need your help this time. Two red slitted eyes opened, along with an evil smile full of white teeth. The Kyuubi rested behind the sealed gate. It said, Naruto, why should I bother to lend you my chakra? You look to be handling things just fine on your own right now. Last time we talked, it was when you were about to die when facing Orochimaru on top of the tower. Namikaze glared at the demon. He said, that time, I didn't want you running loose in Konoha. The amount of chakra I would have needed to crush Orochimaru would have been more than enough for you to take control of my body and destroy Konoha. And I find that unacceptable. I just need a little bit for this. The slitted eyes glared at Namikaze. He growled and said, you can't hold me back forever. The seal is weakening, and every time you call on my chakra, your will grows ever weaker. Red chakra seeped through the bars, then flooded out. Namikaze held up a hand, stopping the majority of the chakra. Namikaze smirked and said, I can still suppress most of your chakra by my will, even if it isn't all of it. 3. Red chakra was slowly leaking out from Naruto's tenketsu. It formed a shroud around him, and a single tail issued from the shroud. Kakashi immediately raised his Sharingan. Kurenai began forming more hand signs. No doubt about it, Namikaze thought, she'll probably attempt her best and most powerful genjutsu this time around, and I never managed to escape that one. The Anbu smiled and said, hey, Kakashi. Want to learn a new technique? Kakashi watched closely as the younger ninja formed a single hand sign and said, Fuden, Tajukei's Shunpo no Jutsu. Kakashi watched in amazement as Namikaze used all the demon fox's chakra to create a narrow void corridor that extended as far as Kakashi's eyes could see. Furthermore, the Sharingan managed to track Namikaze as he moved at an inhuman speed down the corridor. Finally, the corridor disappeared, this all happening in the span of a fraction of a second. Kakashi thought, without a doubt, that boy has to be Naruto. I haven't felt that chakra ever since the Kyuubi attacked Konoha several years ago. About 2 miles away, Namikaze appeared just behind a tree at the edge of the market district. He promptly transformed into a simple child who looked a lot like a young Iruka Amino. He limped into a nearby alleyway and sat down, hiding behind a group of boxes. He was panting and sweating from all the effort it took to just accomplish that one jutsu. He grabbed at his left foot, and readjusted it back into position. As he used the technique, he had managed to trip over a root and sprain his ankle. He would be fine in a couple minutes. Namikaze looked to the clouds and thought, damn, I can't believe I ran into Kakashi so soon. I probably should have picked a different person to transform into. Izumi must be on a mission. I'll need to move fast. The technique was mostly for traveling long distances in a single second, not an escape through a forest. Furthermore, if they look too closely at the jutsu, one will realize it leaves a trail of chakra to wherever he was when the jutsu ended. He felt his ankle mend at a rapid rate. He grabbed his wrist. Though it was a little sore, it would continue serving him for a while. He formed a ram seal and exploded into smoke. Soon afterwards, a young Rock Lee was sitting in the alleyway. He exited the alleyway after determining no one was paying the alley any attention. Namikaze smiled and thought, all right, I might just be able to get away. However, it was all for nothing. For just 2 blocks away, Namikaze ran into the one person he didn't want to run into, especially now while in disguise. Yosh, Lee, what are you doing out here in the middle of the day? I thought you usually practice at the field at this time, strengthening your fires of youth. You've been slacking off, that's what. Namikaze was careful to not frown, but his right eye betrayed him once again by twitching. Guy, sensei. Of course, I was just getting some groceries. I do need to eat to survive, Guy sensei. Right? Might Guy grabbed his chin and said, that's right. How about I assist you in such a youthful activity? Then, we can go training together. If you do not succeed at gathering all your groceries in 30 minutes, we will do 200 laps around Konoha on our hands. Namikaze's fingers were now twitching, and he saluted the taijutsu master, saying, yes, Guy sensei. Namikaze's mind went into overdrive. Now what will I do? I'll just try to fake the fact I didn't bring any money? He felt his pouch and said, oh, Guy sensei, I seem to have forgotten my money. Guy turned to face Lee, pulled back and swung a punch at the younger ninja. Namikaze focused his chakra into his transformation, hoping it would hold, as the punch connected with his cheek. Lee flew backward into the dirt. Guy said, Lee, I had to do that. You shouldn't forget your wallet. Namikaze looked at Guy. He would regret it later, but for now, he had to play the Guy Lee mentor part. Guy sensei. Tears flowed freely as he hugged the older ninja. Guy responded in suit while crying, it's all right Lee. The weird genjutsu appeared in their background. It was so horrible, that Kakashi, who just showed up to watch the display, covered up his Sharingan eye to avoid it. Guy let go of Lee, and said, all right Lee. Let's go together, running 200 laps around Konoha on our hands. Namikaze decided that if he survived this, he would turn himself willingly into the Hokage that evening. He said, all right, Guy sensei, but first I need to head back and pick up my money from my apartment. Guy nodded and said, all right Lee, go get your money. I'll wait here, we'll finish the shopping and then run 200 laps around Konoha. Now go, Lee. Namikaze saluted and said, yes sir. He vanished on the spot. Several hundred meters away, Lee appeared and transformed into Genma. He sighed and said, thank God I escaped that one. In his mind, he vowed never to speak of it ever again to anyone. It was a moonlit night as a trenchcoat-wearing ninja with a mask ran through the streets of Konoha. An Anbu appeared in front of him. He merely leapt to one building, attaching his chakra to the side and running along the wall. He quickly scaled it and continued on his singular trip to the Hokage Tower. Several Anbu gave chase as he approached the tower. Several shuriken were hurled at the fleeing ninja, to which all of them missed. The fleeing Anbu captain leapt over alleyways and scaled building on his way to the center of the village. Finally, the Anbu captain landed on the rooftop. 5 Anbu took positions on each of the pillars on top of the Hokage Tower. 2 white trenchcoat Anbu captains appeared wielding kunai and wary of the ninja's every move. Suddenly, the Sandyami Hokage appeared in the center of the tower. The fleeing Anbu captain bowed to one knee and said, Hokage-sama, I have finally come to turn myself in. 2 Anbu appeared at the captain's side, and subdued him without a shred of resistance. Sarutobi said, why have you come, Naruto? Namikaze's fox mask was pulled off, revealing a blonde-haired shinobi with a massive smile. I've finally got the answers I need. With your permission, I would like to join the village as a Konoha ninja. Sarutobi looked at Namikaze, who looked quite genuine. He said, you will be placed in a cell and interrogated until we have determined you are not a threat to Konoha. At such a time, we will consider your offer. Namikaze nodded. He didn't mind the small prison time. In fact, he knew it would probably happen. Suddenly, there was a blinding pain as something slammed into his head. He wobbled for a second, and blacked out. Namikaze awoke, groaning and wondering what happened. Then, it all came back to him. He was knocked unconscious by who knows what when he turned himself into the Hokage. Namikaze sighed and said, Oi, can we get on with this interrogation already? I have nothing to hide. Ibiki's cheery voice came back, good. Then we'll continue where we left off. First off, how did Orochimaru become Hokage? Namikaze thought about it for a second. He said, not exactly sure. I asked Orochimaru himself once how he became Hokage. There were 2 ninjas for the position of Hokage. A man by the name, Minato Namikaze, I think it was. Of course, there was Orochimaru as well. The Sandaime almost picked Minato to be Hokage, but then, he died on a mission, with, oh, Orochimaru. His eyes widened in complete shock as another piece of the puzzle that was his Konoha came together. He was stunned as he said, "Oh my god. Orochimaru, he killed Minato Namikaze, and usurped the position of Hokage for himself." His face contorted into pure fury. When I returned to my Konoha, he left the threat standing. Ibiki cleared his throat loudly. Anyway, that didn't happen, at least in this world. You said that you became a missing nin, explain. Namikaze sighed and said, well, Sasuke Uchiha from my world went missing a little under 6 months ago. To begin with, there were several disappearances going on in Konoha. I proceeded to break in and search several suspicious buildings for information on Sasuke. That alone wasn't punishable, at least not seriously, for an Anbu captain. It was when I went after some of Orochimaru's suspected ninja henchmen, when the heat began to come down on me. Notably, there was a ninja by the name, Yoroi Akaido, I think. I beat him to a bloody pulp, and he gave up one of Orochimaru's labs in Konoha. Namikaze stretched his legs. Well, from there I merely raided the Waterfall Cavern lab. There, the remains of several shinobi were found. I stole some of the documents and fled to a nearby safe house for a couple days. Those files were filled with the specifications for Orochimaru's immortality technique. Ibiki said, wait a minute, immortality technique? Namikaze nodded, right. The technique is called Fushei Tensai, living corpse reincarnation. The technique can only be used once every 3 years. It's ironic, because, according to its initial research and development files, the body often begins breaking down after 3 years. Itachi was taken over just before the Uchiha massacre, and Sasuke's was overtaken 18 years after that. Ibiki glared at Namikaze. There was a contradiction in what he said. 18 years you say, but isn't it true that Orochimaru's body, at least according to what you said, breaks down after 3 years? Namikaze nodded. It's true, but if the body is correctly prepared over a certain time period, the body can last exponentially longer. It was probably around the 18-year time period that Itachi's body began to break down. So, Orochimaru had Sasuke prepared and overtaken. Ibiki finally moved into the light in the center of the room. He looked furious. You expect me to believe that, you damn punk? You think you can tell me anything just to get yourself out of prison? I'm not so easy to please. He snapped his fingers. Another assistant walked into the light, carrying the protrusion device. Namikaze shuffled in his seat a bit. He was finally put off base. He said, I already told you, I'll answer any questions you have. Ibiki grabbed the device and played with the mechanism to extend and retract. Tell me, who are you really? I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Ibiki paused, and looked into his eyes. There was no deception present, though quite a bit of fear and anger. He nodded, good. Now, what are you doing in this village? Thus the questions fired off in a rapid manner. Namikaze was careful not to lie in the slightest as he revealed everything he knew to the master of torture and interrogations expert. Ibiki walked down the hallway to his office. He had returned to make his report to the Sandaime about the brat. It was almost 6 in the morning and he was very mad. Once again, the head of Anbu interrogations and torture had been forced to pull another all-nighter. Luckily, Ibiki would have the rest of the day off after he filled out the report. No matter how much he didn't want to admit it, Namikaze's world was incredible. He learned about Konoha's near destruction in a possible future. Also, Suna and Kusa might declare war on Konoha. Furthermore, there was the information about Akatsuki's members to consider. Some of the ninjas were well-known S-class criminals from around the world, such as Deidara, the terrorist bomber of Kumo, Hoshigaki Kisame, the monster of the hidden mist, and Sasori of the red sand. There were others, like Pain who was not in the bingo books, and finally a few that were of unknown villages such as Hidan and Kakuzo. He would be busy for a couple hours cataloging all the details. Naruto Uzumaki rose out of bed as his annoying clock rung way too loudly in his ear. He was in a sore mood from yesterday, discovering that he will have to take yet another test. Combine that with the fact that the replacement sensei with brown hair nearly killed him with a kunai still left its mark on his mind. What the heck could he mean by teamwork is key anyway? Such were the thoughts that passed through his mind. He quickly changed out of his pajamas into his orange outfit. He paused for a second and looked it over. Didn't that sensei also say that the loudmouth ninja is the first to die on the field of battle, or something like that? Ninja are to be stealthy. Bah, I like orange anyway. Besides, they wouldn't sell me anything else anyway because of that damn fox. There were a few plants sitting around in his apartment. They all grew something different in each pot. To be fair, Naruto was fairly good at gardening. He poured some water on them, giving them the nutrition for the day. Several birds chirping could be heard outside the window. Naruto took that as his cue to leave. What he didn't know was that Naruto was being watched by several Anbu. Apparently when Namikaze released some of his Kyuubi's chakra, Naruto quickly became the primary suspect. However, last night at least, Namikaze surrendered and revealed himself to not be a Kage Bunshin. Now, the Anbu were ordered to watch Naruto closely for any connection to the unusual Anbu captain from another Konoha. Namikaze sighed as he rested in his jail cell. There were rows upon rows of ceiling text marked throughout his cell. It was designed to prevent the use of chakra to attempt escape. He had been resting for about an hour in his dark solitary cell. There was a mild sound of creaking as someone entered the prison block. Killer intent followed the woman in the tan trench coat. Namikaze smiled cheerfully at his once partner. "Ah, you came to visit me, Anko-chan. I'm truly touched. So, how did you enjoy your sleep last night?" Anko said in a serious tone, "The council has decided you are to be executed. I've been requested to do the honors." Namikaze looked into her eyes. He saw no lie. So the Anbu backed away from the blood-crazed Kunoichi. Anko pulled out a kunai and licked it. Her face turned into a wicked smile and the killer intent intensified. Suddenly, she closed her eyes and the smile reverted from wicked to happy. "Nah. Just kidding. I had nothing else to do, so I thought I'd torture you a bit for a change." Namikaze let out a breath he didn't know he'd been holding. He thought, damn, she got me. I forgot she was also trained by an Ibiki. His face took on a sad grin. Pity. That means I'm stuck in this world a bit longer. You think if I break out, it will speed up the process? Well, only if you have a death wish. What should I remove in this first interrogation session? Your fingers, toes or teeth? No, let's remove that tongue of yours that ticks me off so much. Namikaze twisted his head in confusion. You know, you really should be sent back to the academy. Those torture techniques are totally weak. I could use my bloody finger stumps to bleed out, then where would your revenge go? Anko smirked and said, "Ah, but I know your secret brat. Your resident won't let you die so easily." The Anbu captain opened his mouth, paused, closed it and said, "Touché, Anko-chan. So, on a more serious note, how's my case going?" Anko looked thoughtful. "The council is reviewing your file. We'll probably find out in a couple days." She waved her hand dismissively. "Don't worry. Your execution will come soon enough. No need to be impatient about it." Namikaze's sweat dropped at that. Naruto arrived at the training ground about 5 minutes before the assigned time. It was just at the twilight hour, with a gentle breeze blowing through the clearing. There were no birds chirping, however there was no reason they would. The ninjas had cleared the area of most indigenous wildlife in the surrounding forest. Sakura was already there, though she looked fairly exhausted. Sasuke, meanwhile, was stretching, preparing for whatever Kakashi would put them through that day. Turns out, the three of them didn't even need to show up so early. As minutes turned into hours, the three of them were slowly becoming more impatient. Sasuke decided to sit down against one of the trees. Sakura just fawned over the Uchiha, which made Sasuke fairly irritable. Naruto, however, just stood there, contemplating Namikaze's words. Sakura eventually took notice of Naruto's attitude and said, "Hey, Naruto. What's the matter?" Naruto looked up and put on a big smile. "It's nothing, Sakura-chan. I'm just thinking about yesterday and what that freaky sensei said about standing out as a ninja." She knew what he meant, with the teacher throwing a kunai and cutting Naruto's cheek. She assessed Naruto a bit. Her eyes traveled to the blonde's cheek when she noticed the cut in his cheek wasn't there. Sakura was about to ask about the cut when all three of them heard footsteps. They all turned to Kakashi, who smiled back at them and said in a jovial tone, "Good morning everyone." Sakura shouted, "You're late." Kakashi just chuckled and said, "A black cat crossed my path," so, everyone just looked at him with a disbelieving glance. He coughed in his glove and said, "Let's move on." He walked over to a tree trunk and set a clock down on it. The alarm is set to noon. Ironically, the clock's time said 11:07. Kakashi continued, "Today, you will be attempting to get one of these bells from me. Whoever can't will have no lunch." A squeak erupted from Naruto. Once again, Kakashi continued, "I'm going in that person to the stump and eat it whichever lunch is left in front of you." Sasuke thought, "So that's why you told us not to eat." Sakura said, "Wait a minute. Why are there only 2 bells? Since there are only 2 bells, one of you will have to be tied against the log. That person will fail since he failed to complete the mission." The image of Tsukumo Hitaki entered Kakashi's mind. That person will be sent to the academy. It might just be one, or it could be all 3. Naruto's eyes widened. He thought, of course, that's why that teacher said what he said. Teamwork is key. He means teamwork is needed to get the bells. Kakashi continued, you can use your shuriken. You won't be able to get the bells if you don't come at me with the intent to kill. Naruto smirked and said, you couldn't even dodge that eraser yesterday. He laughed. Kakashi said, those who have the least abilities tend to brag the loudest. Well, ignore the dead last brat. Kakashi's taunt echoed through Naruto's head as he reached for his kunai holder. Suddenly, his hand stopped as another voice rose to quell Kakashi's. The loudmouth ninjas are usually the first to die on the field of battle. Kakashi, meanwhile, appeared behind Naruto with his own kunai in hand facing the back of Naruto's head. Don't get so hasty. I didn't say start yet. Kakashi looked at Naruto speculatively. Naruto swelled and thought, good thing I didn't react. I would have died for sure. Kakashi on the other hand, was having different thoughts. He was clearly reaching for his kunai, but stopped. Minato-sensei, has your boy gained a bit of maturity? Or does it have something to do with the other Naruto? The Junin continued. Looks like you had, even if it was for the briefest second, the intent to kill me. How should I put this? I think I can finally start liking you guys now. Naruto smirked at his sensei and thought, I got this figured out, sensei. We need to work as a team to defeat you. Kakashi said, alright. Start. The three younger ninja vanished into the trees while Kakashi wandered casually into the forest. He thought, I might be mistaken, but Naruto might have an idea about what's going on. Is it possible? Elsewhere, Naruto chased down Sakura and tried to convince her to work with him to get a bell. Come on, Sakura-chan. Did you see Kakashi move? We need to work together to obtain the bells. I'll split them with you. Sakura said, Naruto, if I worked with you and succeeded in getting the 2 bells, Sasuke would be sent back to the academy. Sasuke, what do you see in that Teme? Come on, Sakura-chan. Sakura sighed and said, alright. Fine, Naruto. She quietly asked Sasuke to forgive her. Perhaps she'd knock out Naruto and give the bell he'd obtained to Sasuke. Sakura said, now, we need to come up with a plan. Naruto, can you distract Kakashi? Naruto saluted and said with a brilliant smile, sure thing, Sakura-chan. I'd be glad to. Sakura, meanwhile, began weaving a small genjutsu taught to all kunoichi at her age. It was a simple illusion that made it appear that she wasn't even there. Naruto simply ran out and challenged Kakashi to a one-on-one fight. Kakashi blinked at Naruto. If he didn't have a mask, he would be seen with an incredulous, unbelieving open mouth. You've got to be kidding, Kakashi thought. Naruto, I guess I was wrong. Oh, well. Sorry sensei, but I'm going to have to teach him. Kakashi reached into his bag. Naruto jumped backwards as Kakashi's voice came out, Shinobi's tactic number 1, Taijutsu. Suddenly, the Junin's hand appeared with an orange book in hand. Naruto looked confused. Kakashi turned a page while muttering and chuckling to himself. Suddenly, he looked up and said, what are you waiting for? Don't worry about it. It's the same if I read it or not. Kakashi's eyes suddenly darted to the left as the faint smell of soap and perfume entered his nose. He thought, hello Sakura. Naruto ran at Kakashi and said, I'm gonna pound you into the ground. He swung his fist backhanded at Kakashi's face, then performed a roundhouse kick. Kakashi blocked the first and ducked the second. Finally, Naruto swung his fist straight at Kakashi's face. However, his fist was met with air. Kakashi said, a ninja should not allow the enemy to get into his blind spots multiple times, idiot. Sakura nearly shouted for Naruto to block the attack, and then realized he was still the distraction. She continued forward slowly towards Kakashi. Kakashi said, Konoha Taijutsu Ugeki, Senin Garashi. Must I translate this? Kakashi shoved his fingers up Naruto's bottom. Naruto flew several feet away into the river. Sakura kept moving ever closer to Kakashi. Kakashi decided to humor Sakura and reverse a genjutsu on her. He made 2 hand signs. Sakura suddenly heard wheezing several feet away. She turned to see Sasuke beaten and bloody with kunai protruding from his body. Her eyes went wide and an earth-shattering scream echoed from the kunoichi's mouth. Upon her collapse, the genjutsu dispelled only 5 feet from Kakashi. Kakashi merely sighed, Shinobi tactic number 2, genjutsu. I think I overdid it a bit. But, she should have been able to detect the jutsu. Suddenly, 3 shuriken appeared right next to Kakashi. He grabbed 2 of them out of the air, but the third was by chance aimed right at the bells. They sliced through the cords before Kakashi sensed it. Furthermore, all 3 shuriken exploded, revealing Naruto's. The 2 attacked Kakashi simultaneously. Kakashi thought, crap, maybe I was wrong. Could it really be? The third made a dive for the bells. The real Naruto dragged himself out of the river. He formed the cross-hand sign and said, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 6 clones appeared side by side with the genin. He said, let's work together guys. Distract Kakashi as much as you can. Kakashi grabbed the first 2 clones and threw them towards the nearest trees. The clones thought fast and threw shuriken before slamming into the tree and exploding. Kakashi ducked below the shuriken. At that moment, the original 3rd clone grabbed the bell. Kakashi pulled out a kunai and slashed at the genin's shadow clone. The clone lasted just long enough to throw the bells towards the Naruto and his 5 newest clones. Kakashi's eyes widened, wondering just how the situation could have deteriorated enough that 2 genin could have distracted him enough to have removed the bells from his person. Suddenly, he felt the air pressure change all around him. He substituted with a nearby wooden stump he had in advance. Several shuriken and kunai struck the log. Suddenly, Naruto was upon the bells and he picked them up. Kakashi smirked from where he was hiding. Interesting. So he succeeded in getting the bells. Now, how will he handle this situation? Naruto bent over Sakura and put one of the bells next to her. She woke up and saw the bell next to her. She said, Naruto, is this an illusion? Kai. She formed the ram seal, seeking to repel whatever illusion had happened. Naruto just smiled and said, no illusion. We did it, Sakura-chan. Sakura looked at herself, asking herself what she did. Sasuke, meanwhile, appeared in the opening. Sakura grabbed Naruto's bell and tossed it to Sasuke. Sasuke looked at the bell in disgust, but took it anyway. Kakashi just looked disgusted at Kunoichi. Several minutes later, the bell started ringing. Sakura and Sasuke watched as Kakashi walked into the circle. Sakura looked slightly ashamed of herself, but she felt she knew it was logical. Naruto was the one who needed the academy the most. Kakashi sat down next to Naruto and gently picked him up. He slowly pulled him to the stumps and tied him up. Kakashi then said, wake up Naruto. Naruto's eyes opened slowly and said, Kakashi-sensei, what happened? Wait, why am I tied to the stump? Kakashi sighed and said, that is a good question. Sakura, explain. Sakura went white for a second and looked at the ground in shame. She said, well, Naruto, I'm sorry, but I figured you needed the academy more than Sasuke and I did so. I knocked you out and took your bell. Sorry. Naruto's eyes were filled with hurt. He said, Sakura-san. A single tear rolled down his cheek. Kakashi said, well, as I said before, only one of you are being sent back to the academy. Naruto's head dropped in shame. Kakashi said, yep, Naruto is the lucky candidate. The other 2, his eyes stared at the other 2 students in anger, will be dropped from the program. The 2 of them looked like a tree branch had slammed onto their heads. Sakura said, what do you mean dropped from the program? We got the bells, that was the point, wasn't it? Her eyes widened in realization as to the why. Kakashi nodded, you're getting it, aren't you, Pinky? A ninja must see through deception, and you fell for it just like that genjutsu. He didn't use her name, as she was a disgrace. Neither of you really worked for the bells. Sakura, you helped Naruto obtain the bells, but then you knocked out Naruto and gave the one who deserved the bell the most to the one who deserved the bell the least. Sasuke glared at Kakashi. Kakashi said, Sasuke, you did nothing at all. Furthermore, you accepted a bell that you didn't deserve. The Junin sighed and said, and lastly, Naruto. You were much closer than the others, but you were still short. You sacrificed Sasuke to save yourself and Sakura. You have potential, but maybe a year back in the academy will help you understand that. That's why none of you deserve to be ninjas right now. Kakashi thought about his father, and how his teammates betrayed the White Fang. He could see it play out in the 3 right now. Sasuke sprinted at Kakashi, to which the Junin just slammed the genin against the ground. Why do you think we broke you up into teams of 3? There was absolute silence. Naruto would have smiled at the fact he had managed to figure out something Sasuke didn't, but he was still reeling from returning to the academy prospect. The Junin continued, are you guys idiots? It's teamwork. Naruto nodded. Kakashi glared at Naruto. You don't get it, Naruto, so stop nodding. I wanted to see if you'd overcome the one stipulation on the mission. Sakura tried to lower her head more and said, those 2 bells, instead of 3, they were meant to encourage fighting amongst ourselves. Kakashi nodded, exactly, and the 2 of you fell headlong into it. As I said, Naruto almost succeeded, but fell victim to his own hatred of Sasuke. If all of you had come at me, those bells could have been taken easier. Naruto, you managed to get a lucky hit with your Shuriken clones, which allowed you to take them. However, I wanted to see how you would react once you got the bells. You three horribly failed that portion of the test. You will have to make life and death decisions in an instant. Sakura. I order you to kill Naruto or Sasuke dies. Sakura looked rapidly between Kakashi and Naruto while the Junin held a kunai to Sasuke's throat. Kakashi withdrew the kunai after a couple seconds, released Sasuke and walked to the monument. After letting someone be taken hostage, you will be faced with a difficult situation, and someone will die. Are you, Sakura, willing to allow your teammate to die to stay with Sasuke? Look at this. He looked sadly at the monument with the genin to his back. This stone contains various names of heroes from this village. Naruto got excited. Oh, I want to have my name on that stone. What kind of heroes are written there? Kakashi said, the Kia kind. Killed in action. A heavy breeze blew through the field as Naruto, Sakura and Sasuke seemed to mellow out at the sobering statement. The Junin continued, the names of my closest friends are written here as well as my sensei and my father. They all paid the ultimate price for this village and the precious ones they loved. He turned his head, his eye filled with disgust. All right. I'll give you one more chance, but this time, it's going to be harder. The two of you, as I said, get to eat the lunches, but don't let Naruto have any. You get to go without because you didn't attempt to bring Sasuke into your plan last time. Anyone who feeds him immediately fails. Kakashi vanished into the woods and the two looked at their lunches. Sasuke sighed and waited around a bit. Finally, he said, here, you can have my lunch. I didn't earn it, you did. I should probably be the one tied up to that stump right now. Sakura looked shocked at Sasuke. She opened her mouth for a second, but closed it. Naruto said, I don't want your pity. I can go for days, weeks without food. This won't affect me. However, the ninja's stomach growled. Sakura said, no, Sasuke. I'll give up my lunch to Naruto. I betrayed him, it's my responsibility. Naruto looked at Sakura with his blue eyes, still slightly hurt, but also with some happiness as well. He said, well, I can't because my hands are trapped. You'll have to feed me. Sakura sighed and thought, well, alright just this once. Never again after this though. She used the chopsticks and fed a single morsel to Naruto. Suddenly, Kakashi burst out of the forest in a blast of smoke. He quickly formed several hand signs and lighting began striking out everywhere. He said, you broke the rules and now have to pay for it. Naruto said, but wait, you said we are a team, we are one. Put the good of the teammate foremost. The three of us are one. Kakashi said, is that it? Is that your answer? The other two nodded, uncertain but ready for anything. Kakashi said, hey, you, pass. Everyone looked confused. Sakura said, huh? How'd we pass? The stormy sky left just as quickly as it came. Kakashi's expression was happy, you're the first squad that ever succeeded. The others did everything I said, and fell into every trap. A ninja must think beyond the normal. They must see through deception. He looked to the sky and continued, in the world of ninjas, those who break the rules are scum. But those who don't take care of their comrades are worse than scum. Kakashi watched as the three celebrated. He thought, Namikaze-sensei, you'd be proud of your son. It was 2 days later when someone entered Namikaze's cell besides the ones feeding him. An Anbu in white said, come with me. We are meeting with the council. Namikaze allowed his hands to be bound by a chakra cuffs that would limit the ability to use chakra. The Anbu walked him through the open door and through a darkened hallway. Namikaze thought, I always took the darkened hallways of the Anbu building for granted. It's very effective for making a ninja off balance. They walked through several winding hallways. Luckily, Namikaze had, at least he hoped, the building layout down from when he was Anbu captain. The only problem would be if this Konoha had changed the building for whatever weird reason, or genjutsu of course. He could hear the occasional screams from a victim, no doubt reluctant to reveal his secrets. Namikaze mildly wondered if it was Mizuki that was being tortured. He was still alive when he left the traitor on the ground. Eventually, the voices died away as they started traveling down a long flight of stairs. Namikaze smirked as he recognized the underground tunnel connecting the council building and the Anbu headquarters. It extended for about 1 kilometer and then came up to the prisoners' entrance chamber. Sure enough, after about 1 kilometer of travel, in which Namikaze noticed several Anbu hidden in the shadows, they started traveling up a long flight of stairs. Once again, Namikaze's mind began wondering, I wonder, if I was captured in my world, would Orochimaru have just killed me on the spot or executed me in front of the council? Nah, he killed me on the spot of course, with that weird Sharingan technique. Eventually, after another maze of hallways, the white Anbu captain vanished from the spot. Several lights shone down on Namikaze as he stood in the center of a fairly big circular room. There were benches all around with various old people he could only guess were the council. Some looked fairly familiar. Shikaku Nara, Shoza Akamichi and Inoichi Yamanaka sat together. Shoza was eating some dumplings as they watched the proceedings. Several clan heads were present, among them an old terror named Sume Inuzuka. He had particularly terrifying memories of her, at least in his world. Flashback: Sume attempted several times to get Rin Inuzuka, who didn't exist in this world, and Namikaze together, especially after the Chunin exams. She had no concept of mercy at all, and showed it every time the two met. She threatened to do horrible things to Namikaze if he didn't ask Rin out. He went along with it the first time around, but discovered Rin wasn't the one for him. After all, she was exactly like Sume. Rin, however, liked Namikaze. Sume threatened him to go on another date. This time, she assaulted Namikaze. He managed to keep her at bay with shadow clones and his wind jutsus and even escape in the end. Unfortunately, no one really escapes Sume. Much in the same way no one escapes Might Guy. The next time they met, she had 3 other Inuzuka hounds with her and virtually destroyed him with the attacks. Then, she proceeded to torment him over the next couple hours. The horrors that he was forced to endure were unimaginable. End flashback: Namikaze shivered and tried to suppress those memories. Mostly, he didn't recognize the rest of the council members. Orochimaru would end up killing most of the council in his gruesome experiments. There were other clan heads he recognized. Heishi Hyuga also stood out. They had a mutual respect for one another shortly after taking the Chunin exams. Something to do, no doubt, with fixing Neji's head. Lastly, there was the Sandame, who was flanked by Homura and Kaharu. He recalled the details of Homura and Kaharu's executions for crimes against the Hokage. Neither of them could speak at that time, as they looked like their minds had been obliterated by some genjutsu. They were both beheaded and their bodies burned. He witnessed their executions as a 5-year-old child, and it stuck with him. Eventually, their positions as advisors would be replaced with Kabuto and another person he couldn't remember. Sarutobi said, "Good afternoon, members of the council. We are here to pass judgment on an unknown ninja who entered the village through unknown means. Would the defendant please give his name, rank and village association?" Namikaze said without hesitation, "Naruto Uzumaki, Anbu captain of Konohagakure." The council started chatting amongst themselves. Sandame said, "Please, explain how you came to be in Konoha." Namikaze explained his attack on his world's Hokage, the strange space-time jutsu that Orochimaru used, and his sudden awakening in this world's Konoha. "Are you aware of the S-class secret surrounding you?" "Yes. I am, and my counterpart in this world, a jailer of the Kyuubi no Kitsune." A civilian councilman shouted, "Impossible, there is only one Kyuubi. And he is contained in that demon child, Naruto." Namikaze glared at the councilman but restrained himself from releasing killer intent. There were several Anbu surrounding him, and he didn't want to give them the chance to kill him before becoming a shinobi of Konoha. He said, "As you can see, councilman, I currently stand before you. I assure you that I do contain the Kyuubi, and so does my younger counterpart. As such, that means that there are 2 Kyuubi vessels in Konoha." Sarutobi said, "Enough. Naruto, why did you surrender yourself to me on top of the Hokage tower?" Namikaze responded, "I desired asylum and ninja status in your humble village, as I can no longer return to mine. I am a missing ninja from that village after attempting to kill Orochimaru. He was conducting experiments on various shinobi of Konoha, and he did it with impunity as the Hokage. No one believes me there anyway, and everyone else I care about is dead." The council went silent at this. Kaharu and Homura were speaking silently to the Hokage. Namikaze wondered if they were allies or enemies. He scanned the faces of the rest of the council. One of them especially stood out. He recognized the ninja as Orochimaru's second advisor, Danzo. Namikaze felt he should be slightly grateful to the bastard, as it was Danzo in his world that kept the crowds from killing him as a youth. Apparently, Danzo wanted to turn Naruto into a weapon. However, Kakashi Hatake and the ninja heads managed to stand up and outvote Danzo's proposal and the civilians' desire to kill the Kyuubi brat. Furthermore, Danzo tried to keep Naruto on a short leash when he became a Chunin by restricting him to village activities. However, it was, irony of all ironies, Orochimaru that shot down that proposal. Orochimaru wanted to use Naruto to his full abilities, so he was sent on increasingly more difficult missions to increase his skills. Finally, Orochimaru even took Namikaze under his wing and taught him all sorts of wind techniques and fighting styles. He never did allow Namikaze to learn his own snake techniques, however, except for 1 or 2 defensive jutsu like the Nimpo, Shishienjin, Sound 4 barrier technique. His musings were interrupted by Sarutobi. He looked at the older man's face as he began, "I will now pronounce judgment. Naruto Uzumaki, You are allowed status as a Konoha ninja on a probationary status of 3 months. However, you will submit to a sealing jutsu which will seal away half your chakra away until such a time as I die or release the seal. In addition, you will be assigned a partner, and have decided that it will be Anko Midarashi. Sarutobi remembered that she was the most vigilant in seeking Namikaze. Now, it would be her duty to guard him. Naruto managed to suppress his laughter at the irony of being paired up with Anko in both worlds. Apparently though, Sarutobi wasn't finished. You will be given a new codename, Namikaze, as you look so much like the Yondaime. If anyone asks you, your name is Namikaze Naruto as of now on, to hide your true identity as Naruto Uzumaki. You are the brother of the Yondaime and have no relation to Naruto Uzumaki, understood? Namikaze nodded his head. Lastly, you will be granted the title Tokubetsu Junin. If you prove your loyalty in the 3 months, you will be promoted to Junin and considered for Anbu. On the other hand, if you do not prove your loyalty, you will be executed. Do you understand, Naruto Namikaze? Namikaze nodded and said, thank you Sandame-sama. The Sandame nodded and said, to everyone present, Namikaze's true name, identity and where he came from are now S-class secrets until such a time that he is determined to be a threat to Konoha. That will be all for the time being. Meeting adjourned. All the council members began filing out of the chambers. Some of them gave Namikaze a seething glare, while some looked speculative. They didn't say anything, but their faces spoke volumes. All of them were curious whether he was truly who he said he was, and whether he would betray Konoha. Only the Sandame looked pleased that it was accepted without objection. Namikaze was led away by a white-clad Anbu captain to a room to seal away half his chakra. Namikaze sighed and thought, well, could be worse. It was late afternoon as Naruto approached the ramen stand for his usual gourmet. He approached the bar when he saw a red-clad ninja with a Junin vest. He was sitting in Naruto's usual spot. Naruto approached the ninja and said, hey, come on man, that's my usual seat. No one sits there beside me. Suddenly, a black sword was at Naruto's neck, but did not make contact. The ninja turned, and Naruto recognized him immediately. Why you? You're that pervert I met in the, what was it? The man smirked and said, the Anbu headquarters, right? I met you when I was being interrogated. Don't tell me my awesomeness has left you speechless. Alright, Brad, I have a question. What did I say to you about loudmouth ninja? Naruto thought for a minute and then said, I don't know, I never talked to you after that. The man laughed, retracted his sword and said, maybe you'd recognize me better when I take this form? The ninja transformed into Izumo. He said, do you remember now? Naruto pointed at the man and said, ah. That's right, you cut my cheek the last day in class. Wait, you also helped me in Kakashi's test. Izumo transformed back and said, allow me to introduce myself. I'm Naruto Namikaze, nice to meet you. Pull up a seat, I'll buy you 2 bowls of ramen, any type. Naruto looked at the older man with sparkles in his eyes and immediately said, old man, I'll have 2 extra large miso ramen with pork cutlets and the works. Old man Tucci replied, right, 2 coming up. Namikaze gave a big toothy smile and spoke up, I'd also like 2, same as the kid. The ramen master nodded. While they waited, Naruto sized up his otherworldly self, though he was unaware. The man had a black short katana on his back, 2 kunai holsters on each leg, and a shuriken pouch on his backside. The man had almost no cuts or injuries at all, until he saw his right hand. Naruto said, say, what's that on your hand Namikaze-san? Namikaze looked at his right hand, examining the seal he had put on him a couple hours ago. There was a circular script of black ink with several dozen kanji written in small text. There is a fairly large swirl within the center of the circular seal. He smiled sadly, it was something I had to pay, a while back. Don't mind it. So kid, tell me about yourself. Naruto dropped his head in contemplation. Well, I'm Naruto Uzumaki, and I'm going to become Hokage someday. 1 bowl was set down in front of Namikaze while a second was placed in front of Naruto. Namikaze held his chopsticks up and uttered a small itadakimasu before eating some of his favorite food. After a couple seconds of slurping, the older ninja replied, I already knew that kid. You told me in the interrogation room. Naruto paused from his dinner and thought, there's this pretty girl that is named Sakura Haruno. She's really cute. He trailed off, remembering her betrayal a couple days ago. Namikaze said quickly, I know that as well. Remember, I was at the classroom that day. Your excitement at the prospect of being teamed with her was blatantly obvious to everyone there. He used the chopsticks to pick up a piece of meat and chew on it. Naruto replied a bit more quietly, I'm not so sure about whether it was a good thing anymore. During the bell test she The blonde genin told Namikaze all about the bell test. The Tokubetsu Junin nodded and just listened. Finally, Naruto finished, and the older ninja began. Well, Naruto, there's no easy way of putting this. Girls, at this point in their lives, are more interested in guys than in being great ninja. In the same way, she seems infatuated with the young Uchiha. Furthermore, she is young and prone to doing irrational things as such. I think you should forgive her. She probably learned her lesson from Kakashi-senpai. Namikaze slurped down the rest of the ramen and set it down. Furthermore, I also believe you should stop chasing after her. When she is older and more grown up, you might be able to pursue her. Besides, if you just focus on her, you might miss out on other people who see you for who you really are. Naruto dropped his head as Mizuki's deriding voice entered his mind. He muttered bitterly, "Yeah, I'm a demon." Namikaze's right eye twitched and he brought down his fist on the brat's head. Naruto yipped a bit and shouted, "What was that for Teme? For being such an idiot, letting what those idiot villagers say get to your head. I thought Iruka taught you better than that. You're Naruto Uzumaki of Konohagakure. I never want to hear those words from your mouth again." Namikaze looked absolutely livid with fury. Naruto shrunk backwards and said, Alright, just chill, alright." Namikaze's face returned to its usual calm. He looked to the old man again and said, "Old man, we'll take the second bowl right now." Both ninjas sat quietly eating their meals. Finally, when their second bowls were finished, Naruto shouted, "Alright. Old man, I'll take another." Namikaze smirked and said, "If you get another, you're paying for it." What do you mean? You said you'd buy me ramen." Namikaze closed his eyes, looking absolutely jovial, and leaned in close to Naruto's face. "Yeah, I said I'd buy you 2 bowls of ramen. And I've done just that. I had a feeling if I buy you more than that, I'd be out of money in no time." Naruto grumbled for a second, and then thought of a strategy. Naruto formed a quick hand sign, sexy jutsu. However, Namikaze prevented the move by slamming his fist into Naruto's skull again. He said, "Don't do that move again. I'll beat you to a pulp if you try once more around me." Naruto rubbed his head and nodded in pain. Namikaze didn't eat any more ramen after 2 bowls. It was a habit picked up after being away from Konoha on several missions for days or weeks at a time. Ramen would taste better each time he ate it if he only ate it in small quantities. Naruto, meanwhile, decided to have 3 more bowls. The two chatted like old friends about the various flavors of ramen, arguing which one was better than the other. It was like watching 2 brothers argue. Finally, after Naruto was finished, Namikaze changed the topic to a more serious one. "So, you said you knew the shadow clone." Naruto gave a quick and cheerful in acknowledgement. Namikaze said, "You want to show me?" Naruto thought for a second and then said, "Sure." He got up, walked a couple feet away into the street, and created a shadow clone. Namikaze smirked, tried to hold it in, and then burst out laughing. Naruto looked confused. Namikaze continued for a couple minutes, and then caught his breath. Hey, you do know how to make it. But I don't think you've quite mastered it yet." Naruto clenched his fist, making it go white. "What did you say, bastard? Don't disregard my skills. I've taken down a Chunin with that skill. I can even make over 200 shadow clones in battle." Namikaze smirked, shrugged and closed his eyes. He sighed and said in a mocking tone, Well, I stand corrected. You can destroy a Chunin with 200 shadow clones." Namikaze chuckled and said with a more serious tone, "I can take down a Junin with 1. Naruto looked uncertain but determined to prove the older ninja wrong. Namikaze looked at the kid and said, "Tell you what, let's go to your training area. There we'll fight it out using nothing but shadow clones and taijutsu. What do you say, kid?" Naruto nodded and said, "You're on." 20 minutes later, Naruto and Namikaze were at the training ground where Naruto's bell test took place. Namikaze stood on one side by himself. Naruto stood in the other half of the clearing. Namikaze said, "All right. You can use any weapons of any kind, along with transformation jutsu and shadow clones." "I will," throwing away his sword for emphasis, "only use shuriken and kunai, plus any taijutsu style, shadow clones and transformation techniques. You, however, are not allowed to use the sexy jutsu or any perverted variant you may come up with." "Fair enough." Naruto nodded and formed the cross hand sign. Suddenly, the entire clearing was filled with over 100 Narutos. Namikaze looked around and stretched his muscles a bit. He could finish this easily, but he needed a workout. So, he settled into a special style he created quite a few years ago, and then it began. Namikaze focused on his targets one by one. He slammed his palm into the clone's chest, causing it to explode instantly. The open palm attack was followed by the ninja jumping over a roundhouse kick and landing on his left hand. From there, he spun on the hand, slamming his heel into another clone's jaw and palming a second clone with his right hand. Namikaze used his left hand to spring forward onto his right foot, spinning again. His left foot slammed into the center of a clone, with his left and right palms striking two different clones' feet, obliterating all three in a burst of smoke. He slammed his palm backwards, hitting a clone that got too close to his backside, and kept using his open palmed attacks to destroy clone after clone. After a few minutes, Namikaze decided to change styles to keep in practice with his others. He pulled both two kunai out of both holsters and slashed away at several different clones at once. About 10 clones at that point exploded. More clones threw themselves at Namikaze. He formed a single hand sign, creating a single shadow clone. They stood back to back, and cut down any clones that came within 10 feet. After enough time, there was a massive amount of smoke surrounding Namikaze. Suddenly, the air currents changed, like something spinning was cutting through them from all directions. He formed a single hand sign. Several shadow clones appeared around Namikaze, creating a barrier of sorts. He heard the sound of flesh being cut as shuriken struck down all the shadow clones. Naruto watched as the smoke cleared, and Namikaze was nowhere to be seen. The shuriken were lying in a ring right where Namikaze should have been. However, he wasn't there. Naruto said, "Don't move, anyone. The real one is among us somewhere." Each shadow clone looked at another suspiciously. Finally, a random clone threw a kunai, striking the Naruto who spoke. That Naruto exploded into smoke, and several shurikens struck the one who threw the attack. It also exploded into smoke. Wherever Namikaze was hiding, he thought, "Hey, let's see how I handle this pressure at his age." Naruto said, "All right, everyone, dispel. The one who's left will no doubt be Namikaze." All the shadow clones exploded into smoke. There was a shadow who moved silently through the smoke, and finally appeared behind Naruto. It put a kunai in front of the younger ninja's throat and said, "Pity. I guess that means my win." The smoke cleared, revealing Namikaze right behind Naruto. Naruto just smirked and said, "Not quite." The younger ninja exploded into smoke. Namikaze moved to escape, but Naruto was slightly faster. He was on Namikaze before he could move. Namikaze's eyes widened. "Wow, I never thought he'd figure it out. Well done, Naruto, not that it's good enough, of course." Naruto said, "I guess I win." He cut the older man's cheek, but then it exploded into smoke. Namikaze's voice boomed out from the nowhere. "Good, good. You've learned several impressive tricks using that clone. However, your clones lack one vital thing." Naruto yelled, "Yeah, what is that?" Namikaze said, "Nope, you've got to figure it out for yourself. Here I come." Kakashi watched from a nearby branch as the new Junin absolutely destroyed Naruto's clones. After about an hour of the activity, Kakashi decided to put an end to this. He appeared right in the middle of an attack. He stopped Namikaze from destroying another shadow clone. Naruto was sweating from producing so many clones and having them all destroyed. Namikaze was only slightly panting. Kakashi said, "All right, enough. Namikaze-kun, you've proven your point, so let Naruto go home and get some rest. We have a training session at about 7 in the morning." Namikaze chuckled and said, "So, Naruto, you should probably be there about noon, roughly. Also, have you figured it out?" Naruto kept it panting, but then realized, "Oh, I use up a lot of chakra to create those clones, right?" Namikaze nodded and said, "Keep going. So if I use fewer clones to complete a task, I'll be able to last longer." Namikaze said, "So, how do you do that?" I'm not quite sure." The Tokubetsu Junin sighed and said, "Survivability. Your clones don't survive very long. You need to learn some taijutsu skills in order to have them become stronger. Work on that, all right?" Naruto nodded and ran off. Kakashi turned to the blonde Junin and said, "Sarutobi said you were acquitted, but I saw you use the Kyuubi's chakra to flee from our fight. Who the hell are you?" Namikaze said, "Me? My name is Naruto Namikaze. I have no intention of telling you my likes or dislikes. As for my dream, I have many hobbies." Kakashi said, "Interesting, you copied my greeting to my students perfectly, which means you were watching me and have an interest in my students. Furthermore, how are you related to Minato Namikaze?" Naruto said, "I'm his brother. That's all you need to know for now, Sharingan Kakashi." Kakashi's visible eye narrowed as he said, "I'll be watching you. Don't cause any trouble for my team. They're my comrades, and I don't take kindly to those who hurt my comrades." Kakashi walked away, but kept Namikaze visible in the corner of his eye. Namikaze said, Good thing you were on time, Kakashi-senpai. Who knows what would happen if you kept showing up late. Kakashi disappeared, but Namikaze stood still for a couple minutes, and then he said, Kakashi-sensei, you were always late. Please, don't let there be a repeat. Namikaze's troubles Omake. Sume Inuzuka Namikaze Naruto walked a good distance from the training ground when he heard a female voice scream out, Gatsuga. The smell of sweat and dog filled his nostrils and he moved on pure instinct away from whoever it was. He landed on a tree about 15 feet away, and looked at whoever it was. There was a young woman, probably his age, who was on all fours with a dark-colored dog. Namikaze suddenly shivered. After his unfortunate interaction with Sume, he became deathly afraid of any and all Inuzuka females. The woman sniffed the air, and turned to Namikaze. The older ninja, on the other hand, was now hidden behind a tree. He thought, what the heck am I doing? She's just an Inuzuka. I don't even know her. She'll probably continue training and move on with her life, while I do the same with mine. Yeah, that's it. Hey, what are you doing hiding behind a tree? A voice said in his ear. A very loud scream could be heard throughout half of Konoha. Namikaze turned his head slowly to see a young Hana Inuzuka. Her appearance just caused a ton of sweat to start forming on Namikaze's forehead. You see, Rin Inuzuka looked exactly like Hana. She didn't have the same voice or personality, but that never made it through his terror-clouded mind. He said, why yeah. You see, I was just. Hana looked at the former Anbu and said, hey, relax. I'm not going to eat you, she smiled. Oh, of course not, but Namikaze pressed his back into the tree, willing it to move and disappear. Hana was confused. The dog barked from several feet below. Naruto swallowed and thought, take a breath, man. She's not Rin. Rin is in the other world, probably terrorizing some other guy. Yeah, it'll be just fine. Yeah. Unfortunately, another voice shouted, Hana, I need you back at the vet. One of the young pups injured his paw. Naruto's blood ran cold and his face turned deathly white. The voice was right below him and it belonged to a Sume Inuzuka. Sume walked up towards the tree and leapt into it right next to Hana. The younger Inuzuka nodded and vanished on the spot. Namikaze Naruto didn't move as Sume started sniffing at him. She said, you're the older Uzumaki brat, right? Namikaze managed to force a very small nod. The Inuzuka clan leader didn't realize Namikaze was absolutely stone-cold terrified of her. Instead, she started sniffing him for several long minutes. Suddenly, she started smiling, not a good sign to the Junin. She said, well, you smell like the brat, that's for sure. Sume looked him over for a minute. She smiled again, all right. You seem to like my daughter. Although you have been approved by the Hokage for now, I'll have to have you over one night to see if you are all right for dating Hana. Namikaze squeaked pathetically, what? Sume slapped his back and said, don't worry. I have a good nose about these things. Come over for dinner after your next mission. Namikaze attempted to squeeze out a protest, but Sume put an end to whatever hope he had. However, if you hold her up, I'll chew you up, spit you out and use you for feeding my dogs. Her face was suddenly full of fury and anger. A sizable amount of killer intent was pouring over the blonde-haired Junin. She jumped out of the tree and started running. Her wolf companion followed right next to her. The older ninja collapsed on the tree, wondering how he got himself back into this mess that he managed to escape. That night, Namikaze had recurring dreams of the terror unleashed by Sume Inuzuka. Kakashi landed in front of the Hokage on top of the Hokage Tower. It was a full moon with perfectly clear skies. A warm wind blew through the village and tugged at the old man's robes. The Hokage just stood there, looking at the stars as if they held some secret hidden from him. He inhaled on his pipe and then exhaled, releasing a long stream of smoke which slowly dissipated in the wind. Sarutobi finally seemed to take note of the blue-masked shinobi in front of him. He smiled like the wise sage he was and said, so, you met the Yondaime's brother, Naruto Namikaze. Kakashi nodded, Sandaime-sama. You know as well as I do that Minato-sensei had no living relatives, with the sole exception of Naruto Uzumaki. What do you know of the man? There was another long pause as the old professor took the time to pull out an answer. Finally he said, Naruto seems to like him. I don't necessarily trust Naruto Namikaze. And I've taken precautions in case of betrayal. However, he formed several hand signs and finished with the ram seal. A small wave of chakra shot out from Sarutobi's feet. Kakashi suddenly couldn't hear anything but the Hokage's breathing. Sarutobi spoke slowly, but softly and amicably, Kakashi, what I am to tell you now is an S-class secret. What do you know about the Kyuubi? Kakashi was taken aback. Naruto has it sealed into him by the Yondaime, but I also saw some Kyuubi chakra leaking out of Namikaze as well. What relation does Namikaze have to the Kyuubi no Kitsune? Everything. The truth is Naruto Namikaze is Naruto Uzumaki. There are two Narutos in this world. Kakashi suddenly looked as if some pieces were beginning to fall in place, but not nearly all of them. He first said, I sure hope that was a joke, because the implications of such a thing would be huge. But how is that even possible, for there to be two Narutos? Sarutobi nodded and began explaining what Namikaze had revealed to the entire council. The next morning, Namikaze arose at roughly 7 in the morning. He shivered at his horrid dreams and the events that transpired yesterday. He quickly changed out of his sleeping outfit into his ninja gear, fully anticipating a mission today. The sound of birds chirping came in from the window and he stopped. Every time he heard those birds, he thought of Sakura and her death. His eyes glazed over for about 5 minutes until the birds left his window. He shook his head and continued preparing for his mission. I will not allow the same fate to befall Sakura-kun this time around, he thought to himself. After frying up some eggs and grabbing a small bag from his dresser, he exited the apartment and jumped off the second-floor balcony to the street below. Suddenly, Sarutobi's words came to mind, you will be partnered with Anko outside the village in missions. Anko was going to be ticked to be his partner. He sighed and disappeared from the spot. He used his chakra to cling to the walls as he ran along the side, avoiding balconies and windows. His chakra control was still not where he wanted it at the time. After Sarutobi sealed away his chakra, he discovered that he couldn't control it as well as when he was in Anbu. He would use up way too much chakra as a result. If he could compare his chakra levels to anyone, it would definitely be Kakashi Hitaki's level without the Sharingan, so he couldn't use shadow clones as massively as he could before, at least until the seal was removed or he adjusted to the chakra level, which would take who knows how much time. After a few minutes of running along walls, he landed noiselessly in front of Anko's house. He sat down on a nearby bench and waited. The door opened to the apartment complex first floor and out walked Anko Mitarashi, just putting on her trench coat. There was a skewer of dango sticking out of her mouth. She looked at the male ninja and paused. Namikaze's right hand rose to his face defensively, resulting in a sharp pain in that hand, but the ninja only gritted his teeth. He said, thanks Anko, that glove was new. Out of his right hand, a wooden dango skewer now protruded through a leather, fingerless glove. Anko said, don't worry about it. I was just breaking those gloves in for you. Namikaze grabbed the skewer and ripped it out. A small amount of blood pooled around the wound. Steam started rising as the wound closed itself. Anko whistled and said, that's something incredibly helpful. Now I have a question. TME, how did you trap me into being your teammate? Why couldn't you torture that toothpick prick, Genma? Naruto-en laughed loudly and replied, you're more skilled than Genma. Hokage-sama wanted me closely watched, not that you could stop me if I did try to escape. Come on, let's go get ourselves a mission. She didn't argue that, remembering the bar incident with a very slight blush of embarrassment. Sarutobi had just finished talking to Hayate about his mission to guard a feudal lord as he traveled to see a friend in Kumo. Apparently, some bandits attempted to waylay them in a mountain pass. However, they underestimated the youngest person to ever master Mizukuri no Mai, Dance of the Crescent Moon. The payment was received upon completion. Hayate did not look very well, as his bouts with pneumonia were getting worse. He kept on telling the sickly ninja his concerns with his health, but he just said he was fine. Sarutobi said, Hayate, you've been a fine ninja, but I think it's really time to consider your health. After the Chunin exams, I'm going to ask for a paid leave of absence until your health has fully recovered. I don't want you dying at such a young age, as you have a bright future before you. Hayate looked shocked, but nodded, knowing there would be no arguing against the Hokage. He bowed and said, as you wish. Cough. Hokage-sama. The Chunin exited, appearing somewhat dazed. After he left, Sarutobi was the only one in the room. A few minutes later, a couple loud noises could be heard arguing down the hallway. Tastes. It's too mushy. Dango is. So stop. Brat. What? Saying. Ramen. Best. Likes ramen, especially Ichiraku. It's a masterpiece good for generations, old and young, tall and short. The door slid open again and the argument continued. Suddenly killer intent could be felt directed at them. Namikaze stopped talking immediately. He looked at the Hokage, who had a hair-raising look on his face. Anko swallowed and said, old man, give us a mission. Sarutobi just sighed and dropped the small amount of killer intent he was projecting at the two of them. All right. We currently do not have any B-rank missions available. For C rank, we have escorting a bank or two. Namikaze replied, no, do you have any bingo book target missions? Sarutobi looked down. There was a BA rank target that was near the Konoha, Iwa border, but he was unsure he wanted to send the son of Minato from another world to the edge of Iwa. They might discover something about Naruto Uzumaki. He thought for a second, and then said, all right, I do have a mission, but I will only allow you to take the mission under one condition. Should the target flee across the border, do not give chase, understood? Anko said, sure thing old man. Now what's the mission? Sarutobi set down the A rank scroll and said, the target's name is Shiro Daikano. He's a former cloud ninja wanted for assaulting their daimo's financial advisor and several of his guard. The ninja's information and current whereabouts are recorded inside the scroll. Anko picked up the scroll and began walking out. Namikaze just stood there for a second as he watched her leave. He said, thanks, Hokage-sama. Anko must still be slightly upset about being teamed up with me. He grabbed his chin speculatively, come to think about it, I don't think she was ever too thrilled about it when I was assigned captain of her Anbu squad. She longed for the position for the longest time. Sarutobi said impassively, give her time. No doubt, she'll come around sooner or later. Naruto N walked towards the door. Sarutobi put the pipe in his mouth and said, Naruto. Mind if I ask, why do you call me Hokage-sama? You really don't seem all that different from your younger counterpart. He calls me old man Hokage, and not in a very respectful manner. Namikaze turned, showing a sad smile and replying, I call you Hokage-sama, because you are the first Hokage I've met who deserves my respect. Remember, I was trapped with Orochimaru Teme as my Hokage. Sarutobi said, for what it may be worth, I'm sorry my boy. I don't blame you, Hokage-sama. I credit the blame where it is due, the bastard snake. The former Anbu captain bowed and exited through the doorway. Another pair of civilians looked at the two ninja and started glaring. The two just kept walking as if nothing had happened. Anko used one of her dango skewers she kept in her pouch to loosen some of the fish stuck to her teeth from the morning meal, disregarding the civilians' glares. Namikaze watched the civilians' faces turn brighter when seeing him. One of the two women whispered into the other's ear. The second started blushing a bit and waved. The ninja nodded in her direction, but spoke to Anko, you ever get tired of everyone looking down on you? Anko finally succeeded in freeing the bit of fish and swallowed. She said, I don't really care what those pricks think of me. If I cared what they thought, I would have resigned from being a ninja years ago. Why bother worrying about it when you can do nothing about it? Namikaze frowned but nodded. Namikaze used to be glared at by the villagers all the time in his Konoha. But their opinions slowly changed over the years for the most part. To them, it was still possible that the demon child was responsible for all the disappearances in the village, but most didn't believe it, especially those who actually knew him. Here, however, these people haven't let go of their hatred of Anko and her association with Orochimaru. He mentally shrugged, realizing Anko probably made herself out to be her own uniquely annoying, slightly evil psychopath. Namikaze decided to open the scroll and start reading up on their target. They could use all the advantages they could get. He felt in his shuriken pouch on his back and paused for a second. His eyes widened, and he felt around for it. His hands were cut on a couple shuriken. Then, his hand rested on the pouch he put in there last night. He pulled it out and looked inside. His face contorted as he thought, only 5 of them. Crap. I'll have to make more later. He returned the bag to his shuriken holster and continued reading. Anko noticed her partner's face went through surprise, relief and frustration all at once. She also noticed the bag he looked into and said, what's in there? Namikaze said, oh, just a few. Surprises for our enemy. I'll have to replenish my supply later. The two continued through the village towards the gate. Aoba and Shinji, a newer Tokubetsu Junin, were at the entrance. Shinji nodded at the two of them. There were trees in every direction. Anko said, well brat, looks like you're in my care from now on. Anko thought back to a couple days ago, when Sarutobi had called her into his office. Flashback. Anko walked calmly down the hallway to the mission room. Sarutobi was alone, probably because he didn't want anyone to be around when he gave her the instructions for the mission. Anko said, what's the matter old man? I heard from the Anbu that I have an important mission. Sarutobi nodded but appeared slightly saddened. Anko, I am assigning you to guard the older Naruto Uzumaki. The kunoichi's eyes widened. Her mouth opened to protest. The old man put up his hand. Also, you will now be calling him Naruto Namikaze. His true identity has already been breached enough. I do not trust him, because he just appeared out of nowhere. So, I added a second layer to the seal, should he prove to be a problem. The seal will kill him under several conditions. First, should I die, he will die. Second, I have also tied his seal to a medical sample of your chakra. Should you die, he will die. Third, should either one of us come to the conclusion that he is a risk to the village, we can activate the seal. Finally, should he attempt to alter the seal, it will activate and he will die. You will use your discretion in dealing with the ninja. Anko nodded, but her eye twitched in frustration. She was assigned to him of all people. End flashback. Anko suddenly found herself stroking at the kunai pouch. She relaxed and opened her mouth to speak. However, Namikaze said, "Be quiet, Anko, I'm trying to concentrate on something." Anger and killer intent radiated off of her in waves. Several birds in the air froze up mid-flight and crashed into the trees as the killer intent was so great. Namikaze's eyes stopped scanning the document, as he sensed his life was now in danger. Naruto Uzumaki was sitting around, waiting for Kakashi to arrive when he suddenly felt a clammy feeling go down his spine. He looked around, but there was only Sasuke and Sakura, the latter looking more subdued in her fawning over Sasuke. She looked over at Naruto, who looked fairly scared. "Naruto, what's wrong?" He looked again at the pink-haired Kunoichi and said, "Do you feel that? It's like someone is choking me." Sakura looked surprised but shook her head. Naruto tilted his head a bit in confusion. Suddenly, smoke exploded from nowhere and quickly vanished. In its place, Kakashi stood with his usual eye smile. "Yo." Naruto and Sakura walked over almost in a daze. Sakura recovered first and asked, "Are you really Kakashi-sensei? You're almost on time for once." It was true. He was only 30 minutes late, which was impressive by most standards. Kakashi coughed and said, "Let's begin. Today, we cover taijutsu." Blood dripped from the kunai as it was held to its master's neck. Anko blinked, suddenly having her mind clear of the anger that was with her only a minute ago. She looked around, but then noticed the bloody kunai. The Kunoichi said, "Well played, brat, well played." Namikaze smiled as he withdrew the kunai from her throat. Anko reached up and wiped at the cut on her cheek. Namikaze reached inside his backpack and said, "Here. Let me take care of that." He carried a medkit at all times after the wave's mission. First, he pulled out some disinfectant, sprayed it on a cloth, and put it to her cheek. She winced a bit in pain, but did not yell out. Then, he used some bandage tape to secure the cloth into position. Anko looked surprised at the care he had used when dealing with her injury. Then, the memories of the last couple minutes came back. Flashback. Anko was suddenly holding a kunai overhead in her hand as she rushed the ninja. Namikaze slammed his free hand, forcing her hand to let go of the weapon. He followed up with an open palm to her sternum. That attack pushed her backwards several paces. Namikaze caught the kunai and threw it after her. She managed to mostly avoid the attack, but it still grazed her cheek. She felt the air pressure around her for the briefest instant. Namikaze appeared behind her, caught the kunai, and put it to her throat. End flashback. Namikaze spoke up, "Are you relaxed now?" Anko nodded and Namikaze backed away. The blonde continued, "Sorry for ignoring you. I was just reading up on Shiro-kun in our mission file here. He is apparently called the Strong First of Kumo. He's a taijutsu master, so we'd be best off using ranged attacks." The two of them continued down the road as they talked. "So basically, this guy's the guy of Kumo?" Namikaze's face turned a shade whiter at that comparison. His mind drifted back to his last fight with Guy in which he barely managed to keep up with him. He considered the possibilities of two guys in this world and began shaking his head. "Don't even joke like that, Anko. Guy and his little clone are bad enough. The last thing we need is another guy walking around in the world." The talk continued for several minutes as they discussed the ninja's specialties and possible attack strategies. They didn't even seem to take notice when some bandits surrounded them. The big fat one, obviously the leader, said, "You two are surrounded. Give up your money and we'll let you go about your business." Anko kept looking at Namikaze. "So, I'll summon some of my little friends and send them to bind Shiro up. You use your wind jutsus to decapitate him." "That would never work, Anko-chan. This guy is a Junin. We'll have to be slightly more clever in luring him into our trap. Perhaps we should set up some explosive notes around the area and—" The bandit leader shouted, "Hey, I'm talking to you. Listen already or we'll carve you up." Namikaze and Anko looked at him with dubious and bored looks. They turned to face each other again. "As I was saying, explosive notes would be effective. Let's use the Kekai Hojin, barrier encampment method. Explosive notes, we'll set them up in a square formation and lure him there." Anko said, "Look, I don't mind traps, but the guy will probably escape long before it goes off. Besides, it lacks, I don't know, style. You'd know all about that with your fishnet technique. No pervert would be able to stand against that." I don't even think Jiraiya could take you on. Aren't you a pervert yourself? I heard about the incident in the torture and interrogations. Finally, the bandits got bored of listening to the pointless bickering and ran at the two ninjas. There were 4 in total. Anko ducked under one attack. 2 snakes, a copperhead and tiger snake, shot out of her sleeves and encircled her 2 opponents. Namikaze cut through his target's swords with his own katana. He also held one kunai to the shorter bandit and the point of his short katana to the leader's throat. He said as his cheeks blushed, "I am not a pervert. On another note, are these guys worth anything?" Anko pulled out her bingo book and flipped through the pages. None of the 4 bandits made any of the picture bingos. However, she flipped to the fire country list. Namikaze seemed to sense what she was doing and said, "Hey, what's your name?" The big guy tried to not say anything, but felt the blade pierce his neck's skin. He said, "Ryama. Ryama Akito." Anko sighed and said, "Nope. Nothing." The 4 sighed in relief. Anko and Namikaze, however, smirked evilly. The snakes hissed as they bit deeply into their captured prey. Namikaze decapitated the underling with the kunai and then pierced the leader's throat with the sword. Anko's foes started foaming at the mouth, and Namikaze's only surviving foe reached for his throat. The former Anbu captain pulled out his blade and wiped it clean. The bandit leader's eyes looked confused. Namikaze said, "You picked the wrong 2 people to mark, idiot. Can't you see we're Konoha Junin?" The leader's eyes rolled into his head. Anko said, "Rest in peace. In hell, fool." She pulled out a scroll and began scratching out some sealing ink. The male Junin asked, "Didn't you say he wasn't worth anything?" The snake woman said, "I lied. His head's worth 200,000 ryo. We'll drop him in the bounty office by the waterfront on the way. Besides, why did you kill him? I knew he was worth something, but you just killed him for no reason." The male ninja smiled cruelly. "Remember, dear Anko-chan, that these criminals were willing or stupid enough to ambush Leaf Shinobi. If they learn from their mistakes, they might actually become a hazard for a shinobi in the future." Anko blinked as she looked at Namikaze. For a second, the male ninja had a similar aura as her old sensei. But they both also knew that a living bandit could cause trouble for other Konoha ninja. She remembered a time that a couple genin died on an escort mission for a feudal lord. The bandits were let free a couple days earlier by a young Tokubetsu Junin. If that Junin had just killed the bandits at that time. Namikaze nodded and watched with morbid curiosity. Anko continued drawing out the seal array, and then formed several hand signs, finishing up with rat. Chakra ejected itself from the scroll and surrounded the bandit. Suddenly, it disappeared and the visible blue chakra entered the central seal. A red kanji for sealed appeared. Anko rolled it up. She summoned a couple medium-sized snakes and gave them the task to eat the remains of the others and go home afterwards. The summons nodded and got to work eating. The 2 ninja continued on their path as if nothing had happened at all. On the Konoha, Iwa border, a gruff older ninja was resting against some rocks. He was on the edge of the forest and looking down the road. He thought, "I wonder who will come next. Will it be Iwa ninja? Maybe more cloud hunters. Could be some of those tree-hugging Konoha ninja." He smirked at the idea for a second. "Nah. They don't have the guts to send their ninja after me. I don't really care if my bounty is only 10 million ryo. They don't have a chance. I haven't had a good fight in a long while." Little did he know that he would soon get more than he bargained for. Namikaze's troubles. Omake. Pervert Namikaze rested against a tree near a river. He had a wet cloth in one hand and his bloodied kunai in the other. Anko took a drink from the river and said, "Well, I could always distract him with my devilishly good looks. Then, as he's distracted, you jam your sword through his back. I follow up with a snake bite to his throat." Namikaze stopped cleaning his tools and stared incredulously at his partner. Anko stared back. An awkward silence fell. Finally, Namikaze spoke, "Are you an idiot? Do you not remember that he's a Junin? If anyone will see through that, it'll be him." Anko said, "I don't know. It worked on half the targets I've eliminated before." "Oh, I see." She looked at Namikaze with a dubious but playful expression. Namikaze saw the look and became confused. Why are you looking at me like that?" She gave a small chuckle and said, "You can't handle my devilishly good looks." Namikaze's face turned completely red at that. His voice broke as he responded, "No. How could you possibly think that?" Anko smiled cutely, a terrible sign indeed. "I know all about the incident down in the torture and interrogations department with your younger half. You're a pervert." Namikaze looked away, clearly annoyed. After a few minutes, the male Junin stood up, sheathing his sword and kunai. "Let's go. We need to catch Shiro before he gets across the border." Anko chuckled and said, sure, sure. Pervert. Namikaze's hands clenched in frustration. Anko thought, I finally got something on him. This is gonna be fun. She licked her lips and followed the Junin. Anko would never let him live it down for years to come. The surrounding area began to thin out as they slowly but surely approached the Iwa border. Furthermore, the trees seemed to be losing health the further they got to the border. They were all white and dead looking. Anko pulled out the bounty meeting places notebook. There was a set schedules where the bounty hunter officers will be located throughout each of the elemental nations. The schedules were only given out to the upper echelon torture and interrogations heads of each village once every 6 months. Anko received hers from Ibiki, because he wasn't much of a field agent. Missing ninja could obtain them through various means but rarely went after the bounty officers for different reasons. Some, like Kakuzo, were well liked by the bounty offices, so he managed to stay off most bingo books of foreign nations. She frowned and said, change of plans. The bounty officer is not going to be present there. He was scheduled to be located at the mountain meeting spot in 30 minutes. It isn't too far out of the way, so we can make it there and then go to where the strong fist might be. Namikaze shrugged, yeah sure, that's fine. All 200,000 Ryu will be sent to Konoha, and we'll probably get about 75,000 Ryu each. Shiro walked down the road to where his contact would meet him. The man would take him into Iwa, where he would gain some purposeful employment in the employ of the Tsuchikage. He was known to employ some former missing nin. He would meet him outside an abandoned structure carved out of a valley in a rock outcropping just outside the forest. He would probably be there in 30 minutes. Anko finally made it out of the forest and got a glimpse of the meeting point. A massive stone outcropping rose several hundred feet into the air as they came closer. The outcropping formed a wall on 3 sides and created a sort of spherical amphitheater. At the base of the outcropping, there was a small doorway carved out of the rock. Anko said, I'll take care of getting this guy's bounty. You wait outside. Namikaze gave a mock salute Anko didn't see and sat down against the outcropping. Inside, Anko walked through the entrance chamber into the abandoned structure. She set down the scroll and began forming several hand signs. Blue chakra ejected itself from the seal and released a body. The body of the bandit had turned white, which was expected as the guy was dead. She picked him up and walked to the center of the room. She tapped her foot twice at the center of the room and waited 5 seconds. In the corner, a secret passage opened. Inside, there was an older man while gray robes and some brown sandals. He said in a grisly but friendly tone, Anko-kun? It has been a while. You've brought me another bounty? Why, I thought you had long since abandoned field work about a year ago during the incident with your fellow squadmates. Something about being called Orochimaru's brainwashed pet or something. Anko frowned a bit and said, old man, it really has been far too long. Yeah, this guy, Ryama Akito. She walked across the dark chamber and set the body down in one of the catacombs. The old man came over and took a look at his face. She continued, if his name was true, he is worth 200,000 Ryu. However, he was listed without a picture to go with the name in the bingo book. Can you confirm for me? The old man withdrew a bounty voucher book and began searching the various pages for the man. Outside, Namikaze watched in interest as a man walked towards the abandoned building. The man in the distance looked like an ordinary traveling merchant, but Namikaze wasn't so sure. The man kept scanning around for something. Then, the merchant stopped just at the entrance and started waiting around. Namikaze stood up and shouted, hey, how's it going? He raised his hand in a calm and friendly gesture. The merchant turned around, appearing startled that there was anyone else in the area. The Junin's eyes narrowed for a fraction of a second. His amicable appearance all of a sudden became a mask as his inner Anbu took over in an instant. He said, so, what are you doing around here in the middle of nowhere? The man said in a shaky voice, well, I'm waiting for my escort to Iwa. I was supposed to meet him here. Are you him? Namikaze shook his head, That's truly odd. Most people get missions from the Hokage in Konoha. That's quite a few miles away, an entire day's travel in fact. So, who's your escort? Maybe I can help somehow. The merchant suddenly felt trapped. But then, the ground started shaking. Namikaze drew his sword and looked around, completely alert. Suddenly, the ground below his feet cracked. He looked down in complete shock as he was suddenly engulfed by a rock dragon that shot up and swallowed the ninja whole. The dragon stopped moving, fell over and shattered into thousands of rocks. Namikaze was nowhere to see. A standard-clad Cloud Junin appeared out of nowhere next to the merchant and said, I'm here. Let's get across the Iwa border before his partner comes out and sees that he had died. Suddenly, a voice appeared out of nowhere. Kukakukuku. You think you're good enough to take me down? Imagine my luck I meet you here. I'll take you on, Shiro Daikano, the rock fist of Kumogakure. Shiro looked around and spoke up, how do you know who I am? Namikaze's voice drifted in from who knows where, you are our target. Time for you to die. Suddenly, the missing nin jumped out of the way as the ground split under a wind side. Shiro looked up and saw Namikaze attached to the rock with chakra. Namikaze started clapping, not bad, dodging that. How long will that luck hold up? I wonder. The Junin ran along the wall towards the missing nin. Shiro formed a single hand sign while Namikaze followed suit with a different one. Naruto moved instantly using Kei's Shunpo, wind flash step, and thrust his sword into the man's guts. However, his eyes widened as his blade stopped after cutting straight through the man's clothes and vest. Shiro laughed and slammed his wrist into the Junin's face. Namikaze flew backwards into the rock outcropping. The impact caused a deep crater to form upon impact. The ninja stuck there in the wall. He jumped down and walked towards the merchant. Suddenly, the ground beneath Shiro's feet cracked, and a snake shot out from the ground. He was prepared as he leapt backwards. The snake chased after the ninja, attempting to swallow him whole. Daikano kept jumping backwards as he formed several hand signs, Doden, Iwayado Kuzushi, Earth Release, Rock Lodging Destruction. Several rocks dislodged themselves and slammed onto the head of the snake, crushing its head. Anko suddenly appeared behind the man swinging her fist. Shiro let the attack hit, which didn't affect him at all. Anko was just surprised as Namikaze. However, she recovered fast enough to block his punch. The attack, however, still sent her towards the rocks next to Namikaze. She landed on her feet right next to the imprinted Junin in the wall. Namikaze ripped himself out of the wall and attached his feet to its side. Well. This could be troublesome. Looks like I can't cause him damage with my wind-enhanced sword, and your punches, Anko, don't have any effect. He grabbed inside his back pouch and pulled out the little bag he had previously. Namikaze said, looks like I'll have to use these already. Damn, if only I had some water, then I could use my water techniques instead. Anko said mockingly, aren't you supposed to be some shadow clone genius? Why don't you just swarm him? Namikaze dropped his head in shame. He held up his hand, showing the seal, I was. But there was a mistake in the sealing process. I lost more than 3/4 of my chakra behind it by accident, and I still have enough chakra to beat Kakashi's in his prime. That's what happens when we don't have a skilled sealer around in Konoha. So, I'm adjusting as well as I can. I need you to distract him for a single second, but don't get too close. Trust me, you don't want to be near him when my attack hits. Anko saw a smile in his eyes. Shiro said, enough waiting, I'm coming for you. He leapt onto the wall and began running on the side of the wall. Anko launched several hidden snakes at the target, but none of them could grasp him. Shiro just smiled as a result. He punched Anko right in her face, but then she exploded into smoke, revealing a wooden post and several exploding tags. Shiro cursed as the bombs went off, sending him to the ground just at the edge of the rock amphitheater entrance. Namikaze pulled something small out of the bag and threw it right after the target. He gave an evil smile and thought, game over. The small seed-like object he threw suddenly glowed brilliantly, and then exploded into chakra. The chakra formed into a pure wave of the purest white and washed over 100-foot area surrounding where Shiro had just landed. Dirt and smoke rose into the air, making it impossible to see through for a minute or two. Anko's mouth hung open in utter shock. She turned to Namikaze and said, what the hell was that, brat? Isn't that an overkill technique? Namikaze remembered who he had first designed the technique for and shook his head. No, I learned real fast that, in the field, there is no such thing as overkill. That jutsu is completely mine. Futen. Kuki Pareto no Jutsu, wind release. Air pellet. He pulled out a wind pellet from his pocket and tossed it to Anko. She caught it and looked at it curiously. Namikaze said, I created them before going on missions, compressing an incredible amount of wind chakra into such a small package. Finally I coat the wind chakra pellet with a small amount of normal chakra and crystallized it. I use them often when in the field against overly powerful enemies. They have a variety of purposes. Now, where did that Iwa merchant go? Several seconds later, the smoke cleared, revealing a massive trench cutting about 10 feet into the earth by an area of 100 feet squared. However, the Cloud Ninja pulled himself to his feet in the dead center of the attack. His shirt was completely blown away, revealing his upper body to be completely unscathed. Heh. Wow, that was one hell of a jutsu. I would have died for certain if it wasn't what made me the rock fist of Iwa. He threw himself to the rocks and ran towards Namikaze. The Konoha Junin withdrew a second pellet and threw it. This time, the third rock wall disintegrated under the wind technique, but Shiro kept moving forward. He smiled maniacally. What happens when the unmovable rock meets the breakable wind? I keep coming, Ka. Ha 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 ha, Ka. He threw a punch at the male ninja, but his fist hit the stone outcropping as Namikaze dodged. His hand punched straight through the wall deep into the stone outcropping. Namikaze saw this from the ground after using Kei's Shunpo to escape along with Anko. Naruto thought so. Kakuzo's technique which countered Choji's. But we don't have any lightning jutsu, the man said. Anko, we're gonna need to think up a plan. Let's retreat a bit and get him to chase us. Anko nodded and they began moving backwards towards the forest. Shiro shouted, Doden. Yanho Iwazuru, Earth Release, 4 sides rock cell. 4 rock walls burst from the ground and captured the 2 shinobi. It rose about 10 feet into the air. To complete the kill, the missing nin switched his final hand sign to rat and said, Iwa Furoego Sunkugi, rock floor spike. Namikaze grabbed Anko and jumped to the wall. Several small spikes burst from the ground inside the rock cell and attempted to pierce the pair of ninjas. However, Namikaze was too fast, as he got out of the cell before the attack hit. Shiro gave chase to the pair as they fled into the forest, intent on taking their lives. As the trees become more thick, it became harder and harder to track the 2 ninja and thought about turning around. Finally, Namikaze and Anko stopped and turned. They were both smiling. Shiro landed on a branch and said, What are you two so happy about? I don't really care if you've prepared this battlefield in honor of me, as I'll crush whatever you throw at me. 4 Naruto shadow clones came out of the forest with their short katanas drawn. The missing ninja dropped into a fighting stance and said, Come, if you wish. All 4 used Kei's Shunpo and slammed their katanas into the cloud ninja. Shiro smirked, Have you forgotten? Those don't work on ME. He slammed his feet into the one behind him and spun-kicked the rest. They all exploded into smoke. However, 2 of them were carrying air pellets, which detonated at the death of their controllers. 2 waves of chakra crushed in on the man, which also blinded him with the white light of wind chakra. When the dust and chakra cleared, he mocked them in his head, but then several kunais slammed into his backside. The man turned, only to see the real Namikaze right in front of him running at him. The ninja swung his fist and opened his mouth to taunt the man, but it turned out to be his undoing. Namikaze ducked the punch and hurled something green into the missing ninja's mouth. Shiro accidentally swallowed it. Namikaze exploded into smoke as he used the replacement jutsu to get out of range. The missing nin didn't have time to understand what was happening, as the air seed exploded in his throat. Namikaze landed on the branch and watched as the missing ninja vaporized spectacularly, sending rocks and the ninja's remains in all directions. He said, Doden. Domu no Jutsu, Rarth Release, Earth Spear. I heard about an enemy ninja who used the technique. However, it only hardens the skin. On the inside, you're just as soft as all the rest. Goodbye, Shiro Daikano, strong fist of the hidden cloud. Elsewhere, the merchant watched with some interest as Namikaze and Anko obliterated the strong fist of Kuma. His henge exploded, revealing a Junin scout who chuckled, Hey, this might prove to be interesting news for the Tsuchikage. May we meet in the future, Konoha's yellow flash. 1. Namikaze and Anko recovered the remains of Shiro, which was pretty much his head, and sealed it into a scroll. They deposited the remains with the old man and went along their way. Anko sent off the bird to the Hokage, saying their target was dead and their mission was a success. She had to say, the plan was brilliant, cunning once again like her old master. He started out with 5 air seeds and used 2 to keep the target at bay. Then, he led the enemy into the forest where he created 4 shadow clones to assault the ninja. 2 of the shadow clones held air pellets, which would explode the moment they died. The pellets sealed the target within a sphere of wind which should have obliterated the target, but the opponent used an earth jutsu to keep from being injured by external attacks. After the windstorm cleared, Namikaze moved in and threw the seed into the target's open mouth. Namikaze used the replacement jutsu to back away while the target was torn apart from the inside out. He was literally dead before he knew what had happened. Then, Anko remembered she owed him several drinks for saving her. She said, Now that we finished, what do you say we have a night on the town? Namikaze's smile was as large as ever as he dropped the Anbu captain facade he wore. Yeah. Namikaze's troubles omake. A night on the town. 12 hours later in the Hokage's office. 12 damaged chairs, 11,000 ryu. 4 destroyed tables, 29,000 ryu. 1 destroyed stand, 50,000 ryu. 5 civilian hospital bills, 30,000 ryu. 2 cases of sake, 4 cases of rice wine, 1 case of sochiro, and a case of an expensive foreign import, 80,000 ryu. Sarutobi sighed and looked at the two ninja who fidgeted. He said, "So, who wants to explain this bill?" Naruto Namikaze said, "Look, no one died. We wanted to have some fun before returning to the village, so we went to a highly recommended drinking stand near the Iwa border. After about 2 bottles of sake, we were pretty strung up. I think Anko got the idea Orochimaru was in the bar for some weird reason and threw several kunai in all directions. I tried to stop her, but instead she turned on me. The next thing I remember, we're waking up in a nearby forest. I guess we accidentally destroyed the stand, because as we approached, a mob started chasing us out of town." Sarutobi rested his chin on his entwined hands and closed his eyes. "I never should have put those two together. I'll never have any peace now." He looked at Anko, who was just silent. The Hokage said, "All right. I'm attaching your 200,000 Ryu voucher as compensation for the damages you two cause. Furthermore, both of you will be refused missions for a week to give you time to think about this." Namikaze nodded his head and walked towards the door with Anko. At the door, Sarutobi said, "Before you two go, I'd like to say you both did good on the mission. You will receive your shares of the bounty in a couple days." The two walked out. Namikaze sighed and said, "Thanks for covering for my mistake. Sarutobi would have locked me away if he knew that I was the one who was drinking, threatening people and causing a general riot through the town." Anko waved it off, "No problem. To be honest, it's happened to me a couple times when I started. However, we're even for you saving my life those 2 times." Namikaze smiled and said, "Right. Well, I'm off for a bit, see ya." He walked away from the Snake Kunoichi towards the Konoha Memorial Stone. It was about midday in Konoha. Several students and teachers had already gone out for training, but today Kakashi and his team had taken the day off. A gentle, cool breeze went through the clearing near the ninja memorial. As the Junin approached, he saw a ninja in a red sleeveless coat like Inoichi, a Chunin vest, long gray robes under that, and finally blue pants and black sandals. Kakashi had seen the man about 3 days ago near this location. He was sitting with one knee against his chest and the other extended. The man said, "You're on time for once, Kakashi. That's odd. Maybe I should send for Hokage-sama, bring you in and have Ibiki have a look at you." The man turned, revealing a large amount of teeth and a face like the Yondaime's. Kakashi's visible eye rose a bit in surprise, but then softened. He stood in front of the monument and just stood there for a couple minutes. Finally he responded, "I'm always on time for this. The first time I was ever late, my best friend died as a result." Naruto Namikaze said, "Obito wouldn't want you to blame yourself for what happened. Besides, by being late here, that makes you late for everything else. Sakura would still be alive over there if he hadn't been late. I might not have died." His tone turned bitter, and he said it with some small amount of spite. But then, he dropped his head in shame and turned to face his once teacher. I'm sorry Kakashi-senpai. It wasn't your fault. Those topics are a sore spot for me." Kakashi nodded and lowered his head thoughtfully. A few more minutes pass, and then he says, "What do you plan on doing, Namikaze?" Namikaze stood and said with determination, "I plan to kill Orochimaru and prevent anything like that from occurring ever again. I'll save them all, even if it costs me my life." "What about your dreams for Hokage? One day, perhaps. That dream can wait, because I no longer have Orochimaru Teme as Hokage." Kakashi said, "Well, just remember, you'll have competition if you ever try. Naruto may someday become a fine Hokage." Namikaze grinned, "Yeah. Say, maybe I could give him some pointers, help him and your team along." Kakashi thought for a minute about it and replied, "Under my watchful eye, I'll let you do it. However, if you endanger my students in any way." Furthest thing from my mind, Kakashi-senpai. Anko was standing in the forest of death, her personal playground where she was now searching for various poisons. She was working on several new concoctions not involving snake venom. In a damp portion of the forest, she found some tiger mushrooms, which might work for a good paralysis for a couple seconds. She might need to combine it with some snake. No, not snake venom, she thought. That bastard snake is virtually immune to all snake venoms, I have no doubt. Maybe I should seek out some forest scorpions. Combine the mushroom paralysis effect with some scorpion acid venom and we might have something. Her mind suddenly turned to Namikaze and his weird paralysis poison he used several days ago. She wondered if the brat might be willing to let her in on the composition of that, maybe make use of it against her old sensei. But, what could she bribe him with? Maybe some Ika, or perhaps, he's into that kind of stuff. Nah, maybe he'll take a date, or something. Her cheeks suddenly felt warm. She pulled out a mirror and looked at it. Sure enough, she was blushing. She scowled and threw the mirror against the tree. causing it to shatter into a million pieces. Anko thought angrily, why am I blushing? What the hell did that Tem do to me? Anko pushed the thought to the back of her mind and continued the hunt for poisons and nerve agent ingredients. Sasuke's eyes twitched as he looked in front of him. How did I get myself into this? He thought as he looked at the three ninjas sitting down in front of him. Naruto, Namikaze and Kakashi were sitting at the stool to Ichiraku ramen. Somehow, all of Team 7 and that Junin were gathered at the stand. It was late afternoon. Sakura just looked between the ninjas sitting down and Sasuke almost expectantly. Sasuke didn't want to be eating ramen, rather, he wanted to be training to kill Itachi. Namikaze looked at the young Uchiha and said, Yo, Sasuke, come and grab a seat. I'll buy you 2 bowls of ramen. Sasuke's eyes twitched again. That was the second reason he didn't want to be here. Namikaze was too much like Naruto. In fact, he originally thought he was a Naruto shadow clone in disguise. Flashback: Kakashi had sent out a couple messenger hawks to the rest of the team, demanding their presence at the wooden bridge in 5 minutes. They were all surprised to find Kakashi and another ninja already present. Sasuke examined the ninja. He had blonde hair, a red sleeveless jacket over a Junin vest and a set of gray robes underneath. He looked at the ninja's eyes, which were a crystal blue. Sasuke smirked and closed his eyes. Naruto. You can drop the henge. We all know it's you. Suddenly, a loud voice shouted behind him, Yo, Kakashi-sensei. What are you doing here on time? Aren't you usually at least 30 minutes late? Kakashi gave his eye smile and wave while saying, Well, I almost got lost on the road of life, but Namikaze-san guided me here through its infinite maze and, so. Namikaze gave a big grin, which disturbed Sasuke. The ninja looked way too much like Naruto to be anyone else. He said, So, you must be the Sasuke Teme I've heard so much about. Nice to meet ya. His actions were too much like Naruto's. Sasuke shifted his body into a different stance than his usual one. Namikaze caught it immediately. His stance now said, I don't trust you. Even if Kakashi says otherwise, you're still the Dobi. Namikaze sighed with a smile and shook his head, thinking, Still got that stick up your rear, huh, old friend? I'll try to help that a bit. I'll help you kill Orochimaru, the one who now masquerades as your brother. His toothy smile changed to an equally big closed smile. Sakura said, Huh? Kakashi-sensei, why are there 2 Narutos? Sasuke applauded the kunoichi in her head for the question. Namikaze said, Well, I guess you're right in one way. I am Naruto, but my name is Naruto Namikaze. Sakura examined the ninja thoroughly. She recognized the last name somewhere, but couldn't figure out where from. Sakura vowed to do some research when she got back to the village. Only 2 people realized that there was another member watching the whole proceedings from the shadows of a nearby bush, blushing the whole time. End flashback: Kakashi turned and said, Sasuke, you should take the man up on the offer. Always accept the offer of free food. Namikaze raised his hands and shouted, Yeah, so, sit. Sakura, you can as well. In fact, I'll buy everyone 2 bowls of ramen. Sakura and Kakashi's sweat dropped while Sasuke sighed and sat down. He said, Old man, I'll have a bowl of kimchi ramen. Sakura followed suit and had the roasted chicken special. She looked at the man with curiosity. The 2 Narutos were chatting and laughing together like brothers, or maybe like a father with a son. She said, Kakashi-sensei, who is that man? Kakashi looked at the Tokubetsu Junin. A few seconds passed and then he said, Sakura, his name is Naruto Namikaze. He's the brother of Minato Namikaze, our 4th Hokage. He was recently demoted from Enbu for messing up an important mission. I don't really know much about him outside that. Sakura pondered the new information and replied, Sensei, something's bothering me. Kakashi looked at his younger student, and then widened his eyes before she could reply, realizing just what she was about to ask. Are those 2 related somehow? They look so much alike. Kakashi sighed and said, No, Namikaze is not Naruto's father or brother. I assure you of that. Namikaze kept discussing ramen flavors with Naruto, and Kakashi gave a discourse on the 4th Hokage and his lack of relatives besides Namikaze. Sasuke just sat there, taking it all in. He looked around, watching his team enjoy some time together. He smirked a bit and relaxed slightly. Suddenly, Sasuke scowled at himself, for almost letting down his guard. He never allowed that, at least not after his brother betrayed his clan, family, and most importantly Sasuke himself. The blonde Junin saw the expression change on the ninja and smiled a bit at the younger ninja. He said, Naruto, you mind switching seats with me? Naruto looked slightly confused, but muttered his approval. Sasuke glared at Naruto as if he just betrayed him to a missing nin. Namikaze said, "So, Sasuke, I've heard a lot about you. Never really met you in town, so tell me about yourself." The old man brought out Sasuke's and Uzumaki's bowl of ramen. Sasuke broke his chopsticks and gave a small itadakimasu. Naruto just dove in. Sasuke's was fairly spicy, but he had to admit it was good. The noodles went down smooth and the broth was just the perfect temperature. The meat literally melted in his mouth as he ate it. Namikaze just smiled. He could tell that the Uchiha was enjoying this food, probably better than the stuff he'd been eating for a while at his apartment. It was understandable that Sasuke didn't want to live in the Uchiha compound. The place was empty, dark and cold. There were still some remains of that night, even though the bodies were destroyed by hunters to keep enemy ninja from stealing a corpse. There was brown blood spatter on the walls, the scrolls and the stands inside the Uchiha complex. Namikaze knew, because after the Chunin exams, Sasuke had Namikaze over to train with him for a while. The former Chunin asked why Sasuke didn't live in the compound, and he showed him. Namikaze was disgusted, and even more so when he discovered what Orochimaru, Itachi had done to Sasuke with the Mangekyo Sharingan. Finally, Sasuke answered his question between bites, "I'm Sasuke Uchiha. My entire family was killed in one night by a bastard by the name Itachi. I'll kill him, and that's all you need to know." Namikaze's food was placed in front of him. His smile became sad, but he understood. He also wanted some revenge on Orochimaru after the man took his Sasuke from him, a man he thought of as a brother. Both had lost brothers to Orochimaru, and both would take their vengeance on the same man someday for taking their brothers from them. He said, "Yeah, I know what it's like to lose a brother. I lost a man I considered like a brother to a snake named Orochimaru. He pushed me to be the best ninja I could be. But I'll get revenge on that bastard snake one day as well." Namikaze grabbed at the pork and started chewing on it. Sasuke opened his mouth to object, but then stopped. In a way, Namikaze was right. Itachi, his brother, had been taken from him. What was left over was Itachi, the worst traitor Konoha had ever seen. His face softened a bit as he dug into his food. His mind went back and remembered his once brother now traitor. Namikaze finished his bowl and said, "Thanks old man. I'll have my second now." He looked at the rest of Team 7, realizing they were all listening in on his conversation. Even Naruto had stopped eating his pork ramen long enough to listen in. The silence lasted several minutes. Ayame had finished Sakura's and Kakashi's ramen bowls and presented them in that time. It seemed like mere seconds had passed while it had been about half an hour when Namikaze paid for the 10 bowls of ramen. He said, "All right. Kakashi-senpai, what do you say we get some evening training in?" Kakashi put both hands in his pockets and looked a bit relaxed. "Sure. You said you wanted to help these guys out a bit earlier, right?" Namikaze nodded. "Have you done the tree climbing exercise yet?" Kakashi just shook his head. Namikaze looked at the man dubiously. "What exactly have you taught them then?" Kakashi said, "Mostly taijutsu. I'm trying to work out the errors in Sakura's and Naruto's forms. After I have them working on the katas, I work on their reflexes. Finally, I also spar with Naruto and Sakura a bit." Namikaze pulled out a kunai and threw it at Naruto. Naruto jumped backwards a bit, narrowly missing being grazed by the weapon. Naruto began cursing, but Namikaze ignored him. "So you have. Not bad. I'd like to begin teaching them ninjutsu with Sasuke and Naruto. I read the academy records on Sakura, and she'd make a good genjutsu specialist, but we need to have them get down tree climbing and water walking." Kakashi nodded, and led his team towards a group of 3 trees while the 2 ninja explained the exercise. Kakashi showed them how the technique was supposed to work. 2 hours later Sakura had quickly finished scaling the tree and Naruto had started figuring it out. Sasuke was doing well, and the 2 boys of Team 7 were evening out. Namikaze put her on the water walking technique, and she proved to be a genius. Kakashi was surprised, but Namikaze just smiled as if he knew this would happen all along. Namikaze said, "Sakura, you're done with that. Come over here." Sakura wiped away some of the sweat that had built up on her brow from all the chakra use. Namikaze continued, "First you can sit down. I'll be explaining you the basics of genjutsu. First thing a person needs for genjutsu is above average chakra control. However, you have near perfect control, as you completed the exercise so fast. You know that the tenketsu, a person's chakra points, is where the person's chakra flow is regulated. Now, if you input your chakra into a person, you can influence what a person sees, smells, tastes, feels and hears, their 5 senses. I know you've been taught this all in the academy. What you haven't been taught is that a person using genjutsu must also have an incredible imagination as well. In order for you to make a person feel unimaginable pain, one must also have been in unimaginable pain. He took to a knee, and pointed at the lower portion of his arm. Combine that feeling with, say, a severed arm that's not really severed. You can cause the target to believe their arm has been severed when you combine the right illusion. Namikaze shrugged. Then again, it can be any emotion, so long that it is powerful and causes the target to lose focus. Losing focus for even the slightest second is what will finish the target. Iwagakure alone Iwa Junin made his way across a rocky field towards a crevice in the earth. In that crevice, the city of Iwagakure slumbered peacefully. However, there were many guards on duty, hidden under a layer of genjutsu that covered the entire rocky plain. The Junin was careful to avoid all the pitfall traps that protected his city as well. The crevice split out from the entrance, with the entire city carved out of several canyon walls. Through each canyon, a river ran, where the city received most of their food supplies. The Junin moved through the massive stone city to the center stone pillar, where the Tsuchikage was housed. The Junin felt his side again, and walked up the massive stairwell around the edge of the stone pillar. After 5 minutes of climbing, the ninja opened the door and walked in to see his cage. The Tsuchikage had graying hair, piercing, dark brown eyes, and a permanent scowl on his face along with several horizontal slashes across his face. The Junin bowed before the cage. The old man said with disdain, "So, have you brought back the head of the rock fist of Kumo?" The Junin shook his head and said, "No, Lord Tsuchikage. Konoha had 2 Junin arrive before I could eliminate the ninja. 1. The Tsuchikage slammed his foot against the back of the Junin's head. The unfortunate Junin collapsed, with his head slamming hard against the ground. 2 Anbu looked inside, but quickly returned to their position, content that it was the Junin who was in danger, not their Hokage. The old man shouted with unbelievable force, "Failure is unacceptable. I thought I explained that to you, Tadagami-san." Tadagami raised his head, which was now bleeding. There was a cracked impression of his face on the ground. "Oh, but I didn't quite fail. I managed to capture a picture of the 2 ninjas. Do you recognize the male Junin?" The Junin, Tadagami, pulled the photo out of his pocket and handed it to the Tsuchikage. The older man's eyes widened. "Is this real?" The Junin nodded. "I'm certain. I saw his Hiroshin no Jutsu with my own eyes and what had to be the Rasengan, both his trademark techniques, too." The Tsuchikage's eyes narrowed, but he was killed, according to both our spies and the Sandaime Hokage. They pride themselves on sacrificing themselves for their comrades instead of completing the mission. The only exception was our operation to kill the White Fang. The cage motioned for the Junin to rise. Tadagami shrugged, "But regardless, the picture doesn't lie. That is Minato Namikaze, the yellow flash of Konoha." The Tsuchikage paced back and forth, and then muttered, "Get out. I must contemplate on this." The Junin bowed again and left to clean his wounds. The Tsuchikage was unsure how to answer this. Surely, the Yondaime Hokage was dead, there is no doubt about this. He looked at the determined face again, and then squinted. His eyes widened and he smiled. It curled his face in terrible ways, making those who saw it tremble in fear. He opened his mouth and laughed, deeply and foully into the air. He said, "I see, Minato. This is not you. I know you well, my old adversary. Perhaps this is your brother or son. Maybe it's a cousin, whatever. I'll place a bounty so high on your relative's head. You'll spin in your grave. I'll hunt down every living relative you have. And then, it will be my ultimate victory and not yours." More laughter escaped from the Tsuchikage's rock spiral. Many ninja looked to the spiral from their little alcove houses and smirked. Their cage was happy, for the first time since the Konoha-Iwa War. Training continued until it was dark. Sakura practiced her beginning techniques in the area of genjutsu. She had to make Namikaze believe that there was a fire, and if he touched the fire it would burn him. It had to feel like it burned if he stuck his hand in the fire, or extremely hot if one got too close. There had to be a large amount of light emitted from it, and the smoke had to be present, of course. The smoke had to smell like smoke, and the fire had to crackle like a fire. It was difficult work, because Sakura had to take into account all 5 human senses, and if Sakura even missed one, Namikaze would instantly dispel it and said for her to do it again. It was unbelievably difficult to keep all the senses in mind while she performed the jutsu. Furthermore, she didn't really know how it would feel to put her hand in a fire, so that made it even more difficult. But they slowly got through most of the problems. By the end, Namikaze was encouraging her. "That was close, Sakura. Try it one more time, but remember that smoke can cause you to cough and choke." It wasn't too long after this that Namikaze sighed and said, "All right. Kakashi-san, let's call it a night, okay?" Kakashi nodded and closed his book, Icha Icha Storm. Namikaze smirked and blushed a bit. He remembered that novel, as it was one of the last Jiraiya managed to publish before Orochimaru caught up with him. His mind returned to wondering what happened to those left in his Konoha. Suddenly, Namikaze started paling and sweating as his thoughts turned to a pair who scared him to death. Naruto, who was panting from all the effort exerted on the tree-climbing exercise, saw Namikaze and said, "What's wrong, Namikaze-sensei?" The Tokubetsu Junin dropped his head and said, "I just remembered, I have a date. With Hana Inuzuka. Kakashi, I'm off." He pulled out a scroll, and tossed it to Kakashi saying, "If I die, unseal that and give it to Naruto and Sasuke." He disappeared from the spot. Namikaze's troubles omake. Dinner with the Inuzukas. 30 minutes later Namikaze was pacing back and forth in front of the Inuzuka clan building. He was unsure how to explain to Sume how he wasn't interested in her daughter. When he tried to break off the date with Rin Inuzuka, Sume held a kunai to his throat and bathed him in killer intent, forcing him to continue the date. Namikaze shuddered at the memory. Suddenly, a younger male Inuzuka and a white puppy walked to the clan entrance. He blinked as he saw Naruto Namikaze in front of his house. He sniffed the air, and dropped and shook his head, saying, "Naruto, drop the stupid hench. Your disguise cannot fool our noses." Namikaze flinched visibly, realizing the kid must be Kiba, the replacement for Rin. He said, "I am Naruto, Naruto Namikaze, not Naruto Uzumaki. I was just hanging around that brat recently. It's probably why I smell like him, but even the weakest Inuzuka should be able to tell I'm not him." Kiba got close and started sniffing the air. He was about to call him out on it when he sensed something slightly different. It was like the smell of a snake was mixed into his usual fox smell. He looked at him oddly and said, "Do you happen to be related to Naruto?" Namikaze's forehead moistened slightly, but he shook his head. "No, I've only recently met him a couple days ago." Akamaru barked and ran through the doggy door. Kiba said, "Sure, whatever. What are you doing hanging around our clan entrance?" The Junin dropped his head. "I was forced to come here for dinner because of a misunderstanding between me and Hana." Kiba looked at the man with pity. "Yeah, I know what that's like. Anyway, we're back, Mom." Sume came out of the house. Namikaze froze on the spot, his skin already turning a pale white. Kiba looked back and smiled mischievously. He said, "Mom, this guy has been waiting outside. He looked rather excited about seeing Hana and you." Namikaze was too terrified to counter his statement. Later he would vow revenge against the little devil. Sume grinned and said, "So, how'd your first mission go?" Namikaze opened his mouth and said, Fine." Suddenly, Namikaze's head spun in pain as Kiba hit him in the back of the head. He turned to see Kiba, snickering. Namikaze managed to go into great detail as he was led into the mansion. Every time he saw an Inuzuka female, he shivered and prayed it wouldn't turn out to be another Sume or Rin. Then, Hana walked through the kitchen entrance, saying, "Dinner is about ready. Everyone, put up your toys and go to the table." There was a flurry of activity as the dogs and children put their toys away. Namikaze's eyes began sweeping through the household, looking for potential escape routes. Window, no too small. Besides, Sume would intercept me before I ever got close. The door will no doubt be shut and locked with 2 door locks. The doggy door, perhaps. Hopefully it won't come to that. Little did Sume know, Namikaze had carried a scroll with all his ninja gear inside, including his former Anbu outfit. Up both sleeves, there were 2 kunai. His pocket had a couple stink pellets, which was highly effective against the Inuzukas when not expecting it. He also had a smoke grenade hidden under his jacket on his back. Little did Namikaze know, every Inuzuka could smell his entire arsenal, except the scroll. They just ignored it overall. So dinner began. Hana set down several bowls of gohan for each person. In the center, there was a large bowl of curry for everyone to get. For vegetables, there was another bowl of nemono. Simmered vegetables and taro potatoes. Namikaze sighed and dug into the white rice. It was about 5 minutes into the dinner that, surprise surprise, a younger gray puppy jumped on the table and bit at the edge of the curry bowl. Sume said, "Laiko, that's not healthy for you to eat." The dog growled and kept pulling at the dish. The blue wolf with the eye patch, Kuromaru, started growling and saying, "Laiko, if you don't let go of that dish, you'll have to go without your toys for a week." The gray puppy, Laiko, let go and walked over to a young Inuzuka girl. Namikaze asked, "Sume, what is that girl's name?" Sume answered, Rin. She just entered the academy alongside Laiko. We have high hopes for those two, even if they are both arrogant. There was the sound of a chopsticks falling and hitting the table as Namikaze just stared at the girl for several minutes. Rin spoke to the dog, uncomfortable that someone was staring at her with such intensity. Namikaze relaxed again and continued to eat his curry rice in silence. Sume said, "Naruto, would you pass the curry to me?" Namikaze grabbed the dish and turned to Sume. In the span of 10 seconds, 5 minutes pass, because the moment he laid eyes on Sume, his hands started shaking. The mere sight of her terrified the Tokubetsu Junin. The curry dish dropped from his hand and splattered all over Sume. She growled, got up and walked to change her clothes. Color intent radiated off the woman in waves. Hana scooted over to Namikaze and said with a slight amount of fear, "Run. Before she gets back, she's angry, and you don't want to be near her when that happens." Namikaze paled as he remembered what happened last time she got angry with him. It was one of the more prominent times he nearly died. He bolted from the table to the doggy door, fleeing the compound. Sume would start actively hunting the ninja for abandoning the dinner date with Hana. The sun was starting to rise in the distance and the birds were chirping their fantastic song. Anko waited in front of her house for her partner to show up. Her right eye was twitching in frustration, because they were supposed to meet each morning at the same time. After another hour of waiting, the woman finally got furious and went looking for Namikaze. He wasn't at the memorial, ramen stand or training areas. Next, she went to his apartment. She started to sense something, a lot of chakra buildup as Anko approached Namikaze's apartment. The door exploded off the hinges due to a paper bomb. Namikaze looked over his shoulder, shocked at Anko. The woman leaked killer intent. "Namikaze, you made me wait. Do you have any last words?" Namikaze said in a panic, "Anko, now couldn't be a worse time. Do you see what I'm doing?" Anko looked at Namikaze. He was in a meditative position with his hands around something. There was white light leaking out of his hands. Namikaze turned to see the chakra leaking out and said, "Crap. This is bad. I need to stabilize it or else it might." The white light began intensifying and Namikaze's eyes went wide. He ran out of the house and threw whatever was in his hand into the sky. It exploded, releasing a stream of white light to the sky. The light contacted a cloud, and cut many holes in it. The male Junin sighed. That was too close. That would have destroyed the entire apartment complex and several surrounding square feet. He turned to the female Junin and glared even more fiercely at Anko. The female Junin paused in concern that she might have actually made a terrible mistake, but then returned the glare anyway. Her thoughts were confirmed as the ninja started leaking an incredible amount of killer intent. His voice turned feral as he said, "Anko, it's thanks to you that my jutsu's ruined. What are you going to do about it?" Anko shrugged and said, "Well, maybe you should find a safer place to create techniques. It is fairly stupid to do something like that in this building. You might accidentally kill civilians." Namikaze's killer intent dissipated instantly as his face turned to shock. He sighed, "You're probably right. Sorry I didn't meet you at your apartment. I needed to restock on some of my weapons. You want to watch me? I'm creating those weapons you saw in the last battle." Anko remembered. It was a weapon called an air pellet. When they exploded, it sent a wave of chakra which cuts through virtually anything within a 100-foot radius of the blast. She sweat dropped as she remembered the technique was overkill. "You planning on needing those things anytime soon?" Namikaze shrugged. "You never know if you'll run across an enemy that just doesn't die in conventional ways. I've learned this the hard way." He remembered some of his battles with the Akatsuki. However, he quickly refocused his mind, because the jutsu was dangerous enough when it had his full attention. Anko took up a chair and relaxed, interested in what it took to create such a dangerous jutsu. Namikaze took a seat, meditation style, in his cleared central living room. He formed several hand signs at a relatively slow speed. His eyes closed as he focused his wind chakra. It streamed out of his tenketsu in a wave, and then began coagulating in front of him. The hairs on Anko's neck stood out on end as she felt the massive amount of chakra released. "My God," she thought, "this amount of chakra is going into such a small space? This is unbelievable." The chakra wasn't visible to begin with, but it was thick enough to feel. While the chakra was still being released, Namikaze was still forming the hand signs. Finally, the last hand sign, rooster, was performed. He held his hands in front of the chakra mass, palms forward. From his palms, a small amount of normal chakra was released, surrounding the mass of wind chakra. It clung to the mass and started contracting. As the wind chakra compressed, it started becoming slightly more visible, from invisible to the lightest green shade possible. The new sphere-shaped mass was shrinking at an amazingly slow speed. At first, Anko was intrigued, but as time pressed on, she grew more and more bored. Namikaze hadn't moved an inch except faux breathing. Anko sighed loudly, to which Namikaze spoke, but still didn't move. "Anko-chan, this jutsu is extremely temperamental and highly dangerous. I've performed it dozens of times without a single incident, but I cannot afford distractions. That stopped Anko, her face flushed with irritation. The sphere continued shrinking for several more minutes. The wind chakra was now a bright green color when suddenly the chakra bulged a bit at one point. Namikaze's eyes scrutched in concentration. More chakra surrounded the sphere and collapsed in on it. The sphere once again continued to shrink until it was the size of a ball. Namikaze moved the ball to him with his chakra, and he wrapped his hands around it. Then, he squeezed with his chakra-coated hands, until it was no longer visible outside his hand. A cracking sound was heard, and the male Junin sighed and opened his hands. Inside, there was a green pellet resting on his palms. His hands were slightly cut with a little blood leaking out, but it quickly sealed itself up. Namikaze opened a small pouch, which held 2 similar pellets. He closed the bag and stood up. The Junin gave a pleasant smile and said, "Tricky jutsu that one. I can only make about 4 in one day without full access to my chakra. Furthermore, it takes about 30 minutes to make one properly." The two exited the building and climbed down the stairs. It was colder today than it was yesterday, and the clouds covered the sun. However, Namikaze didn't complain. The two Tokubetsu Junin walked down the streets, discussing weapons tactics in battle. Anko led Namikaze because she was using her week-long probation to assist in torture and interrogations. This was one key difference between this world's Anko and Namikaze's own. In his world, Anko was an Anbu, who sought to be Orochimaru's personal bodyguard. The Junin thought it saddening that both Anko's lives were controlled by that damn snake. However, the Junin knew he couldn't talk, because his desire for vengeance was also controlled by Orochimaru. Anko jostled Namikaze out of his musings. The two continued in silence for a bit. Then, they passed a gambling den. Anko smirked and started in its direction. A forceful grab of her shoulder stopped her in her tracks. She unconsciously slammed a kunai into whatever was holding her back. To her surprise, it remained firm, even with a kunai penetrating into it. She turned to glare at and pull off whatever was stopping her. Her hand touched something red and sticky, while her eyes saw Namikaze's hand now covered in blood. He said pleasantly, "Not now, Anko. I'll take you out tonight, and we'll clean out the place." Anko pouted, but let Namikaze pull her away. He took his hand away a few minutes later and ripped out the kunai. The wound was wrapped in some bandages as they walked once again down the street. The two passed Ichiraku's, the Hokage Tower and the adjacent building where Namikaze was tried. Finally, they came upon the torture and interrogations headquarters. Namikaze's eyes seemed to glaze over as he remembered his time working in this very building, or at least a building exactly like this one. However, his happy expression vanished as he went inside and saw someone from his past. A very fat and large Anbu captain was waiting for Anko. Anko bowed, but Namikaze just stood there with a dumbfounded expression. His name was Tobishi Akamichi. Namikaze seethed on the inside, because the man was an agent of Orochimaru. He was reported to be the last person Sasuke talked to before the Uchiha vanished. Namikaze's trail took him to the waterfall lab just inside Konoha's walls, where he ran into Tobishi bragged about kidnapping and turning Sasuke over to Orochimaru. Only 4 weeks ago. 4 weeks that he had killed the bastard in a fierce battle at the lab. Namikaze's vision turned red as fury clouded his judgment. Suddenly, Anko slapped Namikaze behind the head. His vision cleared, and he realized he was holding a kunai that he had not before. Tobiashi's head was tilted in confusion. Namikaze read the kunai to his holster and said with a grin, "Sorry, I just got a bit excited. After all, I was being chased by Anbu a couple days ago." Tobiashi nodded and replied, "All right. Anko, Ibiki is expecting you in room 5C. Anko nodded and walked through the front door. Both Anbu captain and the Junin stood still, staring at one another. Namikaze's hand kept twitching violently, betraying the Junin's desire to kill the man. This man, he thought, this man is the one who kidnapped Sasuke for Orochimaru. Tobiashi was just impassive, but sensed if he backed down or turned his back, the Junin would kill him. Thus, the standoff continued for several minutes until Namikaze relaxed. He said, "Sorry, you remind me of an enemy who killed a close friend of mine." The Junin vanished from the spot. The Anbu captain, however, stood there for a while longer, clearly shaken by what just happened. The encounter with the traitor forced Namikaze to visit the monument that day instead of heading right to Sakura's house for genjutsu training. Namikaze balanced a kunai on its point on the tip of his finger while he sprawled on his back. He talked as if his buddy was next to him. "I saw him today, Sasuke. He was at the Torture and Interrogations HQ, different from where I met him the first time, but I couldn't kill him." He smiled as he lay next to the monument. "Don't worry though.
When he reveals his true self, I'll kill him then. Hey, you counterpart is still a Tem. It's almost nostalgic, seeing you at this age.
Suddenly, Namikaze sensed someone in the bushes. The kunai on his finger flipped end over end into the Junin's hand and was suddenly sent flying. An irritated, "Oh," could be heard. Namikaze sighed and said, "Come out, Naruto. You couldn't sneak up on a person. Or shadow said person to save your life." He added mentally, "Yet." He continued, "No point in trying to." Namikaze felt metal on his skin on his throat. There was now a kunai pressed against the relaxed Junin, and he didn't feel a thing. Namikaze smirked and shrugged. Well. Perhaps I was wrong in how I assessed you, Naruto-kun. Seems you are more skilled in hiding your presence than I gave you credit for. Heck, you even did it while wearing orange." Naruto shrugged, but didn't remove his kunai. "I'm a ninja of many talents." "Yeah, but they aren't up to my level yet," a voice behind Naruto sound, causing Naruto to jump. The kunai cut Namikaze's throat, and he exploded into smoke. The real Namikaze was now behind Naruto with his short katana in the boy's back. Naruto was shaking visibly, but Namikaze was amused. "Good, but we've still got a ways to go. Anyway, look towards another bush. Why don't you come out now as well?" There was a ruffling in that bush as the mysterious person tried to get away, but the Junin's thrown katana prevented that. A young girl with bluish-black hair and pearly white eyes came out with a deep crimson blush on her face. She kept pushing her fingers together and looking around nervously. Namikaze smiled pleasantly at the young teenager. Well, what's your name, Hyuga-san, and what were you doing in those bushes?" Naikaze already knew who she was and why she was there. She was probably training when she caught a glimpse of Naruto and Namikaze. Acting on curiosity, she came to watch the two of them. Hinata blushed and averted her gaze from the two male ninja. I was. I saw you too. So, sorry, I'm Hinata Hyuga." She made a formal bow to the two blondes. Naruto looked at her with a confused expression. Nata always acted oddly around him, and since everyone acted like he was the plague, her nervous actions confused him. Namikaze just kept smiling. As Hinata rose, she looked to Namikaze. However, as her eyes met his, she saw a severe pain in his eyes. However, it vanished as he blinked, leaving her questioning if she ever saw it at all. Naruto looked at the Hyuga heir and said, "Hinata, are you sick?" commenting on her blushing red cheeks. He reached up and touched her forehead, feeling to see if she was feverish. Namikaze held up a hand to stop him and opened his mouth, but it was already too late. Hinata's heart skipped a beat, her breathing stopped and she collapsed as she passed out from excitement. Unfortunately, Hinata collapsed forwards, causing Naruto to have to hold her up. The poor genin panicked, shaking her and saying, "Hey, Hinata. What's wrong? Speak to me. Namikaze-sensei. Something's wrong with Hinata." Namikaze chuckled and said to the panicking Naruto, "Relax, Naruto. She just passed out. You wait here, I'll return in a few minutes." The Junin picked up the young girl and took off to the hospital, where she would recover and wake up in a couple hours. As they traveled, Namikaze looked at Hinata and gave a sad smile. Hinata's cheeks were still a rosy red color, and she kept muttering Naruto's name. Namikaze thought, "It's been a while, Hinata-chan. It does my heart good to see you, even if you aren't my Hinata-chan." It was the instant after this thought ended that the image of another Hinata in another time and place replaced the 11-year-old in his arms. Namikaze started hyperventilating. The image of a broken and bleeding Hinata, surrounded by a fiery field where there had been a recent battle, washed over his vision. Her three-ringed eyes stared forward, dead to all. The Kyuubi's voice rung through his head, laughing and mocking him. Namikaze's loss of concentration caused him to trip over a branch and fell towards the ground. The images suddenly vanished from his vision, and he landed feet first on the ground in a crouch. He took several deep breaths and stood from his crouching position. His head throbbed in pain, and something wet slid down his brow to his cheek. He swiped at it, and it came away red. He was sweating blood. The Junin scowled and pulled a rag from his pouch. He wiped away the blood and waited a few minutes so that he calmed down a bit. After that, he continued on his way to the hospital. Iwagakure. The Tsuchikage handed the two cloaked ninja a scroll. The first one and leader opened it. After a couple minutes of examining the contents, they bowed lower. "Don't fail me. Now go," said their cage. Both ninja disappeared on the command. Two black shadows shot through the rock canyon towards the Pado. They jumped from a nearby bridge to the canyon wall and scaled it rapidly. They jumped over the top and landed on the dirt plateau. As soon as they landed, the two Anbu were already crossing the flatland at an incredible speed. Soon, Iwagakure was only a speck in the retreating distance as the two made their way towards the southeast. The ninja's goal was Konoha, and their target a blonde Junin with a 100 million Ryu bounty. Naruto decided to take his time practicing his tree climbing technique. Somehow, Naruto managed to make more progress by himself than yesterday. In fact, he was doing so well that he got creative, jumping from tree to tree, connecting his chakra to its side and then jumping to the next. After a couple jumps, Naruto would attempt to climb higher. As a result of the odd training, his control increased at an even faster rate. However, he just couldn't make it to the top. Heck, he couldn't even make it halfway yet. 1 hour later, Naruto was getting impatient waiting for Namikaze to get back. It affected his training, because he no longer focused on the spiritual part of chakra control. Then, Namikaze finally walked into the forest clearing. Naruto shouted, "What the heck took you so long? How's Hinata?" "Sorry, I was held up by the doctors. For some weird reason, they got the impression that I should also be taken in as well. Someone had shown up insisting on it. I was eventually subjected to one of the Yaminaga techniques, which came away mostly clean." 1. Namikaze withheld the small detail that he was ordered to come in on the next day for an imbalance in some of his brain chemicals and therapy, but Naruto didn't need to know that. He smiled and said, "How's the tree climbing coming along? I saw you working on it a few minutes ago. Must say, jumping from one tree to another, detaching and reattaching your chakra will certainly improve your chakra control at a faster rate." Naruto grumbled as he ran up the tree. He almost made it to the halfway point, when his chakra detached itself and the kid fell to the ground. The Junin remembered that it took him a week to complete it. Is it possible that Naruto might go farther than I could? He's almost halfway there, and it's only been a single day since we started, Namikaze thought. His smile turned into a nice smirk. "Not bad, kid. I expected you to take a couple days to get this far. But, I guess you exceeded my expectations. Keep up the good work. I'm heading out to help Sakura a bit later." The ninja vanished from the spot, leaving an annoyed Naruto to continue by himself. The rest of the day passed by quickly for Namikaze, who provided some tips as he was used for genjutsu practice. Namikaze's troubles: omake, gambling, evening, Konoha. Anko kept whining in Namikaze's ears as the three traveled to the gambling den. Namikaze's eyes were twitching like crazy. He turned to their shorter companion and said, "Why the hell are you here, brat? Get lost. I'm not going to help you train any further until you complete the tree climbing and water walking techniques." Naruto pouted and said, "But Namikaze-sensei, it's so boring just running up the side of the tree." Namikaze had figured out how Kakashi managed to keep Naruto training all the time. He had Sasuke compete with the kid. It wasn't just for Sasuke's benefit to push him, it was also for Naruto's. He remembered that he was a hyperactive brat as well when younger. Anko said, "Just let him come. Consider it as real live practice for being a ninja." Naruto's eyes lit up. "Really?" Anko gave a grin and said, "Yep. These guys are the lowest of the low in here, but they often have good information if you need to get any. Besides, this is a good way of earning a little extra money on the side." Namikaze sighed and said, "Anko, your upstanding, incorruptible character is an inspiration to us all. I wonder what would happen if we would have more ninjas like you running around our fair village." His tone dripped with sarcasm, but Anko didn't seem to notice. Anko looked speculatively at the sky. Orochimaru would certainly be dead faster. There would be wonderful sake parties all around. "All right, I'll do it." Namikaze looked at her incredulously and said, What are you talking about, Anko? I know that look, and it's nothing good." Nai-chan, too, has been talking to me about her being a squad leader. She seemed to enjoy it quite a bit. I didn't really want to babysit a bunch of whiny brats, but now, I'll train them and then make them my apprentices. Then, I'll teach them everything I know, kukakukuku. Namikaze slapped his face and thought, I need a drink. Me and my big mouth. The three walked inside. Namikaze handed half the gambling money to Anko and kept the remaining half. The snake mistress walked away while the Junin went to a card table. Naruto just walked behind him. The genin said, Namikaze-sensei, let me take part in this. The Junin looked at the boy and shrugged, sure. But you're going to do that in roulette. He handed him 100 Ryu and shooed him off. He then bought about 10,000 Ryu worth of chips and waited for the poker table to begin. Naruto walked to the roulette table. A man with a nice suit said, all right sonny, what will be your bet? Oh, first show me your ninja license. Naruto showed the dealer his genin license and said, remember me, Naruto Uzumaki. I'm going to become Hokage someday. The dealer replied, I wish you well in your endeavor. Now, what will be your bet? He frowned at the single 100 Ryu chip. Naruto looked at the series of numbers and colors on the table. Then, he picked the red 9 for some random reason or another. The dealer sighed as several other people put bets on random numbers and sets. He put the ball down and said, "All right, bets are now closed." He sent the roulette ball rolling in the opposite direction. Around and around it spun. The dealer looked on in boredom and some small amount of pity for the kid. Then, he heard the ball stop. He looked down, and he couldn't believe his eyes. It had landed on the red 9. Naruto jumped and shouted, "All right, I won." The dealer looked between the ball and the kid, and then smirked. He pulled out 37 chips and gave it to the kid. Naruto picked up all the chips and set them down on a new number, black 12. The dealer said, "Are you sure you want to do that again?" Naruto looked at him oddly and said, "What do you mean? I set them there, didn't I? So, let the roulette turn." The man sighed and thought, "Well, you're lost, kid." He spun the ball again, to which it landed on black 12. Naruto just grinned. The dealer was absolutely stunned. In the course of 5 minutes, the kid had somehow managed to make 144,400 ryu. Naruto said, "Dealer-san, I'd like to put all the chips on 0. The dealer was confused, because the tables were designed to resist chakra influence. They were so designed because many ninja came in there. It was one of their best ways to reel in some heavy money, but they had to prevent cheating. The dealers were even experienced shinobi in the art of deception and subterfuge. In silence, the dealer put all the chips on the 0 slot and let the wheel turn. Some of the high rollers were getting smart and followed suit with the Uzumaki, but only about 1,000 ryu each. Once again, the payout was outstanding. Naruto had won over 1 million chips in 3 rounds. The dealer said, "All right, tables close. Cash in your chips." Naruto looked slightly disappointed, but after recovering his chips, he made a beeline for another roulette. 3. Anko smirked, because she already knew exactly what was under the dealer's hand. She had 20, while the dealer had 19. She was certain for victory. They flipped their cards over, revealing 2 tens for Anko. The dealer did indeed have 19, so Anko won again. It was a simple matter of memorization and a sharp eye. Plus, she had a mirror fragment on the table, allowing her the briefest moment in which she could see the cards. Anko didn't have luck, she created it on her own. Call. Namikaze revealed a full house while the next highest one was 2 pair. Namikaze put his hands behind his head as he slowly but surely separated their foes from their chips. It was way too easy, as the right cards just kept on coming. All 3 other players left the tables. The Junin counted out his chips and put them aside. Then, an annoying voice which would undoubtedly ruin his fun sounded, "Namikaze-sensei." The Junin rose with his chips and walked to where the kid was making a racket. He became alert when he saw what was causing the kid to be noisy. A retired ninja serving as bouncer was leading the kid to the door. 5 thrown kunai. Courtesy of Namikaze. Later, Naruto was explaining that he wasn't cheating. Every time he laid down a bet, he won, that was all. Namikaze sighed and remembered the first time he was in a casino. The exact same thing happened to him that was happening to Naruto. Namikaze vouched for him and pulled the kid aside. The two sat back down at a new poker table where 2 random high rollers were playing. Naruto got the basics of how the game worked in a few rounds. However, a new problem presented itself after 30 minutes had passed. Naruto and Namikaze kept tying each other every single game. If one got a straight, the other did as well with the same numbers. It was so bad, that both players got a royal flush on the exact same hand. Namikaze said, "I won't back down, kid." Naruto glared at the Junin and said, "Neither will I." Thus, the battle continued for several hours. It only ended when both collapsed due to exhaustion. Anko had left long ago after doubling her bank account nicely, contemplating just what would be the best complement of ninja to face Orochimaru. Yes, it was a good time to be a Konoha ninja. There was some light whispering in the darkness. "Sensei, how's he doing?" Namikaze's body was refusing to work. The last thing he remembered was collapsing in a card game against Naruto Uzumaki, his alternate self. "He'll be fine, Sakura. He and Naruto were doing something stupid 2 nights ago, and this is the final result." "What?" Namikaze thought. "I've been out for a day. I can't believe it. I was supposed to help Sakura yesterday continue with her jutsus. Now." He tried again to move a bit, and found his eyes almost operable. He squinted, forcing his eyes open. The fluorescent ceiling light blinded him, but he didn't close his eyes. Team 7 was standing around his bed. There was a flower in a nearby jar, which somewhat touched Namikaze. The pink-haired girl saw his eyes open and shouted, "Namikaze-san. You're awake." Sasuke gave a small smirk, "HN, and you're supposed to be a Junin." What self-respecting ninja knocks himself out playing a card game with the Dobi here? He pointed at Naruto, who occupied the nearby bed. Naruto was already awake due to the fact that he was younger and slightly more energetic than the older version of himself. The Junin muttered something under his breath. Sasuke was surprised, because he could have sworn he heard Teme. A doctor came in and said, "Namikaze-san, looks like you're finally awake. You probably feel quite weak. A good meal will take care of that. The best cure for exhaustion is a day's worth of rest, so you should be released in a couple hours." The medic left. Kakashi walked a bit closer to the Junin's bed. Another of his perverted books was in hand, Icha swords. Namikaze blushed a bit and said in a weak tone, "Little brat was good. I've never failed to win a poker game in my life. Or any gambling game as well." Kakashi gave an eye smile, while in the corner Naruto grumbled something about Sasuke being a bastard. Then, another chakra presence could be felt in the room. Only skilled Junin could detect it, but it was there. Namikaze smiled and muttered, "Hello Anko." The snake Junin dropped through a removed panel in the ceiling and landed in a crouch. Anko was smirking, "Yo, pervert. I heard that the kid overgave you one hell of a run for your money." Namikaze narrowed his eyes at the woman, "Quiet Anko Teme. I'll have you know I've never lost a poker game ever." Anko bent over and whispered, "That's not what I saw." The Junin felt her breath on his ear, and he blushed a bit. Anko backed up and smirked, pleased that she had caused some level of embarrassment to his annoying teammate. He said, "TCH, why are you here? Are you just visiting me so that you can kick me when I'm down?" "Not a bad idea, but I'm pretty sure the medics wouldn't be too pleased if I did that." "No, I came to make sure my partner would be fit to go in a couple days. We have 4 days until our probation ends, and then we'll get a mission." Anko walked out of range of Namikaze's sights, but could hear everything that happened next. Several hissing sounds, the screams in Naruto and Sakura, the laughter of Anko, and a dull thud on the concrete floor. Then came feet scampering, the click of shoes, and the turning of a page. Namikaze's sweat dropped as the image of what just happened passed through his mind. Anko decides to torture Naruto with a couple of her snakes. Sakura and Naruto both panic, causing Naruto to fall backwards out of the bed. The genin picks himself up and runs to the far towards the door with Anko chasing after the kid. Then, another voice sounds over the chaos, "Anko, stop this foolishness. You should not set your snakes on bedridden genin." That was Kakashi. Something exploded and he smelled chakra-induced smoke. The door creaked, and Namikaze's eyes turned to catch the women exiting the white door. She smiled at the Junin and said, "See y'all around, brat. And little brat. I'll introduce 2 of my friends to you later. I'm sure they'll love to get acquainted." The door slammed behind her. Naruto shivered and said, "That woman is absolutely insane." Namikaze smiled and looked to the ceiling, "Yeah, but she's insane in a good way." Everyone looked at him as if he had lost his mind. Namikaze spoke up again, "Kakashi, could you send everyone out of here for a few minutes? I would like to talk to you alone about something." Kakashi blinked behind his book, closing it, and asked everyone to leave the room for a few minutes. Namikaze's nose could only sense 3 people in the room now. He said, "Naruto as well. He should be recovered enough by now. Besides, it will only be for no longer than 30 minutes at most." Kakashi nodded, and Naruto left with a small amount of confusion. Namikaze paused for a good 10 seconds. He forced his body to lean up against the back of the wall, which was easier than a few minutes ago. His energy was certainly returning. He looked Kakashi in the eye with a serious expression and said, "What is Naruto Uzumaki's relation to the Yondaime Hokage?" Kakashi's eyes went wide in shock. What are you talking about? There is no connection." The Junin shook his head, "Don't lie to me. 3 days ago at the ramen stand, you told Sakura that Naruto wasn't related to me. Then, you explained how the Yondaime didn't have any living relatives besides me. It got me thinking, who is the Yondaime Hokage, at least in this world? I knew next to nothing about Minato Namikaze in my world, because he died before he could become Hokage. So, I looked it up. The Yondaime Hokage looks almost exactly like I do with a few obvious exceptions. There's absolutely no way that could happen by accident. Furthermore, Ibiki gave the game a little bit further away when I got here." Flashback. Namikaze's eyes went wide in fury. "What the hell are you talking about? I am an Anbu captain. I even worked under you for a time at the torture and interrogations building. This building, you idiot." The Anbu pulled off his mask, revealing what appeared to be the face of Minato Namikaze. Ibiki gasped and said, It can't be. Yondaime-sama." Naruto Namikaze looked confused at the man. "I'm Naruto Uzumaki, you idiot. I'm not, and have never been the Hokage. Let alone that bastard snake. I'll kill him and free Konoha from his reign of terror. you better believe me. End flashback. So Kakashi, tell me the truth. Kakashi sighed and said, you have to understand, Minato-sensei had some powerful enemies. We couldn't tell him. Hold on, you don't know? Namikaze shook his head. Kakashi continued, Naruto is the son of the Yondaime Hokage. And by extension, you are probably the son of the Minato in your world. This means, you'll probably have some of the same enemies he had, because you look so much like sensei. Namikaze took it in with shock, he never even thought about his parents. There was silence for a good 5 minutes as it sunk in. Kakashi was starting to get worried, he debated to bring in another medic to look him over when a noise suddenly split the silence. Huh? Naruto Namikaze's mouth curved into a genuine smile, which was so different from his usual one. Tears started streaming down his face as he started laughing in delight. Kakashi exhaled the breath he'd been holding and chuckled as well. The two laughed for a couple minutes and then fell silent again. Namikaze said with a happier tone than usual, thank you Kakashi-senpai. I feel much better knowing I'm related to such a great man. You think you could tell me more about him someday? And my younger counterpart, because he'd love to know about Minato as well someday. Kakashi said, I'd be happy to. Remember though, he's probably a bit different from the one in your world. Namikaze replied, I know. I can't wait to get out of this bed. Naruto can return now.
The copycat ninja sighed and said, Naruto's already left. Namikaze tilted his head in confusion. The older Junin pointed to a table across the room and explained, Naruto took his clothes with him. He's not coming back inside when he can go out for ramen right now. It'll be only a couple seconds when the medics burst in. 3, 2, 1, now. 2 medics burst into the room and looked to see Naruto gone. Namikaze looked in awe at the Junin. I see I still have much to learn senpai.
A strange occurrence happened in the night before Namikaze awoke. At the center of the village under the Hokage Tower, 4 elders of the village were constantly projecting a chakra genjutsu field, which detected any attempt to infiltrate the village. However, for the briefest second, the genjutsu broke, and then re-established 1 second later. Sarutobi was notified and she sent in 2 ninja, Sparrow and Wolf, out to see if someone could have slipped through the interval. 5 hours later at roughly 6 a.m., neither ninja had reported back. The old man was slightly worried. He considered putting the village in a state of alert.
Anko was resting in the early morning hours just outside the hospital. Namikaze would be released in a couple hours, and today there were no people to torture, so she waited. It was moderately windy that day, with the shorter branches swaying in the wind. However, she didn't mind the weather. The door slid open, and a Junin and 3 genin exited the building. Anko rose, zeroing in on her target. She clenched her fist in a small amount of frustration as a memory of the casino crossed her vision. Flashback. Anko sat down at the table where Naruto and Namikaze were playing each other in poker. Neither player seemed to want to give in, even though they had exactly the same number of chips as the other. Namikaze called for 2 while Naruto called 3. In the end, both players had 2 pair aces and 10s with a king high. Anko's eyes widened. The next several hands were straights, flushes, and every other combo where both players split the pots evenly. Anko laughed and said, how on earth are you so pathetic, pervert? You should be crushing him as a Junin. However, you're drawing a genin. She was, of course, referring to the fact that Namikaze wasn't cheating. Namikaze gritted his teeth and said, wouldn't matter anyway. Kid's so lucky that if I pull a royal flush on him by cheating, he'd draw into one. I've tried it once. So, I'll just go with my luck. Anko sighed and said to Naruto, you've got to be kidding me. Move aside, I'll show you how to beat this perverted brat. Namikaze sighed and said, all right, but let's make it more interesting. There was a gleam in his eye. Anko got the same gleam and said, interesting, what do you have in mind? The Junin replied, if I win, you have to take over training Sakura in Genjutsu for a day. To be honest, it's not really my specialty anyway. However, I know you had some training in it as a former hunter. Anko smirked and said, all right, but if I win, you have to buy me as much dango and sake as I want for a week. Namikaze just blinked at this. She was like a ravenous wolf when consuming those 2 things. Then, Namikaze nodded his head. The 2 shook and the match began. Anko flopped 2 aces on the very first play. She smirked and said, let's make this more interesting. I bet you 30,000 Ryu. Namikaze looked solemnly at his hand and said, all right. I take your bet. Now, how many cards do you want? Anko traded in 2, while Namikaze traded 4. The female Junin chuckled to herself. No wonder he can't defeat this brat, she thought. He's terrible at this game to trade in 4 cards.
She didn't bother trying to look at his cards. He was probably skilled enough to prevent her information-gathering jutsus from working. Not that it mattered in her opinion. She had drawn 2 kings to create a full house, and he had nothing at all. Anko bet him again, this time raising it to 100,000 ryu. Namikaze placed the money down without a second's hesitation. He then said, "I'll raise 30,000 more ryu." Anko was shocked. She paused for a second, and then committed. She smirked as the full house was revealed. He nodded in appreciation of the impressive hand. "You're good, Anko. But not good enough." He revealed a straight flush from 5 to 9. Anko was dumbfounded. Her mouth was hanging down. Namikaze said, "Then you'll be taking over for Sakura's genjutsu training. Think of it as practice for when you decide to get your own genin squad." End flashback. Luckily, the snake Junin knew when to cut her losses. Anko walked over to Kakashi and said, "Kakashi, I need to borrow Sakura. Namikaze asked me to take over for her training for today." 2 black shadows watched as the snake Kunoichi and copy ninja Kakashi walked away from the hospital.
The 2 moved fast, scaling the side of the building and slipping through an open window.
They exited the room and entered the hallway, seeking out someone who might know where Namikaze was being held. There was an unfortunate nurse who was examining a list of hospital patients. She was grabbed from the pristinely clean hallways and dragged into the closest patient room. The patient tried to rise, but was quickly subdued with a paralyzing agent the 2 had prepared beforehand. The shadows were 2 Anbu, Konoha Anbu. The nurse tried screaming, but had her mouth clamped by the first. The second administered the Jigyaku no Jutsu, time reversal technique, to find out where Namikaze was located. It took little time at all, and they were already on the move in 5 minutes. The nurse was put into a genjutsu-induced sleep. They slammed through the door with kunais drawn. However, there was no one on the inside. The window was open and cool air was being blown inside. Namikaze had sensed the arrival of the 2 of them 30 seconds before they burst into the room. Something sensed off about them, as if something was interfering with their chakra. So, he climbed out of the window. On the next floor down, there was an open window that he slipped through and waited. It was about 5 minutes before they departed for unknown destinations. He sighed. The Junin was still feeling pretty weak, but his energy was rapidly returning to him. He moved out into the hallway and made his way quickly to the exit. The Junin ducked, as 2 kunai flew overhead. As he continued, he glanced over his shoulder. Down the white hallways, the 2 Anbu were following on his tail. Several patients had to move to the side as Naruto Namikaze ran straight down the center of the white hallway. He turned a corner and continued his retreat. His clothes were in his hands, so he reached inside and grabbed a couple smoke bombs. He tossed them forward, and they exploded. The smoke alarms went off, causing the staff to start evacuating as fast as they could. Namikaze entered the cloud, then dove through a recently opened door. After he landed inside, the door slammed shut with a blast of wind chakra. The patients in the room had no time to react as the Junin threw himself through the open window. The Anbu, meanwhile, paused inside the cloud trying to figure out where their mark just went. A few seconds later, muffled sounds could be heard behind one doorway. They burst through and saw both patients looking out the window. They gave immediate pursuit in Namikaze's general direction. Suddenly, a section of the room shimmered silvery and then vanished completely. Namikaze appeared where there once was nothing. The patients looked at him stunned. Both were Chunin, but Namikaze didn't recognize either one of them. The 2 Junin had just given chase to a shadow clone while Namikaze moved inside a second with a small genjutsu that concealed him from sight. "Mind explaining why 2 of your Anbu are after my life, Hokage-sama?" asked Naruto, and his face was livid with anger and frustration. The Hokage had arrived about 10 minutes later, and the 2 Chunins that were hospitalized didn't let the Junin out. Namikaze decided to humor them rather than break out. After all, it wouldn't really look good for the Junin on probation to knock out 2 of Konoha's finest. Instead, he sat down indignantly and waited for the Hokage to arrive. Sarutobi sighed and said, "Naruto, there was no authorized attempt on your life. Who are these 2 Anbu? Did you get a look at their masks?" Namikaze shook his head in reply. The Hokage had his suspicions as to who tried to assassinate Namikaze a few minutes ago, but he refused to explain for now. He wondered if the 2 Anbu he sent out earlier were the ones who attempted to murder his newest Tokubestu Junin. Regardless, the entire building and even most of Konoha were on the alert. 5 hours later, Ichiraku Ramen Namikaze guzzled down another bowl of ramen. This one was his 5th bowl. He reverted to his old ways when under stress, especially after someone just attempted to murder him, in his own village. Old man Ichiraku's was pleased that he was getting so much business today. Naruto had already come in after his tree climbing training, and now his newest customer was proving to be a real boon for his business. Behind the Junin, someone walked by without saying a word. Then, there was a yawn. Namikaze froze and turned around. Sure enough, there walked a black-haired kid with lazy eyes, a gray shirt with a fishnet under that, and brown long pants. Shikamaru muttered something under his breath as he walked by. Namikaze turned around on his seat and said, "So, how's Asuma-senpai doing these days?" The genin stopped in his tracks and contemplated ignoring the odd ninja who was addressing him. Then, he figured it was too troublesome and continued walking away. Namikaze finished his bowl and set down some ryu that covered the meal and tip. Ichiraku thanked him for his patronage. Shikamaru sighed as he heard the footsteps approach. He kept walking, even though the Junin caught up. "How did you know who I was?" Shikamaru asked, not really caring too much. Namikaze paused for a second, came up with an appropriate lie, and started, "I've seeking to become a Junin squad leader. All the leaders who don't have a team scout out who they may or may not want on their team. Everyone who is serious, that is. Some get a random team that they don't want." Shikamaru stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Namikaze. As soon as he looked at the Junin, he once again turned and kept on going. "Hold up. What are you doing, you troublesome brat?" Shikamaru replied, "Leaving before things get even more troublesome, Naruto." "How do you know my name? We've never met." A lie by all accounts but one. Namikaze hadn't met with Shikamaru in this world. No one but Naruto eats 5 bowls of ramen. What's with the henge? You didn't do a very good job of hiding yourself from me. Namikaze smirked and closed the gap with the Nara air. He ruffled Shikamaru's head and said, "Nope, sorry but I'm a different, older Naruto, Naruto Namikaze. Nice to meet you." Shikamaru grumbled under his breath. Who the heck is he trying to fool? Is it a new game he's playing? After this entered his head, another thought rose to strangle it. What if it's an enemy ninja? That would a real hassle. Why'd I have to deal with this? He then thought, only an idiot would attempt to infiltrate the village as Naruto and fail so utterly. Namikaze continued, "I knew your sensei. He was a good man and a dangerous brawler. He sparred with Asuma once shortly before his death. Naruto was utterly defeated at the time." Shikamaru made a mental note of the word, "was," and filed it away for further thought. He said, "How do you know Asuma-sensei?" The Junin flinched visibly in as they walked down the crowded street. He forgot for a moment who he was facing, Shikamaru Nara, the lazy genius of Konoha. He looked away and said nervously, "Can't really say, the Hokage classified it." The lazy genin looked dubiously at the Junin by his side, but let it slide. Asuma himself would probably give him the answer anyway. The two traveled to the Nara compound where Shikamaru expected the older Junin to leave, but Namikaze followed him through the large entrance. Namikaze said, "So, you have any experience at shogi? I know Asuma is terrible, but, if you want a more decent opponent." The young man gave no response. He climbed the wooden stairs to the long porch, slid open the door, and walked through, leaving behind a surprised Namikaze. Shikamaru never turned down a shogi challenge. However, he was proven right when the Nara boy walked through the sliding door once again carrying the shogi board. As the two set up the board, Namikaze's mind wandered to another time and place. Flashback. 3 years ago. Shikamaru moved the knight into place, checkmating Naruto's king. The orange-clothed Chunin grumbled at the loss, which was his 113th loss since they began playing together. Naruto had taken over for Asuma as his opponent, too. The Junin looked up to meet Naruto's eyes and said, "You know why you lost, right?" Naruto retorted sarcastically, "Because my king was checkmated?" Shikamaru sat back and countered, "No, it's because you failed to anticipate how your opponent, myself, would react. Try thinking 2 or 3 steps ahead of your opponent, setting them up to walk right into the trap you set." Naruto grumbled, but then stopped when he realized his friend was right. It led to the 114th game right after that. Naruto concentrated, trying to anticipate where his opponent might go, but he was still slaughtered. The blonde Chunin nearly screamed in frustration. Nara just chuckled and said, "Don't worry, Naruto. You did much better than last time. To be honest, I can plan out your next dozen moves and about 200 possibilities after that." Naruto said, "Then why'd I bother playing again? It's not as if I can ever hope to plan 12 moves in advance." Shikamaru replied, "One day, you might. But, it will take many years for that to happen." He pushed his hand towards Naruto, which held one of the pieces from the board. "Do you see this piece?" Naruto replied, "Yeah, it's a rook, a piece which can travel as many spaces as it wants up, down, left or right. It's a piece designed to be used as a match finisher. While a knight," he showed the knight in his other hand, "can only travel in L-shaped directions, it is the hardest piece to capture. It takes great skill to capture it." He set the pieces down and said, "I'll figure out the strategy, while you finish the match no matter what it takes." The silence between the two of them was thick, but lasted for only a couple seconds. Naruto started grinning and Shikamaru returned it with a calm smirk. End flashback. Namikaze sighed as his eyes were facing the sky while he waited for Shikamaru's first move. He could always trust Shikamaru with anything. Checkmate. Namikaze was startled out of his musings as he looked at the board. Apparently, the Junin and Genin had been playing during Namikaze's musings. Namikaze muttered, "There's no way." Sure enough, Namikaze's king was in complete checkmate. So it is. Huh. Namikaze's face contorted and he started pouting. Shikamaru sighed and thought, there can be no mistake, that's Naruto's pout right there when told something he didn't want to hear. He looked at the board, pondering, but still. Naruto managed to counter my first 5 strategies with ease. If he had been paying full attention, I might not have won at all. Namikaze was still wondering how this happened when there was a burst of killer intent aimed at the two of them. There was a small whistle as several somethings flew at them. The Junin kicked the shogi board, pushing Shikamaru out of the way of the attack. The blonde Junin also used his contact with the board to push himself away. They flew several feet apart down their respective sections of the patio. Several dozen kunai, shuriken and senbon littered the distance between Naruto and Shikamaru. Several kunai went flying as Namikaze returned the attack to the forested section of the compound. He shouted, "Shika, get your father now." The Junin had his katana out in a second and was deflecting kunai and senbon at an impressive rate. The Nara boy moved around the corner to get some cover and shouted back, "My dad's at the bar. Who are these guys, to attack us in broad daylight like that on clan grounds? Probably the same idiots who tried to kill me earlier today." Namikaze looked across the distance between his attackers in the field. It was probably within range of the Nara's shadow jutsu, but he was unsure. So, he had to close the distance. It was difficult, focusing the chakra without a single hand sign, but he managed to do it. He teleported between him and the forest section. However, he just barely ducked a sharpened kunai which would have taken his head off. The surprise was enough to give an opening. The attacker took the chance and swung his kunai at the Junin. Suddenly, the attacker stopped inches from skewering the back of Namikaze's head. Shikamaru's shadow was attached to the two anbu. Namikaze knew the shadow wasn't bound to hold them for long. He pulled out a sword and took a swing at both his foes together. However, his attack cut through 2 logs, as the original assailants had substituted away a millisecond before Shikamaru got them. Shikamaru sighed and said, "They got away. You nearly got decapitated there, what happened?" Namikaze paused again in surprise. Whatever just happened, the Junins had anticipated Namikaze's K's Shunpo Jutsu. Furthermore, they had fully planned on him doing it. However, there was one thing he knew for sure, he would beat the answers out of them and enjoy doing. He was contemplating an appropriate torture when a thought struck Namikaze. He pulled out more kunai and said, "Shikamaru-kun, get out of here now. They're still here." Shikamaru blinked in some surprise. He nodded and went running. The Junin shouted, "All right you two, now I'm alone. Who the hell are you?" 2 cloaked figures with Anbu masks appeared in the clearing. They wore the masks of a sparrow and a wolf. Wolf was already forming hand signs already. Namikaze moved in, throwing several kunai along the way. Sparrow took up a guarding position and deflected the kunai with one of his own kunai. Wolf finished and said, "Ninpo Kachiyose, Kaden, Husa Bohei no Jutsu. Ninja art summoning. Fire element, fire burrower technique." A thin strand of fire shot up from the dirt and wrapped around Namikaze's ankle. He was suddenly stopped in his tracks. The instant smoke entered his nostrils, he snapped open one of his pouches on his Junin vest. A scroll fell into his hands. Namikaze opened it and threw it on the ground. In no time flat, he released the seal and formed the necessary hand signs. Suijin, Suijinheki no Jutsu, water element. Water encampment technique. Water flowed out of the seal and suddenly surrounded Namikaze. The fire jutsu sputtered out just as it finished burning through his clothing. An instant later, a snake composed of water shot out from the wall towards the 2 ninja. 3. Both dodged in opposite directions. The water snake suddenly split in 2, both chasing after their respected ninja. Sparrow was backed into a tree, where he jumped over the attack into the branches. That water snake pierced the tree like it was nothing. Wolf sidestepped the attack and attempted to slash apart the snake. It was useless, as the water blew away his kunai. Then, that water snake wrapped itself around the anbu. He used the kawarimi to escape before the attack finished encircling the ninja. The 2 connected attack jutsus retreated to the puddle of water, and the water barrier fell. In its place, Namikaze stood without a single injury. He popped his neck and raced towards where the two ninjas stood in the tree. Sparrow formed several hand signs this time and shouted, Doten, Yamaboketsu, Earth Release, Mountain Grave Technique, 4. The ground below Namikaze shot up, sending the Junin flying into the air. Then, several other sections of the ground shot up as well from multiple angles, all aimed at Namikaze. The Konoha Junin spun in the air, pulling out his short katana and slashing apart each rock section before it made impact. The Junin landed on his feet on one of new outcroppings and raced down its side. Sparrow formed a new set of hand signs and said, Doden, Sabor Wana no Jutsu, Earth Release, Sand Trap Technique. The Junin suddenly found himself chest deep encased in the stone. Wolf appeared in front of Namikaze, swinging a standard Anbu katana. 5, however, a wave of wind chakra split the stone spike apart, freeing Namikaze just in time to block the attack with his own short katana. Namikaze fell a couple feet down and used K's Shunpo to surprise Sparrow with a sneak attack. As soon as Namikaze reappeared in front of Sparrow, however, there was now a katana sticking out of his gut. Sparrow pierced the Junin. Namikaze looked around and then said, I see. He coughed up some blood. Sparrow started speaking with a deep voice, Namikaze, brother or cousin of Minato Namikaze, we will claim your bounty right here and now. The Junin looked confused. Sparrow continued, Iwa has paid good money, 100 million ryu, to have you eliminated. Blame your own reliance on that jutsu for your death. Namikaze grinned through a blood-filled mouth. He said, you know, I'm fairly impressed. You. He coughed up some blood on the Anbu before continuing, you filled the forest area with a small amount of smoke, just barely visible to the naked eye. K's Shunpo cleared a large enough amount of smoke that you could see where I would be. Wolf appeared next to Namikaze's skewered form and Sparrow and continued the conversation. Yeah. Once we saw where you would be moving, we acted accordingly. He raised his sword and swung towards Namikaze's head to decapitate. In that instant, Namikaze smiled victoriously. He muttered, Sweden, Bunshin Deibakuha. Water release. Clone explosion. The clone exploded violently, spraying the entire forest section with syrup like water. Wolf had committed to his attack, and was covered in the stuff. Sparrow managed to avoid the full blast, but was still ultimately trapped as the substance hit him too. From the puddle created earlier, Namikaze formed out of the water. He pulled out several senbon and threw them at the two Junin. Both were skewered with the attack. He said loud enough for the two of them to hear, Sweden, Mizuame Nabara Bunshin, syrup capture clone. As the water barrier fell, I entered the puddle while my clone stood in for me. Oh, by the way, those senbons were laced with a special nerve concoction of a friend of mine. You should be unconscious right about. 2 thuds could be heard as the Anbu pair sagged in their watery confinements. Now. He sighed and continued, thanks for telling me the weakness of that jutsu. I'll be sure to come up with an appropriate countermeasure sooner or later. What I wonder is how you knew that jutsu, considering I've only used it once. Well, I look forward to your answers as Ibiki drags it out of you while you scream. He sat down at the base of the tree where the traitorous Anbu were stuck in the syrupy water. The puddle was visible in the distance, and the Junin reflected on the battle. He muttered, to think, I had to use one of his jutsus to beat these scrum. Damn it, I vowed never to use them again, bastard snake. Smoke drifted into his face as he was smoking his long pipe. His telescope jutsu had been trained on his newest Tokubetsu Junin for quite a while. The blonde-haired man who claimed to be Naruto Uzumaki was a troubling man, but had a good heart. Over the last couple weeks, he had watched the Junin in his escapades around the village. Winning vast amounts of Ryu, training Team 7, eating and paying for the younger generation's ramen, carrying young Hinata to the hospital, and even his fight with the Anbu who now languish behind bars. When Sarutobi had first seen the Junin through his crystal ball, he was troubled that someone had infiltrated the village. One lone Anbu captain could wreak all sorts of havoc. The old man was unsure how to handle him. His 2 aides had recommended putting the entire village on alert until the man was caught. Danzo wanted Sarutobi to have him executed on the Hokage Tower that night Naruto turned himself in. Naruto, however, hadn't done any hostile actions against any of his ninja. There were reports from the 2 who were assigned to track Naruto down, Shikaku Nara and Anko Midarashi. Sarutobi smiled as he remembered their reports. Young Anko wanted Naruto imprisoned without the possibility of release. She also was willing to oversee his torture, but the Hokage denied her request. However, she also reluctantly admitted the Junin was probably no threat to the village. Shikaku's report was even more glowing. Though the young Anbu captain had managed to escape narrowly, not once did Naruto attempt to hurt or kill him, Inoichi or Shuza. The night Naruto turned himself in, Sarutobi wanted to believe the boy, but the safety of the village was his utmost concern. So, he had the ninja put in a cell and debated for 2 days what to do with him. There was a village law that allowed the Hokage to put a defecting Junin on trial in front of the village council. The Hokage had the final decision to decide if Naruto would become a Konoha ninja or not. Sarutobi had gotten what he wanted in the end, a probationary period in which Namikaze could prove himself to be a capable Junin loyal to Konoha. Furthermore, he had to make sure that his secret would not leave the council chambers. In the same manner as with the younger Naruto Uzumaki, he made it an S-class crime, punishable by death, to reveal the Junin's true identity and origins. However, politics would still sour the day somewhat. His 2 advisors and Danzo, who still held political sway in the village, made sure that the Junin wasn't a further danger to the village. He had been forced to add the stipulation that half the Junin's chakra would be sealed away. There were no remaining talented seal masters in Konoha, as it was becoming somewhat of a lost art, so another, less skilled seal master was used. The process didn't go well, and 75% of Namikaze's chakra was sealed away. Flashback. Sarutobi watched as Rad applied the blood to Namikaze's hand and body. He said, "Namikaze, please forgive me. This was not my intention, but rather the will of the council." To his surprise, Namikaze said with a calming smile, "I know, Hokage-sama. Please, let us finish this quickly." Rat had finished the writing and began forming the hand signs. Namikaze sat in the center of the seal array, bracing himself for the terrible pain that would indeed come. He had a stick in his mouth so that he would not bite off his own tongue by accident and bleed to death. Seconds later, Rat had finished his technique. The array glowed brilliantly as chakra began being absorbed from the Junin. Namikaze's teeth clenched down on the wooden piece in his mouth. The kanji glowed green and lifted off the ground, suspended in the air. They moved at a medium pace towards the hand. As each letter was absorbed into the circular seal, it began building a circle of black ink on the Junin's hand. 20 seconds into the procedure, however, something unexpected happened. Red chakra began flowing freely from the Junin's body. Sarutobi's eyes widened and Namikaze began screaming in pain. One tail of red chakra formed rapidly under his body. The Sandame said, "Get Tenzo down here now." One of his Anbu aides vanished. Sarutobi began forming hand signs and ended with serpent. He used his chakra to dispel the chakra leaking from the seal. However, even though no more fox chakra would leak out, the already released chakra could leak into the new seal and destroy it. Luckily, Tenzo was down there in a very short amount of time. He used the Shodem's Mokuton techniques to absorb the remaining fox chakra with his wooden jutsu and stabilize the seal. The kanji finally absorbed the remaining chakra and the glow ended. All that remained was a black circular seal with a spiral in the center. The stick fell from Naruto's mouth as he panted and fell forward. Tenzo caught him and lay him on his back. Sarutobi asked, "How do you feel?" Naruto whispered just loud enough for the Hokage to hear, "Something isn't right. I feel much weaker than I should." As they checked the seal, Rat gasped and said, "No way, Hokage-sama. In my surprise at the burst of chakra, I accidentally absorbed too much chakra into the seal. We can do it again in a couple days, hopefully this time without any interruptions from the demon." However, Namikaze cut him off. "No, it's all right. I'll work with this amount, thanks." The Junin picked himself up and wobbled to the door. Sarutobi looked in wonder at the man. Without a doubt, that man is Naruto Uzumaki. No, he's Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. End flashback. Naruto. Both Narutos deserved better than what they received from the village. One was a hero to the people for containing the fox. The second was punished for simply being in Konoha. The once god of shinobi now walked through the trees towards the monument. He often visited it and thought about the village, its past, present and future. In the past, there were Iruka's parents, Minato Namikaze himself, Tsukumo Hitaki, Obito Uchiha, and even all the Uchihas and especially Itachi Uchiha. The man was a true Konoha ninja, willing to put the needs of the village before his own. No one, sadly not even his brother, would ever know that it was him that prevented a civil war and the next shinobi war as well. He contemplated his failure in his diplomacy with the Uchiha clan. The unknown Uchiha, Madara Uchiha as he called himself, drove a wedge between the clan and the Hokage, resulting in Itachi's forced betrayal. As he passed through the swaying trees, his mind turned towards the future generation. All was not bleak, rather far from it. There were many bright pupils under some of his best Junin. His mind turned to Sakura, Ino, and Hinata. All three were at the beginning of the long and perilous road of the ninja. True, none of them particularly stood out, but that he's willing to bet there's a bright future in store for all three of them. Then, there was Shikamaru, Choji, Sasuke, Kiba and Shino. They were already showing signs that their futures would be incredible. His mind briefly wondered if he would be able to see them reach their potential. Finally, there was young Naruto Uzumaki. Sarutobi's growing smile doubled in size at the thought of the young boy. He knew that Naruto would succeed in being Hokage. His father was the greatest shinobi the village ever produced. Minato had created an unbeatable set of jutsu, and stopped a force of nature, the Kyuubi no Kitsune. His mother was a stubborn red-headed woman. The old man and Kushina had gotten into many battles of wills. Furthermore, Naruto Namikaze is Naruto Uzumaki, although quite a bit older and more experienced. The young genin would grow into a fine ninja one day and an even greater Hokage. The trees parted way to the monument, revealing a young Junin with blonde hair, a red vest, a gray set of long robes, blue pants and blue sandals. Sure enough, Namikaze lay there on his back, looking at the sky and resting beside the monument. The Sandaime Hokage approached quietly and listened. Sure was fun though, Sasuke, Sakura. Wish I didn't have to use that man's jutsu he helped me develop, but the other ones I would have used were too destructive. Tomorrow, I'll head in to watch them break those two, though I guess it's not like how I used to be. Hinata is doing fine in this world. Both of you probably remembered what happened to her in ours. In our battle against Pain, he cut off for a moment. Sarutobi chose that moment to approach the Junin and make his presence known. Namikaze jumped to his feet with a kunai already in hand, and then he relaxed. He took a knee and said, Hokage-sama, sorry, but I get a bit jumpy when people sneak up on me. Sarutobi chuckled and replied, nothing to apologize for, my boy. You were just attacked in our village. If I'd been in your shoes, I'd also be a bit jumpy. Please, stand. He grabbed the Junin by the shoulders and pulled him up. He turned and looked at the monument. So, how are you adjusting to the village? Is everyone treating you well? Namikaze also looked at the stone and said, they treat me normally. In my Konoha, I was treated as the scourge, because everyone thought I was behind the disappearances. He then went into an explanation of how Orochimaru was in control of Konoha and experimenting on the civilians for immortality. Sarutobi's face took on a stony expression. He wasn't pleased with the report on his old apprentice in the older Naruto's world. The first time he heard about Orochimaru becoming Hokage, he was appalled, probably because the Sannin had betrayed his village and Sarutobi knew what the snake was capable of. Sarutobi said, for what it's worth, I'm so sorry, Naruto-kun. Namikaze Naruto smiled sadly. Why? You couldn't have known the man would have done what he did after allowing his ascension to the seat of Hokage. The two stood in front of the stone for quite a while, silently honoring their dead comrades. After some time had passed, Sarutobi broke the silence. I heard that Kakashi told you about your father. Namikaze looked to the old man in some surprise. Yeah, he did. The Sandaime smiled as he focused on Minato's chiseled name on the stone. I knew him. He was a good man, and an even better friend. Let me tell you a story about him. So, the two departed from the monument, with the Sandaime Hokage recalling Minato's academy and Genin days, and Namikaze hanging on to every word. Read and review. Well, my first interlude. To be honest, I never thought about doing one of these until yesterday. I wondered what went through the mind of our favorite old man Hokage during these last couple weeks in my story. So, here it is. Furthermore, Namikaze's sealing process is revealed. The killing part of the seal is part of the overall seal. A backup plan just in case if Namikaze is truly not who he appears to be. Don't worry, the next chapter is in the works. I have to also work on finals as well. On another note, I've finished my finals at long last, so I might be able to update a bit quicker than usual. No promises though. My thoughts. The Uchiha massacre in the manga. Something felt off about Madara's description of the Uchiha massacre. Personally, I thought Sasuke was a fool to believe Madara about the incident, but that's me. It wasn't until this new chapter that I figured out what didn't make sense. Why would Danzo help orchestrate the Uchiha massacre if he wanted to become Hokage? Shouldn't he ally himself with the Uchiha in their bid for village power? Danzo had the root Anbu. There were quite a few at the meeting between Hanzo, Danzo, Yahiko and Pain. So, Danzo would be very useful to the Uchiha. Madara's account of the massacre and Pain's description of Danzo do not match. Something, I'm not sure what, but something is off and someone is lying. I vote Madara because Pain has no reason to lie. Here are the facts. Itachi regretted killing his clan, shown in Sasuke's memories of Itachi crying, but did in fact kill the clan. Madara assisted in the clan massacre, confirmed by Itachi and Madara. There was a rift between Konoha leadership and the Uchihas because of the Kyuubi incident, confirmed by extension with Minato's discussion with Naruto about Madara Uchiha controlling the Kyuubi. These are the confirmed facts of the case. Now here's my belief of what truly happened. The Uchiha stumbled upon something that Danzo wanted to remain hidden, something that had to do with the nine-tailed fox. Danzo had ties to Madara somehow, or he might even be Madara. Hard to say whether that is truth or not, but it will become more apparent over time who might be Madara. The old war hawk used the connections to get Madara to help eliminate the Uchiha clan. Madara blackmails Itachi somehow, probably with his brother on the line. This idea stems from the theme that Danzo is at the center of many of Konoha's problems right now. He betrayed his fellow Anbu by giving up the files to Kabuto through Sai, killing the messenger frog to prevent Naruto from interfering in the battle with Pain, is directly the cause of Pain's existence and is linked to the Uchiha massacre through Madara's own words. Furthermore, but this is a guess on my part again, Danzo knew that the village was screwed when Pain arrived. He retreats to an underground sanctum where the Warhawk and his root Anbu will wait it out for Konoha's destruction. Coincidence? Maybe, but I really don't think so. Silence reigned in the observation room which overlooked the interrogation room. Naruto Namikaze rested in the chair closest to the window. He still wore his usual long red vest, but this time had an orange jacket under that and blue long pants. Anko Mitarashi was wearing a black trench coat, different from her usual tan trench coat. Everything else she wore was the same. She stood behind the seated Junin. Sarutobi was present as well, concerned what happened to his missing Anbu. The Sandaime Hokage was flanked by his personal Anbu guard, Monkey. The man, Sparrow, sat in a wooden chair inside the darkened room. Sparrow's partner, Wolf, was in an isolated cell in another wing of the torture and interrogations department awaiting his return. Sparrow's surroundings were covered in seals, and the room itself was bathed in low-intensity green light. This Junin is not going anywhere, not with the amount of guards in the building, Namikaze thought as he observed the man with a smug satisfaction. The Junin was waiting. He wanted to watch the man break, start screaming and begging for mercy. Being assaulted and nearly murdered put Namikaze in a bad mood. However, this guy had forced him to break one of his vows, to never use one of those jutsu ever again. This made him absolutely livid, and only his Anbu poker face hid that. By those jutsu, he was referring to Sweden, Hebitama no Jutsu. Namikaze and Orochimaru had worked together to create a jutsu for Namikaze's use. In conjunction, he also worked on another jutsu as well, an even more powerful one, but he couldn't break the vow on that jutsu even if he wanted to. His right hand flexed with a phantom pain to it as memories of the ceiling came back. Namikaze chuckled, Sandaime-sama, you willing to bet on this one? Bet you he's one of Orochimaru's? The Sandaime chuckled and said, I've heard about your luck in gambling. I'll pass on it, thanks. Anko, however, took that bet, placing 1,000 ryu on them being Orochimaru's. Hokage-sama. Look at Sparrow's mouth, Monkey screeched as he ran for the doorway. All the heads in the room turned to the prisoner. Blood streamed from his closed mouth. Namikaze shot up from his chair, sending it flying backwards several feet. The Junin was in shock as he whispered, no, damn no. He turned to the door and shouted, Anko. We need to get to Wolf before he does the same thing. Namikaze swept through the door and down the hall at a fast sprint. Anko followed in his wake. Both Junin arrived at the cell block in 30 seconds. The door opened and sure enough, Wolf was resting in a pool of his own blood. The rest of the prisoners backed away from the cells as Anko came in. Namikaze opened the cell door and moved to his side. His fingers made contact with the skin, but it was cold and lacking a pulse. His fingers started trembling as they retreated from the man's cold corpse. A little bit of indignation seeped into his voice, Scum's dead. He lost his anger and slammed his fist into the concrete wall, damn it, he's been dead for several hours. His teammate is probably the same. He slammed his fist into the concrete again and again in frustration. The fourth attempt, however, was stopped by a firm grip. Anko's voice broke through the Junin's clouded mind, don't take it out on the wall. It didn't do anything. Besides, it's a bit early to conclude Sparrow's death. Namikaze stopped resisting Anko's grip. By the end of the day, medics managed to stabilize Sparrow, but warned it would be unwise to have the man awake. He might try that again. Instead, the task was appointed to Inoichi. The Yamanaka clan leader was also an expert interrogator, but with his clan jutsu, he could break into the man's mind and extract the information needed without the target being awake. Namikaze abandoned his desire for payback. Instead, he sought out Team 7 again and continued helping them train. 4 days later, Namikaze was resting on the roof of his apartment, twirling a kunai on his fingers. A chunin with several bandages covering his eyes appeared crouching before the Junin. "Excuse me, Namikaze-san. The Sandaime has summoned you immediately. I've been ordered to escort you to the Hokage Tower."
Namikaze kept twirling his kunai in his fingers. Neither person moved for several moments, though Namikaze closed his eyes for a moment. A minute passed, and the Junin opened them again and mused, "Why would the Hokage send a torture and interrogations underling to bring me before the Hokage? Do you know, Tobitake? 1. The Junin stopped twirling the kunai and began rising. Surprised, the Chunin sputtered a bit to come up with an answer. A smile spread across Namikaze's face as he raised his hand to cut him off. "Don't worry. Here's not a good place for it, no doubt." Naruto watched closely as the target began moving again. He and his two teammates raced behind some trees to keep up. The voices on the radio sounded off. "This is Sasuke, I'm at point B. This is Sakura, I'm at point C." Naruto was slightly behind the rest as they tried encircling the target. Finally in position, the genin pressed the mic button. "This is Naruto, I'm at point A." The radio crackled. "You're slow, Naruto." That was Kakashi. Naruto's eyes were still trained on the little furball. He was on an overhead branch right above the daimyo's cat. Sasuke had its southeast flank covered, Sakura the north and Kakashi the southwest. Kakashi's electrical voice sounded, "All right, Naruto, now." Just as planned, Naruto jumped out of the tree right over the cat and scooped him up. Sasuke and Sakura moved in as well. Sasuke's eye started twitching as he muttered, "Yeah, that's the cat. Kakashi, there is a red ribbon on the right ear." "All right, mission complete." The blonde-haired genin, however, regretted being the point man for the mission. The cat slashed and swiped at Naruto, squirming to get free. Naruto shouted, "Isn't there a better mission than this?" The wooden hallway was lined with pictures and paintings of previous genin, Chunin and Junin in the Hokage Tower. Namikaze smirked and thought, "Got to admit, this Konoha is much more respectful of the past ninja." In Namikaze's world, the Junin would walk down its barren hallways. They were dimly lit, much in the same way the Anbu headquarters hallways were, and terrifying for anyone to travel down. However, Sarutobi wanted a more welcoming atmosphere than the Snake Sanin. The double doors opened, and there before him Sarutobi sat with his advisors and Iruka. Furthermore, Inoichi was sitting off to the side along the wall. The interrogator rose and greeted Namikaze. Sarutobi cleared his throat and the meeting began. "Namikaze, I've brought you here because I thought you might want to hear Inoichi's findings." "Inoichi, if you would." Inoichi nodded. "Thank you, Sandaime-sama. Over the last couple days, I've managed to glean several useful pieces of information from the mind of our Anbu guest. The first thing we discovered was his responsibility for the deaths of the real wolf and sparrow." Sarutobi lowered his head in a show of respect for his fallen underlings. They would be sadly missed. Namikaze's hand clenched tighter than before, but then relaxed. Inoichi continued after a second pause, "We tried to determine who had sent them on their mission, but prior to arriving in the village, both users performed a seal on their memories. Sandaime-sama, I haven't seen this sort of seal since the Iwa Konoha War." The old man's head rose. He remembered the days of the Iwa War. Iwa attempted numerous times to infiltrate the village with sleeper agents. A couple times, they almost succeeded, but managed to stop them. They had cracked the first set of memory seals used on the agents, but new seals were created. It had been 14 years since the Iwa War ended. Sarutobi replied, "Does that mean that Iwagakure is involved somehow?" Inoichi shook his head. "It's truly hard to say at this point. For all we know, someone could have obtained some Iwa sealing arts, or created it themselves. We'll need someone with sealing knowledge, probably you or Rat, Sarutobi-sama. You're the next best after your student, Jiraiya-sama." Namikaze mind drifted off at that name. Back in his Konoha, there was a legend about Jiraiya. In the Valley of the End, two legends fought for the future of Konoha. Of course, the two who fought were Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju, Shodai Hokage. There was a second legend, however, about the two surviving Sanin as well involving the valley. Orochimaru and Jiraiya, the Toad Sanin, battled to the death. Orochimaru was severely injured in the battle, but ultimately won. Orochimaru claimed that it happened, and he was indeed critically injured around that time. However, Jiraiya's remains were never found. Namikaze mused for a second, and came up with a plausible answer. Orochimaru might have used the Mangekyo Sharingan to finish off Jiraiya-sama. However, if that's true, then could it be possible that there are others from my world here as well? Probably not, but the possibility. His musings were ended abruptly when Inoichi continued his report. Anyway, we cannot get any further into the unknown's mind. We've determined the man's name as Ichikawa Ni, a missing ninja from Kumo. He was charged with attempted murder of his sister, Yugito Ni. He's been running from Hunter Nin for 11 years. A dozen Hunter Nin have been lost trying to take down this guy. 2 years back, he vanished off the grid. Namikaze muttered, guess I lost that bet. Inoichi passed the bingo book entry to Sarutobi first. The book was examined by everyone present, and ended up in the hands of Namikaze. The blonde Junin scanned the info briefly and handed it back to the interrogator. Inoichi pocketed the book and continued on. Anyway, the second, Wolf, is a no-name. We don't have the slightest clue where he came from. There's no headband, bingo book entry, or anything to go on. He could be on the books, no face, section, but we can't say for certain. In fact, we may never know who he is. The medical analysts will be able to tell you more in a couple days, but I'm not optimistic. The mind reader hesitated for a second, and then commented, Namikaze-san, you might want to read this as well. The Yamanaka clan leader slid another book out of his bag and handed it to Namikaze. The Junin opened it to the marked page. It read, ? Namikaze, Tokubetsu Junin of Konohagakure. Known relatives. Minato Namikaze, the Yellow Fash, of Konoha and user of the Hiroshin no Jutsu. Wanted. 100 million Ryu. Known techniques. Unknown teleportation jutsu, Cage Bunshin, unknown A-rank win technique. The report concluded with Sarutobi reassuring Inoichi did a fine work and then dismissed him. The instant the doors slid shut, Sarutobi spoke up, Namikaze, what do you know about the Iwa-Konoha War? Namikaze recounted all that he knew, taught to him by Kakashi. As a younger boy, Naruto was Naruto, and he failed to pay any attention in history class. Though to be fair, the teachers did sabotage the once genin scores through special tests with exceedingly more difficult questions than his classmates. Kakashi told him stories of his team during the war, how Obito had died, Minato had single-handedly turned the tide of the war, and the brutal battles as Sharingan Kakashi, with his medical teammate Natsuki. Those times spent listening to those stories were the best. Often, they would take place around the Konoha monument. Smoke filtered out of the Hokage's pipe as he listened. There were a few details off, but mostly correct. For example, Orochimaru didn't participate in Minato's legendary battle, and Natsuki's name in this universe was Rin. Sarutobi nodded at the end and replied, Minato had made several enemies of Iwa. Now that those enemies have discovered your existence, I want you to be careful. Sarutobi flipped over his long pipe, letting the tobacco ash hit the floor and put in some more. The Junin nodded solemnly. Iwa would want his head in revenge for the humiliating defeat inflicted by his father. Other ninja would want his head to make a name for him or herself. Not a good place to be. Suddenly, he tasted the sickening stench of snakes in his nose. Namikaze smirked, because Orochimaru wouldn't be allowed within 50 miles of this place. Hello Anko-chan, ready for a mission today? Anko's hand landed on the Junin's shoulder, and he shuddered. The woman had managed to get so close to him without him sensing a thing, other than her smell. Been a couple days, pervert. Let's begin. Old man, our probation ended at midnight last night. Sarutobi strolled around the table and took a seat. Several scrolls were removed from the hidden cabinet below and lay before the two of them. Red scrolls were A-rank missions, blue B rank, yellow C rank and green were D rank. The two took to the scrolls and began searching their contents. The wheels of fate began turning as Namikaze picked up one red scroll. It unfurled in his hands, and the first thing he saw caused his jaw to drop. Namikaze's mind went blank as he read the information on the scroll. The second time through was exactly the same as the first. His mind couldn't comprehend and he reasoned, what the, this has to be a joke. No way this can be true. Anko saw the shock on his face and snatched the scroll from the blonde's hands. Namikaze muttered, Sarutobi, is that your idea of a joke? Surely this mission can't exist. Anko read the scroll. Mission. Assassination of one Gato, the same Gato of Gato Transports. Everything seems in order. It appears a rival businessman wants this man eliminated. He had been encroaching on his business area, threatening customers and even killing civilians. Furthermore, there is reason to believe there are drug shipments being controlled by the target. Wow, we might face several ninjas under his command. Sounds interesting. We'll take it, old man Hokage. Sarutobi cleared his throat before replying, very well, but we have no current idea of his location. Normally, We'd give this to hunter ninjas, but all active hunters are on missions right now. Namikaze's shocked expression disappeared, and an evil smile replaced it. Don't worry, Hokage-sama. I have a fairly good idea where he is right now. The Hokage was slightly unnerved. The room's temperature seemed to drop a couple degrees. There was something about Namikaze that suddenly appeared, off somehow. He dismissed the thought though and sent the two off. Naruto walked down the hallway, carrying the feral cat. The moment they stepped into the Hokage tower, the cat seemed to redouble its efforts to escape. 5 minutes later, the cat's worst nightmare was realized as the daimyo's wife smothered it with affection. The genin could only smirk. That's right, cat. Harder, lady. Squeeze that furball harder. I want to see it explode, then I can have the last laugh. Naruto smirked at the cat and started praying. 2 minutes later, the genin frowned as the cat somehow managed to survive long enough to leave in noblewoman's arms. It was only a small consolation that the cat's torture would probably last forever. Once again, the wheels of fate turned as Naruto and his team accepted a mission escorting a drunkard old man who needed an escort to the land of waves. The massive gates of Konoha were open wide for all who traveled both in and out of Konoha. The walls surrounding the village were over 5 feet thick and laced with blood seals. Deep under the city, a team of guardians were constantly maintaining the genjutsu that detected all who entered the village. Namikaze couldn't help but be impressed every time he saw the incredible defenses. In Namikaze's old world, the walls had been penetrated only 3 times, during the Kyuubi attack, the Suna Kusa War, and Pain's assault on Konoha. A loud smack echoed down the line of buildings. Anko slapped Namikaze's head. Idiot, spouted Anko, did you even hear what I said? How could you possibly know where Gato is? Namikaze chuckled darkly. Hey, let's just say I will know where he is about a week or 2 from now, who will be guarding him and what ninjas we will face, should we choose to follow that path. Anko looked intrigued, but inwardly skeptical. Do tell, Namikaze-chan. The Junin opened his mouth to speak, but paused and stared at her in surprise. She chuckled lightly and nodded her head. Namikaze said, we'll wait for Kakashi and his team, as we'll be heading in roughly the same direction. Gato is located in the land of waves. Team 7 should be receiving their mission right about now for an escort there. Once we all arrive, our teams will separate, and we'll hunt Gato down like the dog he is. 40 minutes later, the 2 Junin strode up to Team 7. The moment Anko could be seen, Naruto and Sakura flinched, while Sasuke took up a fighting stance. Kakashi was nowhere to be seen, probably wishing farewell to Obito and Minato. Tazuna was sitting against the village walls, gulping down another bottle of sake. Namikaze walked over and said, so, you're being escorted to Wave accompanied by those guys. The old man nodded warily and said, yeah, can't believe I got a bunch of brats and a lazy bastard like that. I tell ya, Konoha standards for their ninjas are dropping. Namikaze, being such a ninja from Konoha, decided a bit of petty revenge is in order. So, how's Gato doing? Tazuna's eyes widened and he sprayed the contents out of his mouth all over the Junin. Namikaze blinked and walked away. Anko, meanwhile, was bent over, laughing so hard. The blonde Junin just nodded solemnly at the woman and muttered, I'll remember this. Yeah, ha ha, whatever, brat. So, you've confirmed it. Namikaze nodded. Yeah, it's as I thought. Gato is in Wave. Anko's face became serious. She looked between Team 7, Tazuna and Namikaze, and hissed at whisper level, brat, you do realize the bastard's lying about Kakashi's mission. Exclamation mark. It can't be a C rank mission, ours is an A rank. I enjoy a good bloodbath every now and then, but not when it's my fellow Konoha ninja that are being slaughtered. Anko looked incredulously at the other Junin. Namikaze gave her a look that said, and so what? At this, a piece of the puzzle fell into place. Namikaze liked Team 7, and his attitude meant only one thing, you knew all along. Namikaze just smirked. This mission is quite possibly the most important mission in my younger self's life. Tazuna stumbled over to the 2 Junin and asked cautiously, what do you know? Namikaze gave an innocent smile, no. Know what? We've been ordered to assassinate Gato. Rumor in the shadows is Gato is in Waves right now. I just owe him a little favor for having a good friend of mine killed. Now get lost, old drunkard. Tazuna backed away slowly, as if the 2 would kill him in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, loud footsteps and pages turning could be heard a few feet away. Kakashi had finally arrived. Yo. Sorry I'm late, but I had trouble packing my stuff. No one was in the mood to call Kakashi a liar. The book slapped shut and was put in the Junin's pack. He was slightly surprised to see Namikaze and Anko present. What are the 2 of you doing here? I heard that Hokage-sama had already dispatched our favorite two-man team on an A-rank mission. He was somewhat jovial in how he spoke. Anko showed some teeth as she replied, our target is suspected to be in Wave. We ran across the little brat here and decided to travel together. Once we arrive, we'll head our separate ways. Naruto flinched as Anko looked his way hungrily. Namikaze chuckled, down Anko. She's right Kakashi. Think of it as extra protection. No bandits will dare attack such a large group. Kakashi looked oddly at Namikaze, and then nodded. He looked to the sky and smelled the air. There was a slight northwestern breeze, but no humidity. There was not a cloud in sight, a perfect day for traveling. Naruto Uzumaki was excited, as this was the first time he traveled outside the village. An escort mission, even if it was an old drunk, was still something new and exciting. Like a kid, he scanned the area outside the village gates for any bandits. His whole body shook in anticipation. Sakura's eye was twitching as she gave in to her desire to smack some sense into Naruto. She screeched, this is not a field trip, so take it seriously, Naruto. Naruto whined, Sakura-chan. That hurt. Then stop acting like a kid. Sasuke finished checking the supplies in his backpack, and slung it over his shoulders. Tazuna would have been annoyed at Naruto's attitude, but was concerned with the blonde Junin and his partner. Kakashi sensed Tazuna's fear, which was somewhat odd, but filed it away for future investigation. It would be a couple days' trip to the land of waves, after all. Namikaze's troubles Omake. Fun with torture and interrogations. Several hours later, Team 7 and Team Namikaze had set up camp at a nearby river a mile from the road. Namikaze was filling up his water jug while Anko sat sharpening her knives. Anko was just idly watching the man while they rested up, and then asked, Say, I heard that you were once in the torture and interrogations section of the Anbu. Namikaze pulled the jug out of the water and put a cork on top. The ninja gave a rueful grin and said, Yeah, it was one of my favorite memories of my Konoha. Ibiki became a close friend of mine during that time. He often sent me the most dangerous, hard-to-crack criminals of them all. Anko whistled, Wow, you were that good, huh? Namikaze blushed a bit, well, no not quite. He filled up another jug as he reminisced. You see, they sent me the ones Ibiki couldn't crack. Most were some of the really nasty cases. I remember a couple of them. They sent me Rado, one of the 7 swordsmen after they captured him near the Kumo border, Oki, Nagale and Hokusen, of the Wandering Ninja. Oh, and Gidai of the Land of Demons. 2. The Junin got goosebumps as he remembered fondly, yeah, he was especially fun. You see, they had a special name for me in the division, the sadistic god of death. I was so bad at keeping my marks alive early on in the game, that I managed to earn myself a reputation. When my later marks came, they cracked upon arrival because my information had spread outwards to so many different villages. Those who didn't wished they'd died. Anko stared at the ninja with a disbelieving look. Namikaze just smiled back and said, I'll give you an example of how I work later, if Ibiki will allow me. The ninja just stood and walked back to the camp, whistling a death march. All across the nations, several missing ninja and criminals felt like someone had just stabbed them in the GU. The moment light struck the tent, Namikaze's eyes shot open and scanned his immediate area. That evening, Kakashi, Namikaze and Anko alternated the watch. His shadow clones maintained the barrier, ensuring there was no surprise attack. It would be about an hour before his reserves would be full again. Namikaze thought for a second and then paled. It had been a couple days since they departed the village, and there should have been an ambush. The village wasn't too far away when Team 7 had engaged 2 Mizu ninja. That could only mean one thing. His presence, Anko's or both their presences had changed the whole mission somehow. That very thought scared Namikaze. He pulled out a kunai and started sharpening it. Okay, what to do now? It's obvious Gato still wants Tazuna dead. The old man's reaction to the name confirmed that. But what could have changed? Well, we'll see if Zabuza still engages us at the lake. If so, we'll still be on the right timeline, just a slight deviation. Then, he was doused in icy water. The Junin's eyes started twitching in irritation. Hissing laughter broke out behind him, eliminating all the suspects but one. Sure enough, the blonde Junin turned in time to see his partner pointing at him, slapping her knees and having the time of her life. He muttered, I'll give you a 3-second head start. Anko didn't hear what he said, but knew he said something. She stopped laughing when bloodlust started radiating off him. She smirked and retorted, all right. You want to go at it, make the first move, brat. Namikaze pulled out a senbon out of a metal tube he kept in his leg pouch. The Senbon was dripping with the nerve agent that had knocked her unconscious for 8 hours. Her face paled considerably, as she backed up. "You wouldn't," she whispered. "Oh, I would." Anko shunshined in a second, with Namikaze hot on her heels. Several hours had passed, and the weather was turning humid. It could only mean that they were getting close to the ocean and Wave. At a nearby ocean town, Tazuna contacted a friend from Wave who arranged a boat transport to his hometown and the location of the bridge. The entire company was enjoying some ramen from a nearby store, but Namikaze didn't eat any. Kakashi noticed this, and deduced that he was struggling with something. The blonde Junin's face was scrunched up, like he was arguing with himself, and then relaxed into the lines of resignation. Namikaze sighed, "All right Tazuna. This has gone on long enough." Tazuna's face seemed to pale a bit. He said, "Huh, what are you getting at? I mean that I've let this go long enough. Why don't you tell the truth for once? This is no ordinary escort mission. Explain how Gato fits into this mission, or I'll call their mission off." Namikaze didn't have the authority to do so, but knew Kakashi did and was suspicious of both missions to begin with. Tazuna looked at the copy ninja who stared the old man down. His shoulders slumped in defeat. "All right. You're right. The truth is there is a powerful man out for my life. His name is Gato." Kakashi's eye widened in surprise. "Gato? Of Gato Transport, he's one of the richest men in the world." Tazuna nodded. "That's right. But in the shadows, he also sells contraband and drugs using thugs and ninja. He uses his business tactics to take over countries and businesses. He set his sights on Wave about a year ago. He'll kill anyone who gets in his way. However, there is one thing that he fears, the completion of my bridge. Completing the bridge will break his hold on Wave, bringing new commerce and trade. To prevent the completion of the bridge, he's going to try to kill me, no doubt." Namikaze finally ordered some ramen and wolfed it down in record time. The rest of the group turned to look at him. Tazuna asked, "But how did you know Gato was in Wave? And furthermore, how did you know that I was heading to Wave?" The Junin spoke quietly. "I've been to Wave once. Gato used a close friend of mine for his own nefarious deeds, leading to my friend's death. I heard that he didn't complete his takeover of Wave, and I've been preparing to kill him since that date." Another complete lie, one only caught by Kakashi, who knew the truth, and Sasuke. Sasuke took measure of the man, filing it away for consideration at a later time. Naruto and Sakura looked sadly at the blonde-haired Junin. Kakashi spoke sternly, "Tazuna-san, you've lied about the scope of the mission. This is grounds for immediate dismissal. Why did you lie?" Tazuna looked ashamed, because the land of Waves is a small and impoverished nation. Even our nobles are very poor. The bridge is our last hope. With it, we can revive our nation with the money from trade. If you end this mission, I will be killed within an hour of arrival, and our hope with me." He shrugged, "But, don't feel bad about it. Of course my sweet little grandson will be upset. He'll cry for his grandpa, grandpa, grandpa. Oh, and my daughter will denounce the ninja of the Konoha, blaming them forever for the death of her father and living her life in sorrow. But, don't worry about it at all." Anko yawned at his story and Namikaze knew what was going to happen anyway. Team 7 agreed to protect Tazuna from Gato. The old man looked at Namikaze and Anko. Anko threw one of her chopsticks, which stuck into the wood. She said, "Yeah sure whatever old man. Our mission is to kill Gato anyway, so your survival is of some importance to us. Just think of yourself as bait, so don't worry about it." Kakashi and Namikaze's sweat dropped, while Naruto and Tazuna shivered at her attitude. Sakura looked horrified, while Sasuke just sort of ignored what was going on. The boat trip across the channel was slow going, but no enemy ninja ambushed them on the water. Once they arrived in Wave's port town, the boatman apologized and left, fearing for his life for helping Tazuna. All of them walked down the road at nice pace. Kakashi moved next to Namikaze and whispered, "Namikaze-kun, what are we looking at?" Namikaze closed his eyes and whispered back, "Hard to say senpai. We were supposed to be ambushed between Konoha and the boat town by the demon brothers. Next, we should be ambushed by Zabuza Momochi." Kakashi's eye widened once again in surprise. Zabuza was an A-rank missing ninja in the bingo books. He attempted a coup d'etat a while ago, but failed horribly, fleeing with what followers he had, which were reputed to be a boy and the demon brothers. Namikaze nudged his fellow Junin in the ribs and said ominously, "Be ready for anything." A good distance further, Kakashi, Anko, Naruto and Namikaze all detected something. Naruto and Anko threw kunai in its general direction. Behind some bushes, one kunai had narrowly missed a snow rabbit, while the second had skewered it between the eyes. Namikaze's mouth curled into a smile. Time was on track once again. However, something else dampened his mood. Naruto hugged the rabbit and almost cried. However, he was standing in a puddle. He thought, there was no puddle there last time. Furthermore, there hasn't been any rain in the nearby region for a couple days. Oh no. Long chains rose out of the water around Naruto. Anko reacted fastest of all. She kicked Naruto out of the chains an instant before they tore at where he just stood. Get down, Kakashi's voice shouted as he ducked. Namikaze, however, was caught flat-footed. He turned and saw a sword flying right at him. He drew his blade, but didn't channel chakra in time. The two blades collided. Namikaze managed to hold the attack off for a millisecond before the strain would shatter his weapon. However, that millisecond was just enough, as he used the kawarimi to escape without injury. Zabuza's sword continued on, slamming into the tree several feet away. Zabuza appeared on the hilt of his blade. His eyes shifted from Kakashi to Namikaze to Anko, taking them each in stride. His deep voice made Namikaze's hands tremble with excitement. Kakashi of the Sharinganai and Konoha's Yamakagashi, 2 Anko Mitarashi. And a third Junin I've never heard of before. The genin looked at Kakashi in expectancy. The silver-haired Junin reached up and touched his forehead protector. Several Senbon were in Anko's hands. The demon brothers exited the puddle and took up a fighting stance. Kakashi spoke up. Well, Zabuza Momochi, the demon of Mizugakure. Sorry Kakashi, but I'm going to demand you hand over the bridge builder. Namikaze spoke dismissively. I think not. How about you go away and take your flunkies with you? The demon brothers bristled, realizing just who would be their first target. Kakashi pulled up his protector, revealing his Sharingan. A strong breeze blew through the area, rustling the leaves as the Junin began releasing chakra. Sasuke explained what the Sharingan was to Naruto. Namikaze spoke afterwards, cutting off Zabuza before he had a chance to respond. Kakashi can copy any jutsu he sees with that eye, giving him the title, the man who copied over 1,000 jutsu. You got it right, said Zabuza. When I was in the Anbu Black Ops, he was listed in the bingo book under that description. A deep mist formed in the area. Kakashi said, I'll deal with Zabuza. Naruto, Sakura, Sasuke, Manji formation, protect Tazuna with your lives. Anko and Namikaze, deal with the demon brothers. Anko started things off, throwing several Senbon, which the demon brothers dodged. They moved in a cross pattern, moving in to engage the 2 Tokubetsu Junin. Several snakes ejected themselves from the sleeves at both enemies. They all slammed into the ground, missing their targets. The demon brothers were within a few feet from Namikaze when the blonde Junin smirked. The chain started encircling the Junin, but he jumped out of them easily. His blade slammed through one of the rings in the chains and into the softened dirt. He pushed the blade into the ground until it reached the hilt, and did a handstand on the butt of the sword. The demon brothers attempted to break free, but only moved it an inch. Namikaze pushed off, letting 2 shurikens slide down his sleeves into his hands, which were sent flying. Both weapons sliced their carotid arteries. They grabbed at their throats in a futile effort to stem the tide of blood. Anko finished up, by striking the backs of their necks, causing them to collapse. Without medical assistance, they would be dead within minutes. By the time the two finished up, Kakashi had been caught into the water prison, and a water clone was staring down the 3 genin. Naruto was laying on the ground. He backed away and almost began running. Then, Anko's voice cut through the fog, "You running away, little brat. You've dealt with worse than this under my care." Naruto stopped in his tracks. Flashback. Naruto lay in the ground. Several kunai and senbon were jutting out of various parts of his body. Sasuke was several feet away, similarly injured. Sakura, meanwhile, tried to focus on practicing her genjutsu. A hard feat with both her teammates being used for pincushions. Anko waved her objections off, citing it as a lesson in concentration, ignoring her teammates' injuries in order to gain the upper hand in the battle. Naruto was crawling backwards away from Anko, and she just kept walking after him. Anko smirked, "Is that all you've got, brat? You're nothing but a coward, a scared baby, so run away. But remember this, there are people several times better and scarier than me out there. What would you do if it was your precious Iruka you talk so much about at my mercy?" Naruto stopped in his tracks and began pulling out all the weapons. Blood dripped down from each wound. He glared at the snake woman and shouted, "Starting today, I'll never run away, no matter what. Upon these wounds, I vow never to go back on my word or run away again. I'll protect those I love most, even if it costs me my life. Come on, Snake Tem. Anko looked surprised at the kid and started laughing. Sasuke muttered, "Idiot." She pulled herself together and said, "Sounds interesting, brat. I'll hold you to that. The day you back down from it, I'll kill you myself. Now you better get to the hospital and get those wounds looked at. You might die of blood loss if you don't." End flashback. Namikaze was confused at her remark. However, he decided that now was not the best time to think about it. The short katana was extracted from the dirt, but then he frowned. The katana had a massive crack in the blade. He thought back, and reasoned it must have happened when Zabuza's blade made contact with his. It would be useless to him as it was. Zabuza shouted, "Don't move, either one of you. One false move and Kakashi dies." Namikaze tensed, and then relaxed a second later. "Sure. We'll let the genin deal with it. Right, Naruto?" Sasuke. Naruto nodded and threw himself into a shadow clone rush. Zabuza's sword made mincemeat of each of them. Sasuke followed up with 2 wind shuriken. It was a repeat of history as Naruto was the second shuriken. He got the drop on Zabuza and threw a kunai. The kunai whistled through the air, on a direct line towards the missing nin. The water prison fell apart as the blade narrowly missed Zabuza, forcing him to release it. However, the Junin retaliated faster than Kakashi could react as he threw the windmill shuriken at Naruto. Water rose into the air and formed a hissing snake, which molded into Namikaze between the shuriken and the genin. His left hand grabbed it out of the air. Zabuza's eyes widened in surprise, and his head turned just in time to see Namikaze's shadow clone burst into smoke. Kakashi shunshined away from Zabuza, his chakra nearly gone. Namikaze began spinning the windmill shuriken in his hand as he began mocking Zabuza. "Well, Zabuza, pretty impressive for a bunch of kids. I don't think I could have done better myself." Zabuza's eyes narrowed. "Tch, you got lucky, brat. I let my guard down for a second, and I accidentally released the technique," Zabuza shouted, his voice a bit too shrilly. Anko's voice sounded, "It wasn't an accident, you had to let go." "Well, Demon of the Mist, what will you do now, outnumbered, 3 Junin to 1? Are you ready to die?" The snake Junin let a predator's smile creep onto her face. Her tongue rolled over the bladed edge of a kunai. A shiver flew up Zabuza's back, along with the rest of Team 7. Namikaze just smiled. Zabuza's hands went into a flurry of activity, and water chakra rippled off the Junin through the water. Namikaze was quick on the uptake, as he finished his jutsu faster. Sweden, Hebatama no Jutsu. 3 snakes formed out of water and shot towards Zabuza. The missing nin seemed to grin as his last hand sign formed. A more massive water attack shot through the air straight through the snakes and right at Namikaze. The snakes were totally engulfed, but not stopped in the slightest. They speared through the water-based attack and continued on to Zabuza. Namikaze was engulfed in Zabuza's counterattack and dragged underwater by the water dragon. The missing nin shunshined right, landing several feet away, right into a wave of Senbon, kunai and shuriken. His sword sliced through the air, blocking each attack. However, the defense left him open from behind, where Anko appeared and sent a flying kick at his midsection. The Junin brought his sword around in a reverse arc, severing Anko's leg from her body. However, she turned into smoke, and a kick hit him from behind. Anko landed where Zabuza was just standing and continued forward, engaging him in a furious blitz of taijutsu. Namikaze, however, was battling for his life against a fully formed water dragon. He first thought the jutsu was Suiryuden no Jutsu, water release, water dragon bullet technique, but it was slightly different. He planned on disrupting it with his defense technique, Fuden, Gufu Ugarando no Jutsu, wind release, typhoon void technique, but the jutsu reformed unlike other water dragon jutsu. When it dragged him underwater, the dragon changed to a winged dragon. 3. He used chakra charge punches attempting to disrupt the technique, but it just didn't finish it off. The water dragon kept slashing at the Junin, who kept keeping the attacks at bay with his taijutsu. However, he was extremely weakened in water and could only hold out for so long. One attack struck, sending the Junin deep into the lake's depth. The water dragon's eyes glowed white as it sensed the Junin's faltering. It sped towards the Junin, claws out in front with the purpose of skewering Namikaze. He grabbed his sword scabbard and drew the weapon. A scythe of wind chakra sliced through the water towards the dragon. The attack struck with impressive force, but the dragon just reformed and prepared to move again. Namikaze brought his sword around for a second attack, until he heard a sickening chink. The damaged blade broke off, and began falling towards the lake floor. The dragon narrowly missed Namikaze, sending the stunned Junin several feet away. He didn't move as he slowly fell towards the ocean floor after his broken blade. Images swarmed through his mind. He found himself once again inside the sewers of his mind. However, he was nowhere near the fox. A long-lost image floated to the forefront. Flashback. Naruto opened the door to his apartment, to suddenly be bombarded with shouts of surprise. Shock and joy played across his face as his eyes passed over the people present. Hinata, Sasuke, Sakura, Iruka, Kakashi, Shikamaru, Shikaku Nara, Kurenai, Guy, Lee, Neji, and Kabuto. His precious people were here to celebrate his promotion to Junin and commission as an Anbu operative. He was at a complete loss for words. Everyone. Wow. His mouth curled into a nice smile. Sasuke walked up to his friend and said, "Don't let it go to your head, Dobi. Remember, I still beat you there first. Never thought you'd get here, but that's what Orochimaru's training you for." There was no malice behind his words. The Uchiha still wanted revenge against Itachi, but he was willing to wait and do it with his teammates. Naruto's smile transformed into a smirk. "I won't tem. So, what did you get me?" Greedy as always, he picked up a long box and threw it at the newly minted blonde Junin. Naruto tore at the box, and everyone watched in suspense. The wrapping paper was gone in seconds, and the top opened. A black scabbard small katana slid out of the box. Kakashi said, "Sasuke, I haven't been Anbu in quite a while, but they typically give their new recruits a katana. It is a fine gift, but..." Sasuke shrugged. "This sword is special. The blade was tempered in the same chakra-absorbing material Asuma's blades were made out of. It can absorb your natural chakra. It was once my father's, and now I pass it on to you." Naruto looked up at his friend. Tears were sliding down his cheeks. He sniffed and said, "Thank you. Don't you sniff worry. I'll take good care of it. That's a promise, and I never go back on my word." End flashback. Namikaze had failed. Once again he failed one of his precious people. Furthermore, he had broken one of his promises. Self-loathing swirled through his head, when another voice rose. "No. No, no, no. It wasn't you. It was that demon, Zabuza." Namikaze's own thoughts rose, affirming the voice's statement. Controlled anger took over. He knew that if he didn't control it, the seal would weaken. However, he wouldn't hesitate in how he used his own chakra. Namikaze's blue eyes shot open. A sinister smile formed on his face as he formed several hand signs that he had sealed off months ago. Mad thoughts swirled through his head. "You broke my blade. Now, you die." His final hand sign fell into place, and the jutsu was complete. Anko kept striking out at the missing ninja on top of water. She was just about to use her trump card when the lake virtually exploded. Wind chakra tore through the water in several places, opening holes that reached to the bottom of the lake bed. Small twisters sucked water up in waterspouts as they tore in all directions. Zabuza was nearly engulfed in the attack. Kakashi held up his hands to keep the water from his face. Then, the weird jutsu dissipated as fast as it formed. Zabuza looked around, wondering what the hell just happened. Anko, content to believe that it was her partner somehow, took advantage of the missing nin's dropped guard. She rushed him, slamming him across the water to the ground. She quickly injected him with a heavy sedative, saying, "This should hold you for your trip back to Wave. They demanded more money for your live return, and now they'll get you." Suddenly, the familiar sound of metal whistling through air could be heard. Anko leapt backwards with a kunai in her hand and eyes scanning for the weapons or attackers. However, the meaty thump could be heard from where she just was. She turned to see a couple senbon sticking out of Zabuza's neck. "I must thank you," a voice sounded. "You've finally given me the chance to overtake and eliminate my target." Zabuza was a hard man to catch. Anko turned to a tree, and snarled at the Mizu ninja. He was just a boy, but apparently very skilled to have caused a killing blow with senbon. It was impressive to say the least. The boy leapt down and picked up the missing ninja. Naruto walked towards the boy with the intent of fighting him, but Kakashi reprimanded him. Anko's eyes narrowed. Something's not right. Don't the hunter ninja typically destroy the body on sight? Haku, meanwhile, sensed that his cover was about to break, so he shunshined away as quickly as he could. In the middle of the lake, Namikaze floated to the top, mostly drained of chakra. He didn't even remember most of what happened. What he did remember was using his second jutsu to protect himself against the water dragon. If he could, he would have beat his head against the nearest tree. Instead, he settled for dragging himself to shore. Namikaze was in no mood for it when Anko's cocky voice could be heard. "Gee, pervert, you certainly went all out." Who were you trying to kill down there, me or Zabuza? And look, you're out of chakra. She chuckled, to which he muttered, shut up Tem. Yellow sunlight flooded through the open window. Namikaze had his elbow on the window sill, feeling the cool, moist breeze wash over him. His mouth curved into a rare genuine smile, unlike that of the masks he wore every day. He often wore the mask of a boy, enthusiastic about everything and smiled to hide the pain. Other times, he wore a mask of the Anbu captain, bloodthirsty, emotionless and calculating. Neither were him. He was once the enthusiastic boy, but no longer, not since Sakura died, since so many of his friends had died over the years and since his wife had died. However, he still could remember the good times they all had. I loved mornings like this, Namikaze thought. I'd wake up just as the light flooded through the window. Outside, Hinata took care of her small garden, and the sun would shine over her shoulders. She'd turn to me, with those pearly white eyes and smile. I'd wave at her and she'd wave at me. Sakura would come over with Lee for breakfast, and we'd all head to the tower for our missions with our respective teams. Sasuke would be waiting for us at the Hokage Tower, analyzing reports on the missing nin activities around Konoha, but would stop immediately once we arrived and greet all four of us with a warm smile. A tear rolled down his cheek, and he sighed in contentment at the memory. His thought turned towards Haku. What should he do to make sure his friend didn't die again? Knock, knock, knock. Someone was beating on the door frame. Namikaze's mask went up once again as he rubbed the tear away. It was Tsunami, Tezuna's daughter, whose face came through the sliding wooden doors. Naruto-san, Anko and Kakashi are asking for you downstairs. Namikaze nodded. I'll be down in a minute. He strapped up his Junin vest and the red vest over that. The two kunai pouches on each hip were next, and the shuriken pouch after that. Finally, he reached for his sheathed sword, and then stopped. His eyes darkened a bit as anger washed over him. However, he suppressed his anger and set down the broken katana. Downstairs, Kakashi explained his plan to continue where they had left off at the end of the training week. Naruto and Sasuke had finished the tree climbing exercise, and would continue on to water walking. Sakura, as usual, would continue perfecting the jutsu she had recently created. Namikaze explained his plan for infiltrating Gato's organization. Anko loved the plan, but Kakashi seemed dubious. The blonde Junin could only smile in response. Moroku's hand rested on his hidden blade. He sighed as he watched a group of pathetic villagers fight for the smallest scraps of food. Gato's not paying me enough for this, he thought. His mission was to assassinate either one of the ninja that were protecting the bridge builder or the bridge builder himself. He waited around the food stands near the bridge, hoping the old man would walk through the area. It would be soon, no doubt. So, he amused himself in the meantime by tossing a few scraps of food on the ground, causing fights between the starving citizens of Wave. However, a simple-looking blonde guy and dark purple-haired woman broke up the fight, reminding them they were humans and should act as such. Moroku looked at the peacemakers with contempt, and then turned towards the bridge. His eyes widened as he saw a pink-haired girl with a Konoha forehead protector and an old man walking towards the bridge. He pulled out a picture in his possession and smirked. Moroku picked himself up from the side of the road and began moving through the small crowd. The crowds were thick, so he pushed his way through, closed in on the 20 feet, 15 feet. 10, 6. He counted off in his head in anticipation. He had to be close enough for the poisoned dagger to deal a fatal blow. Finally, he was right behind the two of them. Gato's lackey silently unsheathed the dagger and ran it through the old man's back. He grinned in anticipation. The old man groaned in pain, and he thought, easy money. He withdrew his blade, ensuring the maximum damage would be done. Suddenly, the old man and girl exploded into smoke. Moroku shouted, "What the?" He never got the chance to finish the statement, as something slammed into the back of his neck. Darkness engulfed him. Time unknown, location unknown. The sound of muffled voices could be heard. Moroku's head felt like needles were sticking out of it. His hands were tied behind him and a blindfold covered his eyes. The voices drifted in and out. "Look, we don't kill him, last one." That voice was a male. "What?" he thought. "What about killing him? Are they referring to me?" The voices became more and more clear. The second voice spoke up, a female. "Well, even if he doesn't talk, we have the other one. He's expendable." The male voice sighed and replied, "Fine. We'll do it your way this time. If he talks though, let him live." Moroku was uncomfortable and felt completely defenseless as he heard footsteps walk towards him. Something hard slammed into his face, like an open palm. The female voice shouted, "Wake up, maggot." Moroku moaned in pain. The female voice growled, "We're going to ask you some questions. If you tell the truth, you live. If you lie, well, we'll get there next. If you don't answer the questions, we'll kill you. We've already gone through another of your comrades an hour ago." He clammed up, "And this is all that's left." Something meaty and wet slammed into his lap. Moroku felt terror, pure unadulterated terror. These two had already killed someone. He felt something wet sliding down his clothes, blood probably, and it scared the crap out of him. He stuttered, "Www, what do why you want to know?" He swallowed some bile as it attempted to rise in his throat. The woman's tone turned silky sweet, "Nothing much. Just the current location of your employer, Gato." Moroku was surprised. However, a new fear rose to eclipse the first. "Gato, who's Gato?" Suddenly, a searing hot pain shot across his cheek, as something cut deep into his cheek. He yelped in pain for a second, and then clammed up again. The woman's voice returned, clearly incensed, "Don't give me that crap. Gato is your employer. We know you're working for him." That scratch was a freebie warning. The next liar reluctance to give information will result in loss of limb. The thug was sweating profusely. He cried, "He'll kill me. I'll kill you, too. Now answer the question." Moroku closed his mouth, anticipating a world of pain. The woman chuckled darkly, "So be it." Several hours later, Namikaze sighed as Anko returned from the cave. She had some blood on her body, and she didn't appear happy. The blonde Junin sighed and said, "Didn't give it up, huh?" Anko frowned, but her reply surprised him. "Oh, he gave it up, but it wasn't pretty." She left the rest unsaid. Anko was probably the second best interrogator in Konoha. Ibiki got his information through psychological torture, and Anko got hers through physical torture. Inwardly, he smirked, because she had some skill in psychological torture as well. Setting up the conversation just as Moroku woke up was a stroke of genius, and the hell illusion genjutsu that made Moroku think we were insane. Namikaze briefly wondered if the subject survived her methods and then decided he didn't really care. The man had a small bounty for poisoning a highly respected village head, killing several guards fleeing town, and various other misdeeds. The world was better off without him. Anko walked over to the brook and began cleaning off. Namikaze cleaned off the bloody knives and returned them to his partner. She grinned, "Thanks. It appears that there's a camp a couple miles upstream from the bridge." That was about all he knew. Little Bastard was hired to kill the bridge builder, and that he would meet Gato's contact on the edge of the bridge in a couple hours. Namikaze grabbed at his chin thoughtfully. He smiled at her pleasantly, "So, do we want to grab and bag him, or follow the leader?" Anko shrugged, "I get the feeling the contact doesn't know where Gato is and we know the target isn't at the camp. I think the best plan is to go fishing." Namikaze nodded and handed back the interrogation tools. Anko took them from his hands and slid them into her back pouch. The blood was now rinsed off her trench coat. Kakashi looked all around him. His eyes widened in amazement at the technique before him. Incredible, to create such a grand illusion, and Sakura just graduated not more than a month ago. He lifted his headband from his Sharingan eye. The image became translucent, but the mind still sensed the feel of metal slicing skin through muscle and into his bones. He looked at where the pain appeared, but his shoulder was completely unmarred. The illusion was complete. He held up both hands in a ram sign and shouted, "Kai!" Immediately, the pain vanished along with the rest of the technique. Sakura looked expectantly at her teacher. Kakashi looked solemnly at her for a minute, and then his eye turned into a smile. "I think it's almost ready." Sakura's face lit up. Her inner self was cheering loudly, but outer Sakura rushed to where Sasuke and Naruto were trying to walk on water. Kakashi looked at his 3 students. He smirked as he saw 3 other students overlap his own, and a ghostly blonde Junin instructor stand off to the side. Kakashi muttered pleasantly, "Sensei, I see so much of us in all of them." Overlapping Naruto, Obito smiled at Sakura and her success. Sakura was overlapped by Rin, who attempted to get Sasuke's attention and show him her new technique to impress him. Sasuke was overlapped by a young Kakashi, who ignored Sakura, Rin and concentrated on water walking. The ghostly blonde Junin looked at Kakashi with his bright blue eyes. His long white coat with red flames on the bottom fluttered as a large breeze flowed through the river area. Naruto Obito lost his concentration and fell in. Sakura Rin was splashed with water and she yelled at Naruto, then smiled a bit to herself. Sasuke young Kakashi looked disinterested at the whole thing, but secretly smirked when his back was turned. Minato Namikaze just chuckled to himself. Minato's apparition looked at Kakashi and smiled at him. Kakashi returned it with one of his own. Then the images faded, leaving only Sasuke, Sakura, Naruto and himself by the river. Kakashi covered up his Sharingan. Behind the metal plate, tears began streaming down, but only out of Obito's eye. Roughly midnight, bridge. The man with a black cloak was uncomfortable standing around in the open. The entire region would kill him if they knew who he was. Moroku was supposed to report back, but that was 30 minutes ago. He shivered in the humid night air. Every minute, it seemed like something was creeping through the thick fog. He checked his watch again. He breathed a sigh of relief a few seconds later as someone approached him from the fog. "Which direction does the dagger face?" the nervous man asked. The shadow paused for a second, and then replied, "The dagger faces the east." Moroku walked up to the man and whispered, "The bridge builder has yet to be assassinated." The man in the cloak cursed, "Damn, what the hell went wrong?" Moroku sighed, "The Junin was there this time around. We'll have another go at it tomorrow." The cloaked man grumbled in frustration. He wanted out of Wave as fast as he could. The cloaked man said, "Well, let's head to the warehouse down the river. We'll be staying there tonight." Moroku nodded. Warehouse. The contact tapped on the door several times in varying succession. After a minute of this, the double doors began sliding open. Inside, several armored thugs with samurai weapons watched the new arrivals with interest. Moroku nodded at them and looked around. There were several mats all around and some training grounds. Some people were playing with decks of cards or eating. He looked into the rafters and sure enough, 2 ninja watched the proceedings. A small amount of bloodlust radiated off of each of them. Several bandits approached, asking for an update on the mission. Moroku proceeded with his story, and looked for a resting spot. He slowly made notes of each major support pillar. At each one, Moroku subtly slipped in a powerful paper bomb. The 2 ninja watched him closely. Outside the warehouse, a darkened shadow moved through the brush up to the edge of the building. He slipped out several paper bombs and placed them at various points on the walls. After his finished, he pulled out a small radio and switched it on. A small burst of static came through the otherwise silent radio channel. He pushed the send button twice, signaling it was done. Inside, Moroku pulled out a pipe and proceeded outside for a smoke. However, the 2 ninja landed in front and growled, "Hold it. We've been watching you. You're not Moroku. He neither owns a pipe nor does he smoke. Furthermore, you slipped something inside each of the support pillars." Several bandits began approaching menacingly. Moroku smirked, and then burst into smoke. In his place, a medium-sized woman with a tan trenchcoat and wire mesh shirt. She smiled and raised her hands. "All right boys, you got me." She batted her eyes at the ninja, who stood completely unfazed. The bandits rushed her, but Anko proved faster, as she peppered them all with a stream of senbon from her shuriken pouch. The 2 ninja were next. Both dodged her attacks with grace as they weaved through the senbon needle storm. Anko smirked, as several snakes shot out of her sleeves. Though the 2 ninja leapt over the attack, the snakes changed directions and homed in on them again. The snakes' heads were lobbed off by the kunai of one of the ninja. The second ninja leapt over the first, throwing several of his own kunai. Anko's smile dropped as her instincts took over. She leapt over the attack, and several kunai slid into her hand. In mid-air, she took aim and threw the first kunai with enough force to pierce through one and hit the second. However, they both dodged the attack. Anko smirked as she threw 2 more kunai at an even higher speed. The first kunai was hit by the second, redirecting it parallel to the ground in another direction. An instant later, the third kunai hit the ground right in front of where the first was going. The first kunai then hit the third. The 2 missing ninja moved in for the kill in mid-air, but then the closest was hit by the first kunai in the shoulder. The ninja screamed, and lost focus. Anko brought her leg around and struck the first ninja, sending him towards the floor. He landed with a sickening thud. The second missing nin thought, a ricocheting kunai. What the hell just happened? Anko smirked, because the second missing nin had not recovered fast enough either. She slammed her last kunai in her hand into the man's skull, killing him instantly. Anko landed on the ground and scanned the area. Several bandits were baring teeth at her. They slowly moved closer to her in bloody anticipation. The radio squawked, "Anko, are we good to go?" Anko muttered, "Yeah, do it." At that, both Anko and Namikaze pulsed their chakra, activating the mass of explosive seals. Metal and wood shrapnel showered the room at impressive speeds as the walls were blown apart. The bandits closest to the blast area were torn to pieces. Following the creation of several new holes in the walls, the support pillars exploded in secondary blasts. All the bandits looked to the ceiling. It came crashing down to the floor. They had a grand total of 1.2 seconds to escape before the ceiling met the floor. While that would have been a problem for normal people, Anko was a ninja, and decidedly not a normal person. The instant the first explosions occurred, Anko used the distraction to slip through one of the holes in the wall. She had dragged the surviving missing ninja with her, successfully retrieving someone who might know where Gato was. Interlude: Shikamaru and Sasuke's Investigation Part 1. Sasuke pulled himself out of the water just as Naruto did the same. He lasted about 3 minutes while the Dobi only lasted 1. However, the boy was just gaining way too fast. It was so frustrating, watching the bottom rung ninja catching up to him at the rate he was. His thoughts churned. Is it me? Is my edge dulling? Then, Sasuke remembered the other Junin he had met. Naruto's skills began to grow at a faster rate after he showed up. Naruto Namikaze, the Dobi's alternate, or something. Naruto was resting against the tree, panting really, so Sasuke followed suit. While he rested, he contemplated Namikaze's involvement with Team 7. Flashback: shortly after the ramen stand and their training stint under his eye, Sasuke started researching Namikaze. He began at the library, where he met a surprised Shikamaru, who was there for the same reason. The two began working together to discover the truth. While most ninja information was locked up in either the Hokage's files, such as the Forbidden Scroll, or the Anbu archives, there were a few books on the genealogy of the great Konoha ninja and the declassified missions. Being the brother of the Yondaime, the library should have some records of the legendary ninja's relatives. They spent a whole afternoon in the genealogy section, only to discover there were no records of a Naruto Namikaze. Shikamaru came to the conclusion that Naruto Namikaze could be a cover name for another ninja. To be thorough, they researched the declassified ninja missions, quickly discovering that the declassified missions were really just missions open to the public for training purposes. They still bore the animal classification name for the ninja's protection. Sasuke had learned that Kakashi's old Anbu classification was Inu, dog, and there were a few missions of interest. He set those aside for future research. However, neither Shikamaru nor Sasuke knew Namikaze's animal code name. By the time they finished, they came away with only one bit of knowledge for sure. Prior to 5 years ago, the most recently published genealogy book Naruto N didn't exist. For now, their research was stone-walled, until more information could be obtained. The two decided to meet up again in 1 week to continue their research. However, Sasuke received the wave mission before then. Luck was on his side when Namikaze received a mission with a similar destination. Even luckier, Sasuke discovered that Namikaze had been to wave previously, but something felt off about the information Namikaze gave, like he was holding back half of the story. End flashback. Sasuke's thoughts had to come to an end, because Naruto dragged himself to his feet, and then tried walking on water once again. Sasuke followed shortly after, refusing to lose to the Dobi, regardless of whether Namikaze was training Naruto or not. Namikaze rested against the back of the cave and watched the brown-haired Chunin tied up in a chair and unconscious. The two of them were housed in a cave. Anko located the cave the evening Team 7 and Team Namikaze arrived in Wave. It was located a mile outside town deep in a forest. The entrance was under genjutsu to ward off the curious and uninvited. Now, it was the morning of the second full day in Wave. This time, it was Namikaze's turn to interrogate the prisoner. Since the blonde Junin didn't have the proper materials he usually used in interrogation, he would have to improvise. The first thing he did was observe the ninja. The man was dressed in a white coat, long black pants and some green fingerless gloves. Over his coat he had his Chunin vest. His hair was a brownish-red color, and he had a light skin tone. The Chunin had some special equipment, consisting of several metal rods which fitted inside a metal backpack along each side. The Chunin groaned and began fighting his restraints. His hands and feet were tied with a special chakra-absorbing wire, and his body with strong rope. No rope escape technique would work. There were no blindfolds this time. Namikaze spoke softly, "Easy man. You better not try anything. I'm your best chance of getting out alive. My partner would kill you on a whim, so just relax." To Namikaze's great surprise, the Chunin did as he was told. The ninja began muttering something darkly, which prompted Namikaze to move closer, but still not too close. The Chunin was without a weapon, but not defenseless. Namikaze said, "What was that? I didn't catch it." The Chunin frowned. "That partner of yours is insane, using ricocheting kunai to catch me off guard like that. Who the hell are you anyway?" Namikaze moved his fingers back and forth, reproaching him. You don't ask the questions, I do. Let's begin. What's your name? The ninja bit his lip, and then replied, Jiro Kazuhana. Something sounded familiar in his name. He looked at the man's headband again. There were 4 circles, much in the same way snowflakes may fall in the winter. Then it hit him, Kazuhana. Wait, you're from the land of snow. Jiro looked at him with no small amounts of surprise, and then his eyes dulled a bit. There was a small amount of anger. Namikaze continued elaborating, are you related to Dodo Kazuhana? The Chunin averted his gaze in frustration at the association. He's my bastard brother, and the usurper of the country. Killed the ruler and sent Princess Fujika's into hiding. I heard she took up residence in Konoha. Is she still alive? Memories came back to Namikaze, of killing Dodo with a wind blade. It wasn't long after the Chunin exams, and the sound grass sand invasion. He shifted through those memories, and recalled she was an actor at this time. Namikaze frowned. Dodo was a despicable man, as he killed hundreds of innocent civilians under his terrible rule. Was his brother any different? He decided to test him. He shook his head sadly. She died months ago in a bandit raid. Konoha ninjas can only respond so fast. Her burnt corpse was found with the shattered remains of a crystal necklace. The fire died in Jiro's eyes. His breath quickened and he whimpered, No. She was so very kind to me. My brother was ruthless, and disregarded everyone in my family. I joined the ninja academy to escape the bastard and become her future bodyguard, but now. Tears began streaming down his cheeks. Namikaze smirked. The snow ninja had passed the first of his tests. His tone changed. I lied. The Chunin didn't notice at first that Namikaze had said anything, and then stopped crying. What? I lied. I know your brother from stories from my senpai who was in snow, Kakashi. The princess is very much alive and well. I had to test you to see if you were an enemy, or an ally. The snow ninja sat in shock, and then sputtered, then you know where she is. The fire returned to his eyes. Namikaze shook his head calmly. No, but I guarantee you that she lives. I'll tell you no more for now. The next question, what do you know about Gato? Jiro's expression changed at his name. There was a severe distaste in how he sat. He's a bastard. I don't trust him in the slightest. I heard that he hires anyone to do his dirty work, and would betray them as fast as he would hire them. Were expendable, the ninja under his command. I gave consideration to killing him myself, but the hunters would be on my tail, and the tails of every missing nin under his employ. Even if I succeeded, the others would kill me for eliminating such an excellent, safe haven. Namikaze nodded, getting some good information. He asked, do you know where he's located right now? No, it's unfortunate, but the little bastard moves from safe house to safe house on a rotating schedule. It might be months before he returns to the safe house I met him at. However, some of the Junin in his employ might know. There's a man named Zabuza, one of the 7 shinobi swordsmen of the mist. He might. He won't do. We killed him a couple days back as he tried to kill our Gato bait. Namikaze lied. He wanted to get to Gato before Zabuza recovered. Going after the demon of the mist would be slightly easier, but would totally unravel his plan. Jiro looked intrigued at this, but Namikaze didn't regale him the story. The Snow Chunin thought for a second, and then replied, well, Zabuza did have a subordinate, but that kid is probably dead as well if you killed Zabuza. Say, what happened to my partner? Dead. My partner killed him. Good riddance, he was a scumbag, murdered some decent people for fun. Oh, and aren't you a scumbag as well, missing Nin Jiro? Jiro's eyes turned away in shame at his own village. There's a difference between betraying the village and the village betraying me. I fall into the latter class. I voiced my opinion against my brother in his presence. Next thing I know, he branded me a traitor to the daimyo in Snow Country. I had to flee before the hunter Nin would get me. I just fell into Gato's hands. Mostly guarded his warehouses of thugs, but I guess that's at an end as well. Namikaze coughed. Let's get back on topic. Who might know where Gato is? Well, there's a Kumo Kunoichi under his employ as well. Mostly she's for assassinating people in beds, but I heard she was a big shot ninja before turning traitor. The Lightning Monarch, Akane Raiko. She might know, but she's fairly loyal to Gato. She won't give up information easy. Leave that to me. Jiro looked at him uncomfortably for a minute. Namikaze decided to wrap things up with this question, where is she located? The Snow Chunin squirmed in his bindings, and Namikaze got uneasy. Jiro muttered, I know I shouldn't be asking for favors, but once you finish with me, you might just kill me and turn my head in for the bounty. I propose a deal. Namikaze's head turned to the ninja so fast, Jiro thought he might break his neck. The blonde Junin's voice betrayed surprise. Excuse me, let's take a look at this scenario. You're sitting in a chair with ropes and wires restraining you. We are the ones in the position of power here. He held a kunai to the man's throat hard enough to draw blood from his neck, and don't you forget it. The snow ninja smirked, but I know where her hideout is and you don't. If you try to torture the info out of me, I'll bite my tongue, and you'll be on your own. Good luck finding Gato then. Namikaze glared at the captive, but couldn't refute what he said. He removed the kunai and growled, what are your terms? Not much. I'd like asylum in Konoha until such time as I am reunited with my princess, Yukie. After that, I don't know, but that's my offer. Take it or leave it. Namikaze bit his tongue, this time, dissatisfied with the terms. He muttered, I'll talk it over with Anko. Wave Forest, near Raiko's villa. All three ninja were standing a few feet apart from one another on top of a wooded hill. There was an opening in the trees, allowing them to see for miles across the forest. Most of the area was shrouded in mist, but the visibility was far enough that they could see a villa 2 miles away. Jiro lowered his binoculars and declared, that's her camp right there. She's a bit eccentric, after running from Kumo hunters. I'm fairly lucky after all, only having to avoid hunters from snow, but she. Anko smacked the back of his head and hissed, stop rambling. You've been doing nothing but that since we left. Remind me again, pervert, why didn't we just kill him? Namikaze pouted playfully, because, I promised you the recipe for the cocktail on the senbons I used on you. A week's worth of dango, sake, and the money for the mission as hazard pay for keeping him alive. The Junin was willing to do anything to make sure Haku lived this time around. Anko smiled sweetly, that's right. I plan on going all out when we get back too. Namikaze whispered to himself, it's all for Haku's sake, it's all for Haku's sake, it's all for. Jiro's voice cut through Namikaze's monologue, that hurt. Come to think of it, I still owe you for sticking a kunai in my shoulder. Anko released a small amount of killer intent, just about enough to smother a civilian. She muttered, if you don't stop whining, I'll finish the job. Now, what do we have in terms of defenses? The snow Chunin could suddenly breathe, as Anko repressed her murderous chakra. After a couple seconds, he continued, Akane has the entire forest region booby-trapped. Think of any type trap you can make, and she's got it. That woman's even got a few traps no one has ever heard of. She's also got Gato's guards investigating the place all the time. Namikaze looked at him with an annoyed face, well then, why are we here if she's so well guarded? Furthermore, we've got to get the information out of her afterwards.
Jiro looked sheepish, well, I never said it would be easy. Hey, don't kill me. I'd rather live to see the princess return to snow than be honored as a martyr. Namikaze had drawn a kunai and lunged at the snow ninja, only to be held back by Anko. Anko wanted to be paid, and one of the conditions of payment was for the snow ninja to survive. She's put up with his attitude too long for anything else. Namikaze, how about you try to get through the defenses with a shadow clone? Namikaze muttered how he was going to kill the ninja as his hands formed the cross-hand sign. A second Namikaze appeared and sprinted into the forest. Moments later, Namikaze winced as the clone exploded into smoke after triggering a particularly deadly trap which speared the target with several sharpened branches. Minutes passed as the blonde Junin sent clone after clone, only to have them die in progressively more gruesome ways. Explosive tags, kunai, shuriken, swords, pitfall traps, rolling log traps, swinging log traps, makabashi spikes, spring traps, the list went on, getting slowly more and more elaborate and murderous in nature. No matter how any of Namikaze's clones maneuvered, they always fell victim to one trap after another. The upper portion was trapped with explosives and leg traps while the lower section with spring traps, spikes, and some of the deadliest pit traps known to man. Finally, after having about a dozen clones have their head lobbed off by various demon wind shuriken traps, Namikaze shouted, enough. This is ridiculous. How many traps can one woman have? I've been sending them almost in a straight line through the forest, and I haven't yet made it halfway. By the time we make it through the forest, she'll either be alerted to our presence, or we'll be too tired to fight her. The blonde Junin threw up his arms and walked away. Anko and Jiro watched him go, and then looked into Wave Zone. Forest of Death. Jiro muttered, well, we could always attack via the main road into the clearing. It's well guarded, but it's probably safer than the forest. This time, Anko decked him, why the hell didn't you say so sooner? We wasted a good hour doing all this for nothing? The Chunin slammed into the ground and slid several feet through the dirt. He slowly picked himself up and dusted himself off. The road to Raiko's villa was much better guarded than the warehouse for sure. There were a few sentries out in the field which reported back to the building several times a day. Back in the villa, there was several other guards present. Some would call a trip to Akane's a vacation. No one would be stupid enough to attack. Even if they defeated the traps and security, they would have to deal with the Lightning Monarch, a Junin skilled enough to rival one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. She had sensed someone trying to penetrate her security, with the foreign chakra. She growled to herself and walked outside to meet the intruders when they arrived. The sentries were on their way back to the villa when they heard shouting down the road. They raced down the road just in time to see Jiro Kazuhana being carried down the road by 2 thugs. Jiro was often stationed here, and was only called out for the special purpose of guarding Gato's army of thugs. They sprinted to the 2 and started asking questions. Jiro appeared unconscious, and they moved to enter the villa. Several minutes later, they arrived to see Akane smirking at the 5. She had medium brown hair tied into a ponytail on the back. On the front, her fringe dipped low enough to partially cover one eye, and her eyes were cold as ice. Several guards were flanking her on both sides. She spoke with a feral tone. "I must admit, I'm impressed you took down my sentries that easily, but you won't find the rest of my men as easy as that." The 2 sentries looked at her confused, when suddenly electricity shot through their veins. In a second, they were out. The electricity originated from Jiro's special lightning tags he designed for personal use. Explosive tags were widespread and the weapon of choice for assault, but these were used for non-lethal incapacitation of the enemy. Jiro stood up straight and smiled. "Hello, Akane. I won't dignify a traitor with a response. Why don't the other 2 of you introduce yourselves?" The 2 thugs exploded into smoke, revealing Namikaze and Anko. Anko growled at the Lightning Monarch, while Namikaze looked angry. Akane's cold attitude became bemused. "What's his problem?" Namikaze shouted, "Do you have any idea what it's like to be crushed, skewered, blown up and decapitated a dozen times over? What the hell is wrong with you, you nut job?" A strange coughing sound echoed behind the blonde Junin. He didn't look, but knew that it was Anko, and that she was laughing at him. Jiro spoke up again. "Listen, Akane-chan, we only want Gato's location. Tell us where he's at, and we'll leave you be." Akane looked at Jiro with an odd expression, something of a mix of contempt and sadness. "I will die before I give that information to you. It's too bad, Jiro Kazuhana-san. You were a lot nicer than the other bandits and missing Nin. Pity you had to betray Gato. Kill them, boys." The 10 guards rushed at the 3 ninja. Jiro's face became resigned, as he knew what he must do. Back at the warehouse, the Snow Chunin was caught off guard against Anko, severely underestimating her. This time he knew he would need all the help he could get, as he was facing an A-rank Junin with 2 B-rank Junin and a high-level Chunin. He reached behind him and withdrew 4 metal rods, 2 in each hand, from his backpack. His hands quickly depressed the buttons on them, causing metal spikes to extend from each rod. Jiro threw them between the advancing guards, and they stuck into the ground amongst the attackers. None of the spikes hit the targets, which emboldened the bandits. The closest one pulled out a sword and took a swing at the Chunin. However, Namikaze's elbow slammed into his stomach, stopping him in his tracks. A moment later, 2 senbon, courtesy of Anko, pierced the bandit's neck, putting him in a death-like state. Meanwhile, Jiro had formed several hand signs, shouting, "Raiden! Denkuhara no Jutsu, lightning field technique." He held both hands forward, which released a stream of lightning. They struck the metal rods, and then they discharged in every direction, striking anyone within range. However, the lightning heading for Anko and Namikaze suddenly stopped, and changed directions, like something was repelling it. Lightning also shot at Akane, but like with Namikaze's team, the lightning changed direction suddenly, and flew over her head. She gave a cold smile. "Well done, Jiro. You've got some skill to master that attack. But remember, I was the one who taught it to you. Did you really think that one would faze me, let alone stop me? One?" Jiro smiled back at her. "I've learned some other new tricks since you took me under your wing, my queen. Let me show you just an example. Anko-san, Naruto-san, please stand back." He moved to the closest rod, placed his hand over it, and said, "Raiden. Shindo Wamu no Jutsu, shockworm technique, 2. Chakra discharged into the ground. But nothing happened. Akane just chuckled. "Not bad, might have worked, if I wasn't channeling some chakra into the soil. It acted as a lightning rod, and I filtered the technique in every direction, dispersing it completely." The Snow Chunin's forehead started sweating a bit. He pulled out 5 new rods with each hand, and threw them all at the monarch. She ducked, sidestepped and weaved her way through each one. Each rod struck in a different place, completely surrounding her. He formed several new hand signs and shouted, Raiden. Sabama Hado no Jutsu. Swallow surge technique. Once again, lightning shot out of his hand, but this time forming into a swallow, and shot at Akane. The lightning monarch didn't move again, but used whatever technique she had been using previously to deflect the attack. The lightning bird struck one of the rods, causing it to turn bright yellow. Akane looked at him with pity. Is that all? Cheap tricks can never hope to defeat me. Time to end this. I'll show you a true lightning technique. So much lightning began surrounding her that she practically started glowing. At this, however, Jiro formed a new set of hand signs, Raiden. Denku Shoheki, lightning barrier trap. Each of the 14 poles around the monarch started glowing. Lightning chakra dissipated from her body and flew towards the rods, each one absorbing an even amount of chakra. Akane looked surprised as her technique quickly dissipated. Jiro cocked his head to one side and said smugly, I knew you'd start with that technique, and that you'd dodge each of my attacks. Which is why I used this, my ultimate technique, lightning barrier trap. There's no escaping it. It needs either a huge amount of chakra from me to set up, or a small amount of chakra evenly distributed amongst the rods combined with my foe's lightning chakra. I used your own lightning chakra against you. If you try running, each rod is charged now with enough chakra to bring down a mid-sized summon. He changed a hand sign and said, Pierce. On command, several beams of lightning chakra shot out from each pillar, striking Akane from each side. Jiro smirked, Don't worry, there's not enough to kill you, but easily enough to put you down for a while. It's too bad, because I rather like you. But, you made your choice. Namikaze watched the smoking remains with a whistle, not bad at all. I'd have some trouble blocking that. However, I believe this has only just begun. The body of the lightning monarch began moving. Anko and Namikaze took a low stance, preparing for what would inevitably come next. Namikaze muttered, Anko. Anko quickly replied as she dashed forward, right. Lightning coursed through the ground from where the Akane lay towards Jiro. The Chunin didn't have enough time to figure out what happened as Anko violently shoved him out of the way and leapt clear herself. Lightning exploded like a pillar to the heavens from the ground where he stood just an instant before. Akane's cold voice rose, You've gotten a lot better, Jiro. Had I not transformed my jutsu into lightning armor, I certainly would have fallen back there. Lucky you have good teammates, or else that attack would have vaporized you. Be grateful, because now you'll have to suffer slowly and painfully as I wipe them out first. Namikaze's face contorted in annoyance, You know, you're starting to tick me off. How about if I finish you right now? In an instant, he used Kei's shunpo to move behind the woman, and chopped the back of her neck. Immediately, Namikaze knew something was wrong. The moment he touched her neck, he felt a static shock more powerful than any he had ever felt before. The woman suddenly turned into pure lightning, a lightning clone. Oh crap! Lightning shot through his veins, sending him into violent convulsions. The lightning monarch suddenly appeared behind him with one of Jiro's electric rods in hand. She formed two hand signs and said, Raiden. Raiko katana, lightning sword. Electricity shot through the spiked end, forming into a yellow blade. Jiro shouted, Move Namikaze. The blonde Junin tried to move, but found his body unresponsive. The woman brought the blade in a downward arc, which threatened to bisect him across his stomach area. A wave of senbon flew through the air, causing Akane to shift her attention slightly. The first one missed, but she sensed something foul enter her nose as they passed her by. The rest didn't miss, but she had used Kawarimi with a wooden log. Namikaze relaxed as Anko and Jiro rushed forward. He spat, This isn't working. I can't move very well. Hold her off for a few minutes while I discharge the electricity that's invaded my chakra coils. Akane reappeared several feet away, still clutching the metal rod sword. So, you've poisoned all your senbon. That must mean you're Yamakagashi Anko. Your reputation precedes you here. Before you left the field, you were one of the best hunters in Konoha. You wore the snake mask in your hunt for Orochimaru and were forced to leave the hunters over issues with your partners. Anko glared. How did you know about my hunter years? Few even in Konoha knew of it. I had an inside source. Before Gato, he employed me for a bit. Namikaze jumped to a conclusion. So, you worked for the snake bastard himself, Orochimaru? Akane became amused. Oh, no, I worked for someone else. Pity that information will have to die with me as well. Why not? Might as well tell a couple dead people. He tried playing on her overconfidence. She looked disappointed. It's not that I won't, I can't. He was a right bastard to work for, but even more overcautious than I am. Enough talk. Raiden. Raikouha no Mai, Dance of the Lightning Monarch. Clouds began rolling in from every direction. Lightning burst from the blackened masses in all directions, causing everyone's hair to stand on end. Several bolts came down at the three, but then changed directions and were absorbed by a number of Jiro's surviving rods. Akane said, "It's useless." Suddenly, they all exploded, one after another. The lightning once again streamed at Namikaze's team. Anko dodged one that struck to her left by a couple feet. Jiro kept reflecting the attacks away from Namikaze with his lightning jutsus. But then Anko got too close to the rest of the team, causing all the lightning to concentrate in one place. It all struck with a massive force in one area, causing a huge explosion. Akane sent another wave of electricity crashing down on them, and then dispelled her technique. As the smoke cleared, Namikaze's team was nowhere to be seen. She began to return to the house when several massive snake summons broke through the ground around her. They struck in unison, biting into the legs, midsection and head. She turned into lightning, which shot into the sky, and then struck at one of the few remaining lightning rods scattered around the battlefield. The lightning formed into Akane once again. Another snake broke from the ground several feet away, issuing forth Anko. The missing nin frowned. "You must be truly an exceptional shinobi to force me to use that technique. I designed it after the fourth Hokage's Hireishin no Jutsu, allowing me to move anywhere in the battlefield in an instant." The first four snake summons burrowed through the ground once again, but this time the element of surprise was not with them. Akane whipped her hands through several hand signs as she flashed from one lightning rod to another to dodge Anko's thrown weapons. Raiden. Sutariku no Hara no Jutsu, static field technique. Akane stopped suddenly, allowing the snakes to catch up to her. The instant they burst through the ground, several bolts of lightning struck from the sky, severely burning each snake in the process. Anko quickly dispelled summons rather than be party to their deaths. Akane's bored eyes turned to Anko once again. "The static field jutsu covers the ground with my lightning-coated chakra. When something broke the ground, the chakra clung to the summons. When that happened, I called lightning down from the sky. The snakes acted as lightning rods." A massive chakra began forming in her hands, as she molded it into a spear. Anko tried to move her feet, but found them firmly stuck to the ground. Akane allowed herself a small grin. "Sorry, but you're not going anywhere. The static field can also cause the bonds between your chakra and mine to become polar opposites. In other words, attracted." 3. "So, where are your teammates, or are you the only survivor?" Anko gave her most defiant sneer. "I stayed behind so that they could escape. Noble and misguided to the end, a true tree hugger after all. Goodbye, Yamakagashi." The spear came hurtling through the air. Another kunai shot from Anko's sleeves as she intended to cut off her sandals to escape, but she wouldn't make it in time. In her mind, she calmly resigned herself to death. Suddenly, Namikaze burst through the ground right in front of the attack, and slashed the spear in two. The bisected spear struck on either side of Anko. For the first time since the battle began, Akane actually looked surprised for a second, and then her eyes narrowed. "How the hell did you do that? And for that matter, how are you able to stand right now?" Namikaze held both hands forward. In them, a pair of black trench knives were on his hands. These blades were coated in a material that absorbs chakra. "I used my chakra to form a blade to sever the attack in two. I don't use them very often, as I prefer my sword, but..." He let the rest hang and looked down at the weapons. They once belonged to Asuma, given to him by Shikamaru for safekeeping as he investigated the Konoha disappearances. Now, they were his alternate weapon. Then, Namikaze smirked. "As for being able to move, Jiro used his lightning jutsu to absorb your chakra from my body. Without the electricity, my body could move freely once again." The two Junin raced forward. Akane threw the first punch, which Namikaze dodged to the right. He spun along with the dodge, bringing his right blade in a downward overhead slash. His wrist connected with her foot. The hand shot backwards as he brought his other weapon around, slashing at Akane's side. Akane blocked that one with her hand and slammed her other hand into his midsection. The shadow clone exploded into smoke. Namikaze once again appeared behind her, slamming his hand towards the back of her neck, attempting to end the fight. Akane was slightly faster once again, as she turned to lightning and flashed to one of the rods. The monarch pulled herself together. She formed a plan where she gathered each of the remaining lightning rods together. From there, she'd throw them across the battlefield next to Namikaze. Then, she'd use her lightning rod technique to take him down. She began forming the hand signs when Namikaze vanished, slicing apart one of the lightning rods. "Don't even think of it. I saw your technique. You won't be able to use that one again." He flashed his knives at her menacingly. She was quickly becoming annoyed. She had already used a lot of her chakra defeating both Jiro and Anko, and now had to face this irritating jerk when he was still at mostly full strength. For a moment, she considered retreating before realizing Namikaze made a fatal mistake. She didn't need the lightning rods to kill Namikaze. The lightning was already there, with the effect of the static field jutsu. All that had to be done was manipulate the chakra a bit. She could only travel in a straight line at him, but he would never expect it. She formed the same hand signs for the lightning technique, to which Namikaze sighed, "It's useless. I'll just destroy every lightning rod left." Akane ignored him and concentrated. She mixed a couple subtle hand signs in to concentrate the electricity behind the blonde Junin. Finally, she was done. She turned into lightning and shot forward at an incredible speed. Suddenly, she appeared behind him, with a smirk on her face. Seconds passed, but suddenly both of Akane's arms fell off. She began screaming in pain as Namikaze cleaned off his blades and returned them to the pouches on his hips.
"I knew all along you'd use your own body in lightning form to pierce mine. So, I went along with your plan, trapping you. A ninja must be ready for anything. You think your jutsu is anything like my brother's. Your jutsu, though impressive, is slower than Minato's Hiraishin. Heck, my K's Shunpo is slower than his, but probably faster than yours. It is nothing compared to the real Hiraishin no jutsu."
Namikaze nodded at Anko. The snake Kunoichi quickly peppered the monarch with senbon dipped in a powerful sedative. Thanks for watching. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.